내가 더 making out of me. 내가 I'm not quite ready to be. And then now I got some burn. I realized the other day when I said something that I need that I shouldn't say. Opened up the letter across that I said, stay with you and equal, but now it's the end. It's never alive. As if you say until the end of time, I realize. When I struggle to get out of my room last night, got me down. I think to my brother to take me home, give me a smile. I went to the doctor again. Said I was behind on my rent. He told me it's not a problem for him. I said they go say it at the split. And then now I got some burn. I realized the other day when I said something that I need that I shouldn't say. I opened up the letter, I closed that. I did play with you and equal, but now it's the end. It's never I. Pretend to be sad until the end of time. I realize. When I struggled to get out of my room last night, got on the phone. I think you're my brother to take me home, give me a smile. They said I'd rather be alive. It's alive. Pretend to be sad until the end of time. I realize when I struggled to get out of my room last night, got me down. I think you're my brother to take me home, give me a smile. They said I'd rather be alive.
Still to come on Radio 1. At 10, Radio 1 Anthems. At 10:30, Casey Thistleton. But right now,
It's Weekend Breakfast.
with Adele Roberts.
Radio 1.
16 and I still had a heartbreak. Round wild things had no worry. Little kiss didn't mean that much to me. 19 just trying to be older. Bad body trying to get a cold shoulder. Oh baby didn't mean that much to me. All that I know is you weren't it for me. And I didn't notice I lost part of me. Cause daydreams turn to nightmares, and I'm lonely in the hallways. Keep living in the moment with these tainted memories. No, silly, silly me. Oh, silly, silly me. Oh, I've got to let it be. No, silly, silly me. Playing one good look in the mirror. Love got how hard was it? God lost our mind to a third degree. 25 life looks a little clearer. Got a dog trying to act a little serious. Never gonna find love inside of me. All that I know, you weren't for me. And I didn't notice I lost my me. Cause they just live nice and lonely in the hallways. Keep living in the moment with these things and memories. No, silly, silly me. Oh, silly, silly me. Oh, that's a little bit. No, silly, silly me. They don't wanna be that girl. They don't wanna be
but want you so badly. Making it for me, I'm so keen, baby. I got your back like we said 17. I'm gonna fight for you, you know where I'll be, baby. I got your back like we said 17. I'm gonna fight for you, honey. I'm so keen, baby. I got your back like we said 17. You gave me baby, so what you got? Want you so badly. Making it move on me, I'm so keen, baby. I got your back like we said 17. I'm gonna fight for you, you know where I'll be, baby. I got your back like we said 17. I'm gonna fight for you, honey. I'm so keen, baby. I got your back like we said 17. Radio 1. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to say. I got into my head. I'm sorry I threw it away. But I'm so glad you came back. Even through all the pain. Let me try minute. I can promise I swear that I change. Oh, let me give you all I made. Can we start it out for real? Cause I could be your song Friday. Tonight's at the place we started. It's a long way back from sorry. But here I go. How does it feel? How does it feel? Tell me something. Did you miss me? I've been so messed up since you stopped calling. It's a long way back from sorry. But here I go. How does it feel? How does it feel? I had things I could process. I'll take all of the blame. I wasn't thinking I won't put you through all that again. If you take me back, then I'ma take you from reflection. So I'll take the sun and I can make you right and take you all the way. Oh, let me give you all I made. Can we start it out for real? Cause I could be your song Friday. Tonight's at the place we started. It's a long way back from sorry. But here I go. How does it feel? How does it feel? Did you miss me? I've been so messed up since you stopped calling. It's a long way back from sorry. But here I go. How does it feel? How does it feel? How does it really feel? We've been waiting so long. You're still in my head. It's all I ever want. And let's not waste no time. Give you one more try. How does it feel? How does it feel? Cause I could be your song Friday. Tonight's at the place we started. It's a long way back from sorry. But here I go. How does it feel? How does it feel? Did you miss me? I've been so messed up since you stopped calling. It's a long way London, how does it feel? Good morning, gorgeous. 8 minutes past 7, this is BBC Radio 1. Wonderful to have you here. Please do check in with the show. 03700 100 100 is our WhatsApp number. Saturday first, please. What do you believe you first do across the UK today? As unique as you can. Go! Thank you.
It's only everything that make me stay. It's only everybody makes mistakes. And it was over, I guess, but I was still in the bed. Thought I could give you a just in case. You only call me when you know I'm out. Oh, when there's no one that you know around. You should pretend that I'm dead, because sometimes you forget that we're not together. Count to three, you better believe I should. I told you swallow the keys, I said to eat you, and I feel the kiss. If I was cold and now I'm freezing, both of this on the street and on the song, and now I'm getting beaten, and the next shit, and I'm getting the hit. Said it was over, I was feeling that I was cold and now I'm freezing. I thought that you would be my getaway. I thought that you would be my end game. But you were just like the rest. Couldn't help make a mess when we said we're not together. Go get gone, go and find someone to get us. I was cold and now I'm freezing. Woke up and saw I'm freezing. And now I'm I'm freezing.
Weekend breakfast.
With Adele Roberts.
Mimi Webb and Freezing. Okay, we're about to give you one more tune. The weekend, well, Friday night, the vibe is not over. Sarah Story's here in a second with a big tune from Odin and Fatso. We would like you to check in with the show, please. 03700 100 100. That's our WhatsApp number. And on Saturdays, we like to get our Saturday first. What do you believe you're first to do across the UK today? Go! Producer Travis, do we have any coming in at the moment? Yeah. I'll tell you what. We'll go and see what ones, and we'll shout you out after this. One more tune! Thank you, Sarah Story!
Hi Adele, it's Sarah Story, and I'm here and you are looking for one more tune. Now, this track I picked because it was a Future Dance track ID on Future Dance a few weeks ago. That is the one track that we are loving that week. And it comes from Odin and Fatso. Now, you might remember last summer, they had that massive record, Lauren, that was everywhere. One of the biggest dance tracks of the summer. Well, they are back with this, and we love it. Odin and Fatso and Yazzie, Dirty Cuts. Cheers, Del.
Nah, generations cope up. Look, their things will switch. People that quick, they wanna move with the bit. Where when it goes and goes, nah. Generations cope up. Look, their things will switch. People that quick, they wanna move with the bit. Where when it goes and goes, nah. Guys, know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep playing on my side. CJ, I never go roll with ice. Generations cope up, your fingers will switch. People that quit, and they wanna be what they be. Boy, when they close them car. Generations cope up, your fingers will switch. People that quit, and they wanna be what they be. Boy, when they chose him, dog. These boys my guys, know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep playing on my side. CJ, I never go roll with ice. These boys my guys, know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep playing on my side. CJ, I never go roll with ice.
Odin and Fatso, Dirty Cuts, Sarah Story, you're talking my language. Thank you very much. Oh, Sporty Spice like you, producer Travis, Simon and Harrogate. First to set off for a 290-mile bike ride. You'll run out of space. Is there even 290 miles in the UK? That's long. Training for a 48-hour ride, raising money for charity. You're wonderful, Simon. Hello to Ryan. First to spill hot chocolate. Ryan! We've got Artrina, who reckons she's the first person sexting from Australia. Yep, I think all went in so far. Oh, hang on a minute. Here's another good one. I'm not sure who this person is. Is it Rob? But anyway, Rob is dumping. He's got soil. He's dumping at work. At quarry. Okay, lovely. 03700 100 100. What are you first to do across the UK today, please? Your name, where you are, and what you're dumping or doing. Thank you.
Baby, when the sky falls down, even when the clouds are low, higher than the sun, when the lights fade out, you're gonna release me. It's hypnotizing. My body's in your eyes. I'm always missing time. To be honest, to see. wanna be there when the light shines through. And I love it with you. I wanna be there when the light shines through. I could be your ecstasy. Don't you wanna dance with me? I'll be your ecstasy. Fade out. Are you gonna release with me?
On BBC iPlayer.
I want to talk to you about an undercover mission. I need 2 officers to infiltrate a gang on Bright Marsh Estate.
Hate to break it to you, Clinton, but we ain't street.
Yeah, I'm going through that.
A brand new comedy thriller.
Team Dave on the case.
Was that what?
Dom and Kay.
No, we're not doing that. Black Ops.
Hot binoculars, crisps, hot chocolate, and mini marshmallows.
Hey, this is a stakeout, not a sleepover for your 10th birthday.
Watch on BBC iPlayer.
It's like strawberries on a summer evening, and it sounds just like a song. I want more berries and that summer feeling. It's so wonderful and warm. Breathe me in, breathe me out. I don't know if I could ever go without. I'm just thinking out loud. I don't know if I could ever go without. Wine and sugar high, wine and sugar high, wine and sugar high, wine and sugar high, wine and sugar strawberries on a summer evening. Baby, you're the angel. I want your belly and that summer feeling. Didn't wash the angel. Breathe me in, breathe me out. I don't know if I could ever go without. Water and sugar high, 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 water and sugar high. Tastes like strawberries on a summer evening, and it sounds just like a song. I want your belly and that summer feeling. I don't know if I could ever go without. Water and sugar high, 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 water and sugar high.
Harry Styles, Watermelon Sugar on BBC Radio 1. All right, let's go niche. Let's have a look. Oh, Tom the Bin Man in Bromers been in a bush. He's fallen in it. It wasn't his fault. We've also got Stooksy in Crawley, the person painted leopard print on a martini glass. All right, that is me. She's rotating it with an olive and sunflower bottle so I don't smudge. Are you working? If you are, Stooksy, you are a very good candidate for Weekend Warriors. If you're working today, stick with us. We want to play you a song. More details coming.
We used to be giants. When did we stop? Just say the word and I'll be yours. You know I never forgot. The hope and the hurt has lived inside of me. There's gold in the dirt I never took the time to see. I knew its words when you walked beside of me. And my hands can fit in yours like a bird can find the breeze. We used to be giants. When did we stop? Say the word and I'll be yours. You know I never forgot we were the song of the silence. But time catches up. Say the word and I'll be yours. You know I never forgot. I knew from the start you'd be the one to set me free. That day in the park when the herd would hide from me. Those eyes used to know me, it's been way too long. You are the moon and the stars and all they gaze upon. Time won't ever move slowly, what you waiting on? You're what you waiting on. We used to be giants. When did we stop? Say the word and I'll be yours. You know I never forgot we were the song of the silence. But time catches up. Say the word and I'll be yours. You know I never forgot. Darling, just say you will. Will you remember those times that I have held until tonight? If you say you will, I'll leave it all behind. Don't you remember those times? We used to be giants. So when did we start? Just say the word and I'll be yours. So you know I never forgot. We were the song of the silence. The time catches up. Say the word and I'll be yours. You know I never forgot. We used to be giants. Giants. Oh, I still love you, though. I still love you.
BBC Radio 1.
Oh, my love, where did you go? Where did you go? I want to know. With all my love, where did you go? Where did you go? I want to know. Where did you go? Where did you survive. Wherever you are, you'll always be the one who got away. And now I can't forget you. How could I let you? You went dancing on the floor alone, and never did just on and all the lights are wrong. You see, I tried to find you, but my soul is broken. Maybe only one last thing to know. Oh, my love, where did you go? Where did you go now? I wanna know. With all my love, where did you go now? Where did you go now? I wanna know.
Hello, good morning. Thank you for joining us on BBC Radio 1. More shout-outs on the way. We'll also play the Jonas Brothers and Nothing But Thieves, that great track. Welcome to the DCC. The time now, though, is 7:30. Time for Radio 1 Newsbeat with Rebecca Swash.
Radio 1 Newsbeat. First, an update on the war in Ukraine and what the country's president, Volodymyr Zelensky, is calling a historic moment. The US has now said it supports the plans to supply Ukraine with American-made fighter jets and train pilots to fly them.
We've reached a moment where it is time to look down the road and to say, what is Ukraine going to need as part of a future force?
That's Jake Sullivan, who advises the White House on national security, says this is important in stopping aggression from Russia. Slow Tie has pulled out
Torquay in South Devon. It's got a lot going for it. A stunning coastline, a pretty harbour, and plenty of places for entertainment. So is it any wonder that the first modern humans in northwest Europe and the first settlers in Britain lived here? These unique caves they once called home have now come up for sale, and this is very unlike any other property on the market. Formed over 2 million years ago from Devon limestone deep under the sea, rainwater seeped into gaps in the rock, creating holes that got larger and larger to reveal this stunning interior.
Down here we're going to see the skull of a cave bear, which has been here for the last 420,000 years.
Owner Nick Powell is the 5th generation of his family to run this site, but mankind's connection to this space goes way back.
So we know that modern people were here a long time ago. In the Stone Age, and I've got here a replica of a jawbone that was found in 1926. We now know that it's about 41,000 years old. So we've got evidence of human occupation in this one space for over the last 500,000 years. That's what makes Kent's Cavern special.
This is being dubbed as Britain's oldest home. There's evidence of humans having lived here more than 500,000 years ago. It's been in the ownership of the same family for over a century, but now it's up for sale and it could be entering a new stage in its history. Nick's great-great-grandfather, George Smearden, was a foreman on a pioneering excavation in the 1800s. It unveiled bones from extinct animals and ancient tools, some from over 500,000 years ago. And this is Nick's great-grandfather, Francis Powell. He bought the caves in 1903 and opened them up for the public to visit.
It's a very difficult decision, but there's no doubt that my great-grandfather created something amazing. My grandfather continued that. My father brought it forward, and we've taken it to another level. And it will be nice to see somebody else doing it. It just won't be a member of our family.
Plenty of period features, minimalist space, plenty of history. Nice constant temperature, 14 degrees.
Estate agent Matt Bettersworth has the job of selling the caves.
We obviously sell commercial and residential property, but we certainly haven't sold any caves before. It's very unusual.
It's a challenging time for tourism and hospitality. How difficult will it be to sell something like this?
Yes, there are some short-term challenges in the hospitality industry, but anyone looking at this business, it's year-round. It's weather independent, that anyone looking at the caves will be taking a longer term view.
So is anyone on today's tour tempted to put an offer in? £2.5 million?
Sounds quite cheap for it, but I think if I had £2.5 million, I'd spend it on something else.
Yeah, well, I'm an ex-estate agent, so I could tell you, I think we'd struggle to sell this one.
Yeah.
But hasn't it got like original features?
Yeah, original
minimalist?
features. Yeah, minimalist, definitely. So yeah, I'm sure you'd find a buyer at the right price. Everything sells. So yeah.
If prospective buyers aren't sold on the history and heritage of the site, the estate agent is keen to point out that Kent's Cabin is in a desirable suburb of Torquay, within walking distance of local beaches and the town centre. Jenny Kumar, BBC News.
So Mike's on the sofa at 7:34, and there's
Morning.
there's a lot going on, isn't there? In sport generally, because it's kind of the end of a lot of things.
That's right. A lot of finals, a lot
Yes.
of matches that can decide teams' fates for the whole season.
Yeah.
That's certainly the case in the Premier League, and it's not just a case of supporting and watching your own team this weekend. You're also relying on other teams
to not do
help
so
you.
well. Yeah.
Yes. So, for example, today Manchester City can actually be crowned champions if Nottingham Forest were to beat Arsenal, and then Manchester City play Chelsea tomorrow. But they wouldn't need to do any more if Forest win. But at the bottom, first of all, a lot of teams are going to be watching Everton, hoping that if you don't support Everton, hoping that Wolves do you a favour if you're a Leicester fan or a Leeds fan or a Nottingham Forest fan. That's where we're going to start, actually, with Everton, because they get to go first this weekend. They're just a point above the relegation zone and are away at Wolves this afternoon. And with Bournemouth to come on the last day of the season, you'd have to say Everton's run-in looks comparatively less demanding than their rivals, but that isn't writing off the teams who are safe and on paper, like Wolves and Bournemouth, have little to play for.
You know, we can't overthink them. They've got their own reason for doing whatever they do, whatever they choose to do, whether they're relaxed, whether they're not relaxed, and all that kind of business. But we can't guarantee that. We always make the players aware of the opposition. They should know a lot about these opposition now anyway in the Premier League. But we always make them well aware. And yet again, we've got to continue the way that we're going about it, because it's been, as I said, I think the form and the feel of the group has been good in the last three games. And I think that's important going into the next two. But the next one being the most important, which is Wolves.
Now, another big issue to be settled is who finishes in the top four and the Champions League places. Liverpool are still clinging to the hope that either Newcastle or Manchester United will slip up in that race. They host Aston Villa today, and it promises to be an emotional day as well at Anfield, with four players, James Milner, Roberto Firmino, Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain and Naby Keita, all leaving when their contracts expire next month.
One chapter will be closed, and we can start writing a new one. That's good as well for them and for us. But they will be never forgotten from us, from 100% not. And I will be forever thankful to them, because, how I said, without them, nothing would have happened. They were super important in all what they did, and that's the farewell they deserve.
Now, it's going to be an all-South Yorkshire final in the playoffs to decide who is promoted from League One to the Championship. This is after Barnsley beat Bolton in the second leg of their semi-final, cheered on by their home crowd. Liam Kitching scored the only goal of the game to send Barnsley through 2-1 in aggregate. So they will meet Sheffield Wednesday in the final at Wembley. Wednesday, the comeback kings after what they did on Thursday against Peterborough. Bolton, though, now face a third successive season in the third tier in League One. Partick Thistle won the first leg of their Scottish Premiership playoff semi-final against Ayr United 3-0. So they'll play again next week. And then the winners will play the team second from bottom in the Premiership for a place in the top division next season. Meanwhile, Annan Athletic have been promoted to the third tier of Scottish football for the first time in their history. They beat Clyde 2-1 to win 5-2 over both legs to replace Clyde in League One. Let's move on to the golf. It's very tight at the top of the leaderboard at the USPGA Championship. Scotty Scheffler, Victor Hovland and Corey Connors share the lead at 5 under par in Rochester, upstate New York. But how about Callum Tarrant? Yes, in his third ever major, the Darlington man is tied 6th, just 3 shots off the lead. Now, he was tied 31st at the US Open in 2022 and missed the cut in 2019. He's the highest British player on the leaderboard heading into round 3. Rory McIlroy, though, had another mixed round, still struggling to find his best form, but he turned it around on the 9th, hitting the first of his 3 birdies in the round, and then from this point on, no bogeys. So that was good news for him, better, and McIlroy is level par.
When I held that putt at the last, I looked at the board, I'm like, I can't believe I'm 5 back. So I guess that's a good thing, because I know if I can get it in play off the tee, That's the key to my success over the weekend. If I can get the ball and play off the tee, I'll have a shot.
Now, just over a week to go, the Giro d'Italia, still Britain's Geraint Thomas. That remains 2 seconds clear in the lead, the overall lead after 13 stages of this race. The Grand Tour of Italy, bad weather saw yesterday's stage cut from 123 miles to just 46. Actually, they might have spent more time on their team buses because of the weather than their bikes. Colombia's Ida Rubio claimed the first stage victory of his career. Thomas, though, finished 9th, crucially just ahead of his race rival, Primož Roglic. It's finals time in European Rugby Union with all eyes on Dublin. And in today's Champions Cup final, Leinster will be hoping to fare better against French opposition than Glasgow Warriors did last night against Toulon in the Challenge Cup. The French side emphatically beat the Warriors 43-19 in the final in Dublin. Italian legend Sergio Felice scoring the second of Toulon's 6 tries on his last European appearance before he retires at the end of the season. It was Toulon's first Challenge Cup success at their 5th attempt. And talking of Dublin, what a night it is. What a weekend it is in Dublin. You've got the finals and then this. Boxer Katie Taylor's long-awaited homecoming fight in Ireland tonight when she takes on Chantel Cameron in Dublin. It'll be the first time in boxing history that 2 undisputed champions have met, with Taylor stepping up, you see, from lightweight to challenge Cameron for her super lightweight titles. Now, should Taylor win, she would have the unique distinction of becoming the first undisputed champion in 2 weight division. What an atmosphere it is there. Coming on there to the weigh-in with the violinists playing Drunken Sailor. Oh, I was listening to Steve Bunch yesterday. He said it was like all your nights in Benidorm rolled into one. Just the atmosphere, the music, the partying because of the rugby finals. And
yeah, and I'll tell you, there's real symbolism of the event happening at all, isn't it? The boxing event, because so few have been allowed to happen.
That's right.
Because of the so-called troubles and everything. Yeah. It's all been caught up.
And this is breaking new ground, as I say, because of the step up in weights for Katie Taylor. And this unique chance to make a bit of history tonight.
Mike, thank you very much. Lots to look forward to in the sport. Thank you.
20 minutes to 8 is the time. Good morning. Now, a man who was abandoned at birth by his parents because of a facial deformity has written a book to help other people who have visible differences.
John O'Lancaster was born with Treacher-Collins syndrome, was later adopted and found happiness, but it wasn't always easy. He's been telling us his story.
So I sat down and read these notes, and the language was horrible. You know, it goes on to state that my birth parents were horrified by my my appearance. It says that my birth parents, left 36 hours after I was born. That was hard. So my name's John O'Lancaster, born and bred in West Yorkshire. I was born with a condition called Treacher-Collins, which affects appearance. I don't have any cheating, so my eyes appear the way they are. I call them my little Bart Simpson ears. So I met Jean, who fostered me at 2 weeks old, and she adopted me when I was 5. And throughout that entire process, she fostered other children, all with different disabilities. Looking back at high school, I have so many amazing memories, but behind those moments, there was me trying my best to fit in. The older kids would pull their eyes down. They would sing or make chants up about myself. As I got older and people started getting into relationships, that kind of didn't really happen for me. And that's when I developed so much hate on my face. I wanted to hurt them as much as I was hurting. I was in a really, really dark, angry place when I thought about my birth parents. I wanted to reach out to them to let them know that I was okay and I was happy. So we wrote a letter, and then a couple of weeks later we got a letter back, and it simply said, "We do not wish any contact. Further attempts will be ignored," and both of them had signed it. Being rejected by those 2 people again, it hurts. Years ago, I was asked to do a school talk, and I'm stood in the playground, and a couple of kids came running over, and they're like, Jono, can you show us your hearing aid? And they're like, Jono, I live with my grandparents. Jono, I don't know my mum and dad. Jono, I get bullied because of X, Y, Z. Right there in that playground, I was like, I need to do more of this. Over the last 2 years, I've been working on my very first book, Not All Heroes Wear Capes. And it's about the heroes that I met in my life. And ultimately, I became my own biggest hero. Truth is, my life has been full of a lot of love and a lot of adventure.
Jono Lancaster sharing his story there, and thank you to Jono for doing that, because it makes a massive difference when you have a visible difference to talk about it, make clear that, you know, despite people's kind of wrong ideas, that people can come through, absolutely live full lives and show and set themselves as a great example.
Yeah, and telling his own story there in his own words. Let's see, time now. Well, it's just come at 7:45 on Saturday morning for you. Matt's going to have a look at this image with us. Matt, cast your expert eye over this lovely shot of central London and Westminster in the foreground there. If I were to hazard a guess, Matt, I'd be saying a little hazy. A little hazy. What is that? What am I looking at?
It is a little bit hazy, but you've got some grey skies there as well. That's from some low stratocumulus and stratus clouds that formed during the night into the morning. They will clear, though. It is going to brighten up quite nicely across the southeast corner, as it will do in much of England and Wales, as it will here in Bradford. There's fog, also a problem for some. Very misty and murky just outside Bradford at the moment. But let me just to show you, there is some sunshine there for England and Wales. Southport looking a good deal brighter. Most of England and Wales will be under skies like this as we go through towards lunchtime. The exception, though, to this story will be across parts of Scotland and Northern Ireland. The cloud here is a little bit high. It's from a weather front, which will sit in place and not move a great deal through the day. It's producing some rain or drizzle at the moment, admittedly, and there'll be another one coming through tonight into tomorrow. But they just stall across Scotland, Northern Ireland. High pressure further south keeps them at bay, and that's why England and Wales will always be a good deal sunnier. So as we go through the day, that low cloud, the mist and fog across England and Wales will clear. Blue skies for many, a bit of fair weather cloud coming across some southern counties. Scotland, Northern Ireland, it's what brighten up for one or two of you. The patchy rain or drizzle we'll have at the moment fades, but later on, western Scotland and the western Northern Ireland will see some heavier bursts of rain arrive. All that stops the UV levels from being too high, but we're only a month away from the peak in the sun's strength. So pretty high UV levels if you're out anyway at the time today in the sun. Bear it in mind. And across England and Wales, the highest of the temperatures with that sunshine up to around 2021 in the west. Cool along the eastern coast of the breeze and cool in Scotland, Northern Ireland, where tonight we'll see the cloud thicken again and some further rain. Some heavier bursts of rain, in fact, tonight to take us into tomorrow morning. But it will be a reasonably mild night here with that cloud in place, temperatures sticking in double figures. Clear skies again for England and Wales and a cool start to tomorrow, 3 to 5 degrees in some rural areas. So here we go, your Sunday forecast. Scotland, Northern Ireland, cloud, outbreaks of rain to begin with, becoming lighter and patchy through the day. Into the north and west, it will brighten up, some more sunshine here tomorrow. England and Wales, still some good sunny spells for many, but a bit more cloud in northern England. The chance of some sea fog close to eastern coast and East Anglia, southern counties of England, slightly more cloud than today, but still some sunny spells. And temperatures up to 21 or 22. And as we go through Sunday into Monday, we will see that area of high pressure continue to hold on. Another weather front gets close to northern Scotland, bringing cloud and the chance of a few showers, but actually most of Monday will be dry, good sunny spells, and it's going to be quite a pleasant day once again. Strong sunshine overhead, feeling nice in that sunshine, less of a breeze for some across some central southern parts of England and Wales. And indeed, we continue with a dry story through much of this coming week. Naga, Chan, back to you both.
Matt, thank you.
It's 13 minutes to 8. It is time for this week's News Watch. We'll be back with the headlines at 8.
Hello and welcome to News Watch with me, Samira Ahmed. The Eurovision Song Contest is known for its extravagant and over-the-top style, but did BBC News go over the top itself in reporting on the event? And was the launch of a new video game a genuine news event or an excuse for a promotional plug? First, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex were back in the news on Wednesday and, not for the first time, prompted a divided response among the audience. A spokesperson for the couple said they had experienced a near catastrophic car chase in New York the previous night when being pursued by paparazzi. Royal correspondent Nicholas Witchell gave his analysis to Sophie Rayworth on the News at 6.
Well, Sophie, clearly something happened. Something worrying and I'm sure alarming if you were at the centre of it. I think the question is, was it really on the scale and of the seriousness as depicted in this perhaps rather vivid and breathless statement from the Sussex's spokesman? A near catastrophic car chase, a relentless pursuit by a ring of paparazzi lasting for more than 2 hours. That doesn't appear to be being substantiated by what we are now starting to hear from the New York Police Department.
Some people thought the BBC was showing too much scepticism towards the Sussexes and their version of events, with Mirabel accusing it of sneering, snidey personal attacks on Harry and Meghan. But others had a different perspective, with Chris Riches recording this video for us.
Hello, BBC. I wanted to talk on the sensationalist reporting of Harry's alleged chase through New York this week. It seems to me that in the panic to report a story here, you've actually forgotten the BBC's editorial guidelines. If the story was about a near-death chase, then where was the independent corroboration and where are the facts? But if the story is about reporting Harry saying something, then it just seems like you are dancing to the tune of this attention seeker. Come on, BBC, you can do better than that.
Well, we asked BBC News for their response to those contrasting views, and they told us, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex are subjects of great interest to many of our audiences, and we judged that the incident on Wednesday was of significance given the couple's relationship with the media and the fate of the Duke's late mother. Our coverage made plain what was and wasn't known about the events in Manhattan and the varying accounts of the incident given by those involved, in line with our editorial guidelines. As these viewer comments demonstrate, this is a topic which attracts very different reactions. Last Friday saw the launch of a new video game made by Nintendo, The Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom, and its release featured on BBC One's news bulletins that day.
Around the world, fans have queued through the night to get their hands on Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom.
I 100% believe that this game is going to be like nothing anybody's ever seen.
Everyone's excited about it because it's like, how do you follow up like a masterpiece, basically?
Critically hailed as a work of art, and with the previous Zelda title grossing over £1 billion, financial and audience expectations for Tears of the Kingdom are very high indeed.
Dawn Cannell was watching that and had this response. Just watching BBC News at 6 and saw what was tantamount to an advert for Zelda. How much did Nintendo pay for the privilege? You were telling us how popular it is, the theme of the game, and how it is out in the shops now as people queued round the block to buy it. You even had a guy saying how great it is. There is no way that this can be described as news rather than an advert. We put that charge to BBC News and they told us. Gaming is now a huge industry with a big cultural impact, and this was a high-profile and eagerly anticipated launch. Our report was intended to illustrate this rather than to promote the game. We're happy to assure you that no one pays for coverage on BBC News. For its many fans, the Eurovision Song Contest is an annual excuse to relish some extreme costumes, both on and off stage, bizarre dance routines, and sometimes surreal lyrics. So when the competition came to Liverpool last week, there was much to look forward to for the devotees, and there was a feature on the news bulletins for them to enjoy on Monday.
Welcome to Liverpool, and one word, as you can see, is everywhere.
And on Tuesday.
If glitter, flags and non-stop Finnish Eurovision techno isn't your thing, be grateful you didn't book a seat in coaches D and E today.
On Wednesday.
In the fan zone, the party has continued.
Fantastic. Everyone's been so welcoming. It's just fun.
Yeah, colourful, vibrant. Yeah, everybody's friendly. Yeah, great atmosphere.
And on Thursday,
a synth metal Eurovision loving rock god. What's brought you here? You've told them, haven't you? I've told them this will be your drink.
On Friday, Jane Hill co-presented the 6 and 10 o'clock news from Liverpool.
Tonight at 6, the party is underway here in Liverpool on the eve of the Eurovision Song Contest, hosting on behalf of Ukraine.
By Saturday afternoon, the imminent start of the final was breaking news on the news channel.
It's those two broadcasters working together to deliver what is the best show on planet Earth.
Daniel, how is it that you're not able to dance to a Eurovision classic that is playing in the background? We're talking Waterloo and ABBA here, and that's better.
Well, let's see if that sense of excitement was shared by 2 viewers who contacted us this week, Mark Bradbury and Deborah Bardsley. Thank you both for coming on Newswatch. So, Deborah, did all that coverage get you excited about Eurovision?
I'm sorry, but it didn't. There was so much all the time that I actually got fed up with seeing that yet again there was another comment about Eurovision when it hadn't happened. If I'd wanted to follow the actual programmes specifically aimed at it, they were available on BBC One. I could have chosen to go there, but it felt as though every news bulletin spent far too long concentrating on what was going to be happening. So it wasn't even news. It was an event in looming rather than real news when there's so many other things happening in the UK and around the world.
What were some of the other stories that you thought perhaps might have got neglected as a result?
Well, it was the fact that anything that seemed to be important, you didn't get it in the headlines. You really had to keep going back. I know I'm talking about a week ago now and things have moved on, but there's always been problems in Ukraine with Russia knowing that there was the attention on Eurovision, but also the floods and other natural disasters that people needed to get the message out, and we weren't hearing it.
Mark, I suppose people might say it was a big event, and to host it in Liverpool, and it is linked in its own way to the war in Ukraine. Was there not a news value in having all that coverage?
Well, there was some sense of having a news value, and it clearly showcased an event of the UK and to support Ukraine at the same time is probably a good thing. But I'm in complete agreement with Deborah. I think that it was disproportionate to the amount of other international and national events which were going on and issues which we all face daily. And especially where breakfast news was concerned, Monday to Friday, especially with the lead up Thursday and Friday, I thought it was complete excessive. And to an extent, lazy journalism, because it's quite easy just to give time to the events and that, not really pay attention to the bigger issues that affect us daily. And I just think that it was disproportionate and excessive at times. And it created, in general, a news blackout of the amount of excessive time that was given to the subject.
Yeah. Right, I'm going to read you both the statement that the BBC's given us in response to the many concerns we've had from viewers like yourselves. So here it is. Eurovision this year was particularly special for Liverpool, the United Kingdom, and the BBC, as the event was hosted on behalf of Ukraine. We know Eurovision isn't to everyone's taste, but there was great interest from viewers in the run-up to the event. And on the night of the final, around 11 million people tuned in, the biggest ever TV audience for Eurovision in the UK. The semi-finals and run-up also attracted large audiences. The coverage did not prevent us from reporting on a range of significant political, economic, world and health stories throughout the week. Deborah first, what do you make of that response?
Well, I fully agree. Having the coverage on BBC One of the semi-finals and the finals, that's what's expected. But I didn't expect it to spill over onto the news channel, for instance. The day before, they spent 20 minutes or so just talking to people who were there and saying, "Are you excited?" Well, they'd chosen to go to Liverpool to be excited, but that wasn't news. And it was the lead item at 7 o'clock. I think it was about 20 minutes. That is going above and beyond. And I think the statement highlights it. It's saying it's important for Ukraine, Eurovision, and the BBC. And okay, I could have gone elsewhere for the news, but I'm used to getting impartial BBC coverage.
On BBC News Channel, absolutely. Thank you, Deborah. Yeah, Mark, what about your thoughts on the BBC response?
Again, with the situation in Ukraine and obviously the UK supporting Ukraine and hosting the events of the competition and that within the United Kingdom was an opportunity, as I've already highlighted, to showcase what Liverpool's got to offer, to increase its economic output in terms of tourism and things of that nature. But in essence, I think I can't recall a year when the Eurovision Song Contest has taken so much front and centre out of the news topics of the day, and like I suggested before, created a real situation where there's been a news blackout. And from my mind, I think Eurovision has been a little bit tongue-in-cheek over the years. It got very, very serious very quickly, highlighting the plight of the Ukraine and that. And I don't think it's a particularly balanced approach to things in general.
Can I thank you both, Mark Bradbury and Deborah Bardsley? Thank you for coming on Newswatch. Thank you for all your comments this week. If you want to share your opinions about what you see or hear on BBC News, on TV, radio, online and social media, email newswatch@bbc.co.uk, or you can find us on Twitter @newswatchbbc. You can call us on 0370 010 6676 and do have a look at previous interviews on our website, bbc.co.uk/newswatch. That's all from us. We'll be back to hear your thoughts about BBC News coverage again next week. Goodbye.
Radio 1's Big Weekend is coming to Dundee. Lewis Capaldi, Wet Leg, Arlo Parks, the Jonas Brothers, and many more. Let's take you closer to the music. Radio 1's Big Weekend starts Friday across the BBC.
Good morning, welcome to Breakfast with Naga Manchetti and Charlie State.
Our headlines today. The United States backs supplying fighter jets to Ukraine for its war against Russia. President Zelensky says it's an historic decision.
The announcement was made at the G7 summit in Japan and welcomed by international leaders, including Prime Minister Rishi Sunak.
A man in his 30s is killed in a dog attack near Wigan. We'll talk to a leading expert in canine behaviour.
Good morning in sport. Destiny's calling in the Premier League. 2 of the 4 teams battling to avoid relegation could lose their battle to stay up this weekend.
And tributes to the Smiths bassist Andy Rourke, who's died. Band's drummer Mike Joyce says he was a musical genius.
He never saw himself as a great bass player because it was so effortless for him and so easy for him. He just put the bass on and magic would happen.
And in weather, whilst there'll be plenty of strong sunshine for England and Wales this weekend, Scotland, Northern Ireland always will be a bit cloudier with some rain at times. I'll have your full forecast though right here on Breakfast.
Good morning. It's Saturday, the 20th of May. In the last half hour, Ukraine's President Zelensky landed in Japan to meet world leaders at the G7 summit.
His arrival comes after a decision by the United States to allow Western allies to provide F-16 fighter jets to Ukraine. Prime Minister Rishi Sunak has given his backing to the announcement. Our diplomatic correspondent James Landau reports from Kyiv.
This is a war of attrition, one where soldiers like these Ukrainian servicemen near Bakhmut sit in their trenches and fire mortars at Russian positions along front lines that often do not move for months. President Zelensky, who's visited a summit of Arab leaders in Saudi Arabia, knows what he thinks could help end the relative stalemate, and he doesn't have enough of it.
We do not have missiles as our enemy has. We have less air power.
For months, he's toured world capitals with a simple request. Here he was at Westminster in February, giving the speaker a pilot's helmet.
On the helmet reads, "We have freedom. Give us wings to protect it."
This is what he wants. F-16 fighter jets like these flown by the Polish Air Force. Modern warplanes that can give Ukraine greater control of the skies. Some European countries are ready to give some of theirs to Ukraine, but they're all made by the United States. And that means that President Biden, who's at the G7 summit in Japan, needs to give his permission first. He's been reluctant, fearing it could escalate the war. But now his officials say the US will help train Ukrainian pilots and will not stop European countries donating some F-16s. This comes after concerted pressure from European leaders, including Rishi Sunak, who earlier this week promised President Zelensky to gather international support for getting Ukraine the air power it needed. But training pilots and delivering planes will take many, many months, so they're unlikely to play any role in Ukraine's coming counter-offensive. But this decision does send a strong signal to Moscow that Western allies are determined to support this country militarily for a long time to come. For now, though, in places like Bakhmut, the fighting continues as both sides wait for Ukrainian commanders to decide when to launch their long-expected assault. James Landau, BBC News, Kyiv.
Yes, we speak to James now, who's in Kyiv for us. Very good morning to James. We know President Zelensky is now at the G7 summit. That's important. It's symbolic. Tell us a bit more about what difference this decision by the US could make on the ground and what you've witnessed just in the past 24 hours in terms of what is actually happening.
The impact of this will be felt in the long term, not the short term, because it's going to take time to train those pilots. It's going to take time for countries to decide which aircraft should be given where, how, and when. So I don't think we're going to see evidence of this quickly on the battlefield of Ukraine. What I think we'll see, though, is just a continued sense of, we'll see this today when President Zelensky holds meetings with world leaders in Japan, is it's part of that whole package of trying to send a very clear message to Moscow that the Western alliance remains resolute and the Western alliance will remain committed to supporting this country militarily for a long time. It's all part of a continuum. Last week, President Zelensky did a grand tour of European capitals, sending the same sort of message. He's going to give the same message at the G7. There's a big NATO summit coming up shortly in the next couple of months. It's all trying to convince Moscow that, look, the West is not going to go away. Moscow is banking on something else. They are hoping that the West will fracture, that it will get tired, that it will no longer want to give military support. The aim of the decision that's been made is to try and counter that argument.
James, for the moment, thank you.
We'll be talking to our Japan correspondent, Shaima Khalil, who's also at the G7 summit in Hiroshima shortly.
Time now is 5 minutes past 8. Votes in Northern Ireland's local elections are still being counted, with Sinn Féin making strong gains.
The party is on course at this rate to replace the Democratic Unionists as the largest force in local government. Our Ireland correspondent, Chris Page, is at Belfast City Hall. Chris, good morning to you. So these results do take some time to come through.
Yes, that's right, Naga. Official results still to come for about a third of the 462 council seats being contested. But the story of this election is becoming clear, and that is the surge of Sinn Féin, the Irish Republican Party, whose ultimate aim is to take Northern Ireland out of the UK and join it with the Republic of Ireland. So let me just give you an idea of what some of the morning newspapers here in Belfast are saying. The Irish News, Sinn Féin on course to be largest party in council. The Belfast Telegraph, Sinn Féin in frame to top poll. And the Northern Ireland edition of the Daily Mirror puts it this way, the headline summing it all up, Win Féin. So the Democratic Unionist Party looks set to slip into second place overall. However, its overall vote is holding up quite steadily. So what many people in Northern Ireland are asking about the outcome of these local government elections is what implications they could have for the future of the devolved government. The DUP has been vetoing the formation of a power-sharing executive at Stormont, in effect for 15 months now, in protest against Brexit trading arrangements for Northern Ireland. So the fact that Sinn Féin have been successful, that the DUP's vote is by and large remaining the same compared with a few years ago, and that the likes of the Cross Community Alliance Party are making gains. There's been no big breakthrough for a more hardline unionist party. All that points towards an increased likelihood, many commentators would say, that there could be a restoration of Stormont in the coming months. One other bit of history being made, Lewis Boyle is Northern Ireland's youngest ever elected representative, winning a seat for the Alliance Party at the age of 18. Perfect preparation, you could say, for his politics A-level paper, which he's sitting in just a few days.
Okay, Chris, thanks very much for that. Chris Page there for us.
An HRT drug for women going through the menopause is being limited due to rising demand. Pharmacists are being told to dispense only 2 months' worth of utrogestrone capsules. The order was issued by the Department of Health, which says it will ensure more women can continue to access the medication they need.
Protesters will take part in a mass paddle at 12 bathing spots across the UK today to demonstrate against the discharging of sewage into the sea. It comes after water companies in England apologised for repeated sewage spills, of which there were 300,000 last year.
Nebraska has become the latest US state to ban abortion after 12 weeks of pregnancy, with limited exceptions. The bill also bans gender-altering surgery and restricts hormone therapy and puberty-blocking drugs for transgender people under the age of 19.
Thousands of people didn't vote in England's local elections as they didn't have the correct ID. This according to council data collected by the BBC.
Let's take you through some of the details. Information from 160 of 230 councils where elections were held shows that more than 26,000 voters were denied ballot papers at polling stations.
And of these, around 16,500 people came back later with an ID and could vote, but more than 9,500 didn't return.
Let's speak to our political correspondent, Leila Nathu, who joins us now. Morning to you, Leila. Just take us, we've had a look at some of those numbers. Why does this matter? Why is it significant?
Morning, Charlie. Well, these figures give us the first indication, really, of the impact of this new requirement to carry photo ID to elections, things like a passport or driving licence, or you could have applied for a special certificate. So these local elections across England a couple of weeks ago were the first real test of this policy. Now, when the government introduced this requirement, it said that it was required because to counter voter fraud. Now, critics didn't really think this was a big problem and actually said, look, it's going to have the effect of excluding people and preventing people who don't have the right ID from voting. So now we are getting the first signs from councils who are starting to publish data on the numbers of people who have been turned away at those elections a couple of weeks ago. As you say, around 10,000 people ultimately didn't vote. Some were turned away, came back with the right ID, but 10,000 people around didn't end up voting. Now, quite a small proportion of the total voter base, but ultimately still there were 10,000 odd people who got up, made the effort to go out and vote and didn't get to do it. Really important to understand the impact of this new policy. The Elections Watchdog is going to publish its own analysis. These figures aren't the complete picture, but really important for everyone to get across these new requirements because they are going to be in place at the next general election, which is expected next year.
Leila, thank you.
11 minutes past 8. We understand that President Zelensky, Ukraine's president, has recently landed in Japan for the G7 summit, which is being held in Hiroshima. Our Japan correspondent, Shaima Khalil, is there. And Shaima, let's make clear, we know that Ukraine's not a member of the G7, but the conversation is very, very much based on what is happening there in Ukraine with its war against Russia.
Good morning, Naga. Yeah, Ukraine is not a member of the G7, but Ukraine is at the heart of this G7 summit. Since it started, it has dominated the conversation here, the Russian aggression against Ukraine and, of course, China as well. But now I was just looking, just before I came to speak to you, I was just looking at pictures of him arriving on a Chinese, on a French government plane, coming out of the plane really quickly, just enough time for us to clock him, to see him, and then he got out of the car. And then we've been seeing pictures of his convoy actually making way in Hiroshima. We've also been hearing choppers hovering over us, which has to do with him through Hiroshima. This is a very significant moment for the Ukrainian leader and for the city of Hiroshima. Remember, the symbolism of having the G7 summit in Hiroshima has been quite poignant, really. This is a city that knows firsthand, has lived through the devastation of an atomic bomb at a time when there's a lot of nuclear rhetoric happening with Russia and its aggression against Ukraine. And of course, President Zelensky arrives a happier leader because he's finally gotten wanted in terms of air support. He's gotten a promise of F-16 jets, pilots, stations to have here. He's going to stand in the world stage of his country's story, but also again ask for more pledges of sustained support. He might also be meeting Narendra Modi, the Indian Prime Minister. That's going to be an interesting meeting because, of course, he's another big leader, but he stands on the opposite side when it comes to Russia. And India has maintained very strong relationships with Russia. It continues to buy Russian oil. So it'll be very interesting to see how those two leaders communicate and what they agree on.
Shaima, thanks so much. Shaima Khalil there, our Japan correspondent.
Saturday morning, you're watching BBC Breakfast. Maybe out doing stuff today. In which case, Matt will have news for you. Is that the picture you're painting for us there? We got blue skies. Is it going to be warm?
It will be for England and Wales, Charlie. Yeah, a bit of a split today. Not going to be the same exactly everywhere, but sunshine overhead. Get the sun cream with yourself as well, because that's the story of England and Wales. Even after we've had some mist and fog this morning, Scotland, Northern Ireland, though, there will be more cloud around, but even here, a little bit of brightness at times. And it all shows up on our weather watcher shots so far this morning. This is the view on the south coast. Lovely day for a day by the beach in Poole, even if the sea is a little bit on the chilly side. Sea, even chilly, of course, the other side of the country in Scotland, but there will be a lot more cloud around. But even here, even with that cloud in place, you can see there are breaks. There will be glimmers of brightness here and there. It's not going to be completely wall-to-wall grey. The view, though, from space, just first of all, this is the area cloud, which will bring more intense rain in Italy, Corsica, Sardinia through today. This is a strip of cloud looking for a grey start across much of Northern Ireland. The clear skies, England, Wales, though, has led to mist and fog around. That will continue to clear over the next few hours. There'll still be patchy cloud across some southern counties of England through to the breeze here coming off the North Sea. But for most, it's going to be a day of sunshine. Some brighter breaks in Scotland, Northern Ireland. The patchy rain that does we have fades into the west later on. That all dampens down UV levels, of course, but with those clearer skies across England and Wales, high UV levels for the vast majority this time of year and Northern Ireland. And it's here tonight, the cloud thickens up, outbreaks of rain, which become heavy at times, more widespread than we've got this morning, phasing a little bit as we go into tomorrow morning, but keeping the temperatures up. It'll be a cold night here. Temperatures in double figures, whereas a chilly start tomorrow morning for England and Wales. 3 to 5 across some rural areas. Not as much mist and fog tomorrow, although we will see more cloud towards that southeast corner, and there could be a few patches of sea fog towards North Sea coast later. Scotland, Northern Ireland, lots of cloud around. Outbreaks of rain to begin with, becoming lighter and patchy as we go through the day, and there'll be a bit more sunshine to the north and west as we go into tomorrow afternoon. Temperatures again, generally around the low to mid-teens, but for England and Wales, highest in the west. 21, 22 degrees. So your weekend is a bit of a split. We even things out a bit more into Monday. Ridge of high pressure building in. Weak weather front, those close to Scotland, Northern Ireland, so always a bit more cloudy. The chance of a few showers, maybe into the far north of England too, but that'll be well broken cloud at times, so a bit more sunshine. Sunny spells continue for England and Wales. Breeziest through East Anglia and the southeast. Temperatures through Wales, the southwest, should creep up a little bit more. And through this coming week, if you do have any plans with high pressure very close by throughout, the emphasis is on dry weather. So we finished spring, what has been a pretty dull and wet spring for many parts of England and Wales especially, but certainly sunshine more widespread, just a touch of rain in the far north of Scotland. Jan, back to you.
Thanks, Matt.
17 minutes past 8 is the time. Police continue to investigate a dog attack near Wigan in which a 37-year-old man died.
Jonathan Hogg, who was described by his family as sensitive and kind, was mauled on Thursday night and later died of his injuries in hospital.
Now, the incident reflects a growing number of fatal dog attacks, which happened around 3 times a year in England and Wales for most of the last decade. Well, that number rose to 10 deadly attacks last year, and there have been at least 4 fatal incidents so far this year, with the attack in Lee following ones in Caterham, Milton Keynes and Derby.
So let's speak now to dog behaviour specialist Colin Tennant. Colin, very good morning to you. I mean, the first thing we need to say here is that this is a tragedy that's happened to one family, isn't it?
Yes, and I've spoken about this in the last 12 months quite a lot on different types of media. And it's worrying to all the canine and feline behaviour associations, behaviourists that work all over Britain, including that area, because we deal with dogs which are aggressive. Yes, it is very concerning, and it's bad for the image of dogs, and I love dogs, and most of us love dogs. But but it is specifically for one core of people, and that's the issue in my view.
Now, just explain to people, because to do with your role, you are in court, are you not, sometimes? And you've seen firsthand the stories we're talking about. When these tragedies happen, you've seen the breeds that are involved and, of course, the people who are involved.
Yes. And it's in the Dangerous Dogs Act, when the police are discerning whether a dog is of type, meaning like a pit bull terrier before they seize it, I actually conclude that the people we're dealing with are of type, which is actually not in the Act, just for dogs. Of the hundreds of interviews I've conducted over the last 30 or more years, with few exceptions, it's always the same type of person I'm dealing with. To date, I've never dealt with a female owner of a dog or of this type of group of people. It's always been young males, which most of us are very aware of. And they have a mental attitude towards these bull breeds. I'm using that in an inclusive term because they have various crosses. And it's to do with culture, it's to do with image, and the dog, unfortunately, our beautiful dogs, are just an accessory for them to propel their masculinity, however you want to describe it, onto other people by having a larger dog that, in their view, is aggressive. And they go out of the way to make the dogs aggressive. So as an example, when we all get puppies, we all tend to go to hobbyist training classes where we learn the basics and so forth, or we train the dogs ourselves if we're experienced. This group of people don't do that. They don't want the dogs to be sociable. And by the time the dogs get to 6 months, they miss out on that critical window of socialization with people and with dogs. And unfortunately, that can't be repaired so well later on. But, you know, in their image, they want a dog. You know, when I'm working in London, I see them pulling on leads or on these big glorified harnesses. And they want people to see them with this big dog. In a word, it's an accessory like a knife, you know, the bigger the knife that they carry, the kind of more glamorous the car that they're driving in. Unfortunately, dogs are just another accessory. But then, when these dogs are sold, or they can't manage them, they often then sell them to other people who don't know the history, and then suddenly we have an attack, like the child in Milton Keynes.
Okay, so Colin, help us with this. I mean, a lot of people will see the imagery and they'll think they've seen the people and the dogs that you're talking about. But in the same breath, they have done nothing wrong according to the law, have they? They bought a dog. They're allowed this. The dog the breed is not banned. What can you do to preclude the owners you're talking about having a dog like that and not treating the dog properly in order to avoid these things happening?
Well, first of all, if you take a dog off somebody else, you're still, under the Dangerous Dogs Act, responsible as the keeper of the owner. So you can still be prosecuted, even if you only had the dog 1 hour. So you're still responsible in law just because you bought a dog with an unknown past. With regards to how do you prevent it, well, this is the $1 million question. I've given up saying education because this group of people who own these type of dogs are not interested in education. They're interested in their image amongst their social group. They want something that's aggressive or appears aggressive. I mean, they don't walk around with Labradors. They specifically choose, and originally it came from America with the rap culture from America, with the various rappers with these big bull breeds at the sides with all their jewelry on. That's when it came into Britain, and it is a status. It's a status symbol.
And Colin, can I just make the point that, you know, there will be people maybe watching you right now who are responsible owners of the kind of breeds you're talking about, who'll be thinking, you know, you can own these dogs. You can own them and they can be trained properly. And that's also a reality. The two things can both be true, can't they?
Of course, I mean, in the 80s and 90s, I trained probably well over 150 bull breeds in central London, in Regent's Park, Primrose Hill, Hyde Park. And it was so rare to hear somebody saying a Staffordshire Bull Terrier had attacked a dog or a person. It was just unheard of. These are the same dogs. There are some modifications taking place over that time period. And the two big differences, the type of owner who's buying the dog, so the person who's buying the dog are different, and they're now selectively and unnaturally breeding from dogs that they deem are more aggressive, more pugnacious, more offensive. Now, that wasn't done in the 80s, 90s, and 2000s. That is being done now. We call them backyard breeders. Of course, if you go around Britain, most of the Staffordshire Terriers you see are owned by, dare I use the word, normal people. They're not aggressive. They are nice dogs. In actual fact, often bull breeds are one of the most sensitive dogs with people.
Colin, can I just ask you, given your level of expertise, can I ask you one last thought, which is sometimes when you hear these stories, and we're not talking about any specific incidents here because we don't know the details of this latest incident, but people do say, there's a line you often hear, which is, my dog has never done this before. You know, it's always been lovely around people. This has never happened before, and then something happens. You must have heard that before.
I've read dozens of statements with that, but I've never found it to be true. I've investigated not just the court issues, but probably 2,000 cases of dog bites on family members, not necessarily serious bites, but dog aggression. And the one line people tell me in a canine behaviour consultation is, he's never done this before. But when I start asking questions, there is always a timeline where the dog, by increment, becomes more aggressive. And they only call the behaviourist when a bite takes place. In other words, the dog may be growling over food, or growling when people come into the house, or growling when they get a new arrival, a baby arrives. And they think the dog will get used to it and will get over it. So there's always a timeline of an increment of aggression or displays of aggression, which gives them ample opportunity to seek help. And of course, the majority of people do seek help. They do contact one of the Canine Behaviour Association's behaviourists, and we do remedy it. We do put the dog on a programme. But again, going back to this group of people, they are the antithesis of that. They don't want any help. They do want the dog to become more aggressive. They want the dog as a threat. That's what they want.
Okay, it's been really interesting talking to you, Colin. Thank you very much. Colin Tennant, who's chairman of the Canine and Feline Behaviour Association.
It's 26 minutes past 8. We're bringing you a story now from the BBC's We Were There series.
So these are interviews with veterans of the Second World War, and today we can hear from 100-year-old Eddie Brown, who's from Bromsgrove in Worcestershire.
Eddie was a dispatch rider who took part in the D-Day landings in Normandy. But as you'll hear, this is definitely a story about love rather than war.
Through it, I'll thank him. I met my wife. We're going tomorrow. So I said to Sergeant Brown, I said, what about my girl? He said, Eddie, I haven't seen you. I haven't spoke to you. Get on your bloody bike and go and say you're leaving her. I got on my bike and went and see her. And she came out. I said, Win, I'm leaving. I said, I don't know where we're going. I've not been told. She said, well, you mean I'm not going to see you again? I said, I'll be back. I'll be back to see you, darling. I'm in that. And about 2 o'clock in the morning, we're all awake and don't know where we were going. Sergeant Brown came around and gave us a 1 franc note, a 1 franc. That's all. Frank, what's this? And one of the big noises, we must be going to bloody France. The place was alight. Boats all in the sea, hundreds and hundreds of them. Heavy gunfire from land to sea. We didn't know then what was going to happen. When I got off the boat, these 2 shells, well, a lot of shells, was in front of me. And I picked them up got the sand out of them, and I put them in my pocket, and I've had them ever since. You didn't know whether you was going to come out of it or not. You didn't think about dying and nothing like that. You just thought, what's going to happen? And you prayed to God that you'd come home. I said to Fritzy, my mate, I'm going to see Win. You're bloody stupid, he said. Yeah, I said, there's an aerodrome just down the road. We went down there. I said, have you got anything going to Croydon tomorrow? So they said, we've got a Dakota going at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. And I dressed myself up very nice and smart. I was going to see Win. Kept you on Tamworth Road, knocked on the door. As she comes to the door, said, you have come back. And I said, but I can't stop. I've got to go back tomorrow. She said, how are you getting back? I don't know. So I went to the docks. The squaddy said, we've got a Corvette going tonight. We had 72 hours, and I used the 72 hours coming to Equity. And get put on charge. And I was put on charge for 2 weeks doing potatoes. Oh. We used to write letters to each other. And I used to number every letter so that you'd know if you missed one. And we got to 300 we did. Come on in 1945 and married her. Oh, I loved her. I fell in love with her from the minute I met her.
Fascinating. And the BBC is trying to gather as many first-hand accounts from surviving veterans of the Second World War as possible to preserve them for future generations.
Yeah, it's so extraordinary when you hear firsthand those accounts, even now after all this time. If you're watching this morning, maybe it's a family friend, a relative, someone who has a tale to tell, you can email BBC Breakfast to get in touch via the BBC News website. These stories are remarkable.
And can I just say, I know a fascinating story and great for Eddie to tell us that. He's 100.
No.
He did not look 100 years old at all.
Amazing. Let's see, time now is...
Being a trainee nurse, it's never been easy. There's a lot to learn and lots of highs and lows to deal with.
So entering the profession in the last few years after the pandemic and during the industrial dispute as well has been very tough.
A new BBC documentary has followed 7 newly qualified nurses in hospitals around Mid and West Wales. We're going to speak to 3 of them. Here's what they've been doing.
I'm about to go and pick up my first ever blue uniform. Very excited. I reserved one, so hopefully I'll still be able to get it. It's been a tough few years. Training through COVID has been easy. Hello. Hi, are you okay? Yes, I just picked up my Band 5 uniform, if that's okay. It's Caitlin. Waiting on your PIN number. Yes, I do have it, yeah. I assume there's no other ones. There isn't at the moment. No, that's okay. Right, so we'll give you a bell then as soon as it comes in. Thank you so much. Right. Thank you. Thanks, bye. Bye. I can't believe it. It's so sad, isn't it? Because it's just a uniform, but oh my god, it's just massive. Oh, it feels scary. Oh, it's so exciting. I do feel like if I thought about it too much, I could cry. But I'm going to subside all that. I'm still working. I'm going to go take it back and I'm going to show Mikey, I think. The first person I'll show, yes. Mikey. Only one uniform, but I mean...
Oh my god, better than none.
I know.
You've still got to try it on slightly with this.
I know, I'm going to be in the mirror. I said to the FaceTime my mum. Oh.
Just got a squeak there from Mikey. Good morning. We're joined by Mikey, the squeaker, Caitlin, both work in the A&E department of Carmarthen Hospital. Jean is with us as well, who works on the stroke unit in Aberystwyth. Good morning.
Good morning.
To you. You just said so exciting, and I'm assuming partly being on the breakfast sofa, but also the job. You just love it. Is it everything you thought it would be?
Oh, I love nursing. I think we all do. We love our job so much. And it's just such an amazing amazing job, and we're so excited to be on the programme and so excited to be on the...
Why did you want to be a nurse?
I want to be a nurse. I think it goes back to when I was born early. I was born at 28 weeks, so I was born 3 months early, and I died a couple of times. I literally, my heart stopped, and I just think when I look back, I just always used to look up to nurses and be so inspired by nurses.
Because your parents told you the story of kind of like how much hard work went into caring for you. Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's a very inspiring story, can I just say. Caitlin, what we all know, looking from the outside, is that it's not an easy job.
No.
And you can do all the training, you're fully equipped, you know what to do, and then there's presumably the day-to-day reality. When you get tired, when you have a particularly difficult day. How is it for you?
Every day is different, you know, but it's such an amazing experience to have all these patients that you're caring for, and you see something different every day. So I love it. I absolutely love it.
And Jeanette, we should talk to you as well, because I think it's been alluded to, time is precious at the moment. It's so tight. And we, here on this programme, you'll be well aware, we've spoken about the strike action that's happened, and we've spoken about the resourcing as well. How going into this, while all of this is going on, what have you kind of observed? You know, there's been strike action with the staff shortages as well.
Yeah, definitely. So, in my opinion, I definitely agree with the strikes. You know, the whole importance and what it's highlighted with, you know, we are underpaid, we are understaffed, and we are overworked. However, I feel like this programme has really highlighted the.
Well, I'll tell you what, right? I used to buy and sell pianos. Pick a piano up, right? £30 a day. £30 a day, right? I was working from 10 o'clock in the morning until about 11 o'clock at night.
One thing you don't want to do is like extinguish the light of anyone who's so enthusiastic
and then I
and so excited.
£50 a
How
day,
you deal with kind of those
and then
pressures.
commission.
You do have days that you just think, I wish that had gone differently.
So there's lots of highs and lows of nursing. You know, you have such a weight on your shoulder. If you do something wrong, it could be so catastrophic for the patient.
NHS are
and I feel
fucking
like,
shit.
You know, having that real team support around you, your colleagues, they get you through the day. And not every day is going to be a good day. That's part of nursing. You do have lows. So like having that work-life balance as well, making sure you can relax at rest. And again, your colleagues just really support you throughout your shifts.
There was a lot of nodding in agreement there.
Yeah.
Well, how do you cope? So when you have those days, well, I mean, in a way, what are the things that you want people to learn from seeing the inner workings of what happens on your job? Because people come in, maybe they go into an A&E every once in a while, or they have to go in a hospital. That's just a moment in time.
A&E's all right. Mental health section units. Fuck that.
Maybe for me, I love my job so much. I think, you know, when you go into a shift, like you treat the patients as if how you want to be treated, or like if it was my mum or my dad or my gran in that position. And I think, you know, it's such an honour for me as a job. And I just think, you know, you're being with someone, maybe it's like the first time they're opening their eyes or the last time they're closing them. And, you know, it's such an honour to be there with them in that moment.
Do you think, Caitlin, that people understand the pressures you're under?
Yes, I really do. We have patients coming in every day and they're so appreciative of what we do and how hard we're working. I think we as staff really appreciate that, don't we?
Yeah.
I think outsiders looking in are starting to understand.
Yeah, you understand this, right? When a piano comes into your house,
more than they ever
you start playing a
your
piano.
welfare.
Yeah,
Maybe you
well.
don't know it, but I think people from outside, because we know a bit more about the pressures you work under, and we know about the strikes, which I'm not expecting you to comment on at all. But we're aware that you work under enormous stress, and I was asking about how you cope when you finish your shift. How do you switch off?
I think that's exactly what it is. It is about switching off. I think that's the best thing of working in for us.
I think we're so blessed as well. You know, we've got like the team around us is like family,
Yes.
especially in Glanville A&E for us.
The support
Like,
system.
it's literally like a family. We all love each other so much. We're all there for each other.
So you can confide in each other.
Absolutely.
Because there'll be things that you have to deal with on a daily basis that we wouldn't understand. We wouldn't know what that is like.
I think maybe for us, like, because we're so new into the job, like we've got like people to look up to, like a lot of sisters and staff and people who've been in the job a lot longer than us. You know, they're there for us.
Yeah.
And I think that's so lovely.
Do you know, one thing about being a nurse as well is it's not just the immediate care you give, it's the families as well. So you work in the stroke unit.
That's right, yeah.
And you must be confronted by families who are just so scared.
Yeah, definitely.
And having to help them understand something that a lot of people don't understand, and where the outcomes are just there's no certainty.
No, not
How do you deal with that? And who do you ask for advice? You know, in terms of
What about the piano man? The piano man, yeah, fucking right. I was the piano man.
So the thing with strokes, you can go from completely independent to completely dependent at a click of a finger. It can happen so quickly, and I feel like it also affects the family around them because patients can really lose their identity when they've had a stroke. And ensuring you support not only the patient but also the family as well. And for myself being a sister, I quite often give advice to my staff nurses on how to support the patient as well as the family. But for advice for myself, I do look up to my senior colleagues, and they're all really supportive. Like Mikey said, we're all a family. We're really close knit in the wards and in A&E, so we can all give each other support.
It's clearly not your jobs to recruit for the profession, but I dare say that people may be watching you now who are thinking, you know, there's a lovely atmosphere. I don't know. Do you know each other?
No, we met last
Because I walk past you all while you're waiting to come in, and all I you have a camaraderie, which I suppose comes with the job, doesn't it? But if you were saying to someone, "How about this for a job?" But how would you?
Yeah, why not get a job selling pianos?
The program shows it. You know, I think it shows it
But tell us, because we're in
And
the
it's
scene
just a
program.
shit.
What is the thing? What the thing that you would say to someone who might be thinking, maybe I can handle nursing. Maybe I
It's
can do
so rewarding having these patients look up to you and come to you for all of their needs.
Yeah, I think maybe for us as well, like sometimes we don't get to see full circle. Like Gina, you get to, like you, a lot of the time you get to see maybe full circles. You get to see people's journey.
Yeah,
And that's amazing.
It's lovely to see, especially with stroke. It's such a long journey. You know, with strokes, it's a marathon, not a sprint. And to see them come in first very unstable and see them potentially eventually walk out of the unit, it's amazing and so rewarding.
But then, stark contrast with A&E. I mean, you said you could be there the moment when someone opens their eyes, but also when they close their eyes for the last time. And that you can't. Do you have to still yourself just before you kind of have a shift?
I think sometimes you can be someone's like you could be a little tiny bit of someone's experience in A&E, as like in our heads like 2 minutes, but all of a sudden you're their whole experience in A&E.
Yeah, it really reassures them, I think, and us having such a good relationship with each other and the patients, it really like settles their nerves.
Yeah, and you build a relationship so fast.
So
That's what I find.
fast.
It's like so fast.
And such a hard bond as well.
And I think it's such an honour. It really is.
Boy, you guys are a great adversity.
You are a very good
You really are.
Maybe you'll have that thing where people would come in no doubt in trauma into A&E and they go, aren't you the people who are on
I also think your laugh, Mikey, will bring immense joy. For a bedside manner, it's like you're going to remember that.
Are you allowed
But
to?
it is great.
Are you allowed to laugh on duty?
Yeah, we do.
You have to.
I think well, we said it before. We said, when you walk into a room, you kind of just match the energy.
Yeah.
To whatever you're going into.
You can hear them across the department.
Yeah, we can hear you on the other side of the studio too. It's been joyful talking to you, Mikey, Caitlin.
Yeah, goodbye.
Thank you. Good
Yeah.
luck.
Are we back? Who's back at work next? When you
Tuesday, I'm back in.
I'm in tomorrow night.
Oh yeah, Tuesday. I get paid Tuesday.
Well, good luck.
Good luck.
Thank you for having us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It is 19 minutes to 9. Good morning to you. Now, tributes have been pouring in for Andy Walk, the bassist with indie band The Smiths, whose death at the age of 59 was announced yesterday.
The band's drummer, Mike Joyce, has been sharing his memories of Andy with our entertainment correspondent, Colin Patterson.
How are you feeling? Bewildered, really. Pretty odd. I knew Andy had been very ill, and I kind of felt as though it was going to be, we weren't going to be waiting long for that call. And when I did get it, it didn't make it any easier.
You did get to go to New York and see him in February.
Yeah.
How special a time was that?
It was brilliant. It was only 4 days we went over because I wanted to see him. And, he's not very good on texting. He's not very good on Skype and what have you, and any kind of WhatsApp. Or I just thought I wanted to see him face to face, hello, and just see how he was doing. Yeah, it was great to see him. It was lovely, and we reminisced and just had a good old chill. And like we always do, regardless of how long it's been since we've seen each other, every time we meet up, it's as though it was yesterday.
Oh, why do I give valuable time to people who don't care if
And did you talk about your time in the Smiths together?
I think I did speak to him about some bass lines. So yeah, I suppose I did. But I think we were talking. I think Andy realised just how good a bass player he was. I don't think Andy ever really embraced just how momentous and his contribution towards music is. I don't think he ever grasped that and realised it was such a self-effacing character. He never saw himself as a great bass player because it was so effortless for him and so easy for him. He just put the bass on and magic would happen. Like Hand in Glove, the first record that we ever released. You know, what is he doing? That's not a bass line. Bass players are supposed to just pedal along with a bass guitar, you know, kind of on the one string. No, Andy was such an incredibly melodic player and a wonderful empathy with what he was hearing around him.
And you were the rhythm section together, but very contrasting styles.
Very much so, yeah. I came from a punk background and Andy was funk, really, and a bit of Neil Young thrown into the mix. And he was a lot more professional than I was. And I mean, I felt like he carried me a lot of the time. Any drummer's going to sound great with Andy playing bass. You know what I mean? I was staying, rooming with him and having breakfast, got to bed at night, and every day we were together. And not once did we ever kind of have a bad word to say to each other, and which takes some doing, really. And so, regardless of who he played with, they were all going to be, because he was a great entertainer as well. And, this is regardless of his bass playing, just as a person, very lucky to have him around.
How will you remember him?
Remember Andy as a great person, regardless of the bass lines, to be able to do what he did and that amount of pleasure that he gave to people, that is such an accolade to be able to do that. We had such a great time together and such a wonderful, every time he used to come in the room, he used to light the room up. Everybody loved Andy, everybody. He's not here anymore, but the music that he's created will live forever. And that legacy will stay with him forever. It can never be taken away. And that's something that I'm so proud of what he, what he's contributed towards music. And I'm so proud that he was my mate.
Time now, 14 minutes to 9. We're going to talk to Mike about this weekend. Everything's kind of coming to a head, isn't it?
Yes, it's pivotal. It is pivotal. Things could be decided this weekend. I've got the song, Heaven Knows I'm Miserable Now in my head now, all those brilliant Smith songs. But that could be sung, you could say, by Leeds fans this weekend, or Leicester come Monday night, or even Everton fans. It's all about the bottom and also the top. Manchester City might even have to kick a ball to get the title there. Because, well, first of all, the game this evening between Nottingham Forest and Arsenal is huge, because if Forest were to win, that would hand Manchester City the title without needing to do anything against Chelsea tomorrow. It could also guarantee Forest's safety if Everton have earlier lost at Wolves. And Nottingham Forest's fate is at least in their own hands. They are 2 places and 3 points clear of the relegation zone ahead of today's penultimate match for them.
If we're thinking about what ifs and other things beyond being at our best on Saturday, then we won't be at our best, and obviously that's not something that can happen with the level of team Arsenal are. So the attitude and the atmosphere in training has been very, very good, very motivated.
Now, another of the big issues to be settled is which teams finish in the top 4, so earning a Champions League place for next season. If Liverpool were to lose against Aston Villa, Manchester United could guarantee themselves a top 4 place with a win at Bournemouth. And United manager Erik ten Hag was asked in his press conference how his side could possibly match high-flying, treble-hunting neighbours Manchester City, but he's prepared to just take one step at a time.
It's, first of all, important to get into the Champions League. So
I don't think today at that standard. I look to the next game, and that's Bournemouth. We have to win that and to get in the Champions League. So we have everything in our hands. So focus on the game. Games coming up. First game most important.
Let's move on to the golf. It's getting so tight at the top of the leaderboard at the US PGA Championship. Scotty Scheffler, Victor Hovland and Corey Connors share the lead at 5 under par in Rochester, upstate New York. But how about Gavin Thomas? Yeah, in his third ever major, the Darlington man is tied 6th, just at 3 shots off the lead. He is the highest British player on the leaderboard, heading into round 3. Can he keep it going? He says he's playing stress-free. And Justin Rose could have been right up there at the top. He started with 3 birdies across his first 7 holes, but he followed that up with 3 bogeys to finish the second round on 1 under par overall, 4 shots off the lead.
Historically, I've won typically on harder golf courses than not, so I think it fits my profile from that point of view. And this is right up there. This is kind of, it feels a little bit of a hybrid kind of PGA US Open, this week. So looking forward to the test.
Yeah, it was a bit of a marathon day as well for Rose because he had to finish his first round because of bad light the previous day and then play his second. So that's maybe why he fell off a little bit there. But a great story about Taryn as well. Saying he's playing stress-free. He's carrying a little picture of his daughter. He says it's time to be away from his family. It's one of the challenges he faces, but doing so well. The highest placed Brit at the moment. And looking over your shoulder, I mean, I'm no weatherman, am I, Matt? But it looks like good weather for golf, maybe, this weekend?
Perfect weather for golf in England and Wales. Light winds as well. That's always my problem. The strength of the wind. Not my golf, of course. Good morning. Let's take a quick look at what's happening out there. The weather watchers from this morning really tell the tale. Here in Gwynedd, morning cloud breaking up, blue skies overhead. That's the case for England and Wales. Scotland, Northern Ireland, though, here in Plockton in the Highlands, you've got the cloud around. Rather grey day at the moment, but actually there's hints of brightness, and that'll be the case for Scotland, Northern Ireland throughout today. Patchy rain and drizzle we have at the moment across some eastern areas will fade. The sky will brighten a little bit, and then later on we'll see some more rain arrive into the west. England, Wales, though, the mist and fog is already on its way out for the vast majority. There will still be some lingering cloud patches across southern counties of England. Bit of a breeze through East Anglia and the southeast, which will keep it cool along some North Sea coast. But further west, up to around 20, 21 Celsius, cooler for Scotland, Northern Ireland than yesterday, just because you've got that bit more cloud around. Now, we finished today and going to tonight, Scotland, Northern Ireland, with some heavier rain pushing its way in, which will just grind to a halt and linger as we go into the morning, but starts to fizzle. Much of England and Wales, the odd mist of fog patch, a bit more cloud towards the southeast, but here, a chilly night. Temperatures in rural parts 3 to 5 Celsius compared to double figures for Scotland and Northern Ireland. Where for tomorrow, your Sunday forecast, again, is a fairly cloudy one with some outbreaks of rain initially, which will turn more showery, most places becoming dry, and a much brighter day to the north and the west. Much of England and Wales, once again, it's strong sunshine overhead, even if there will be a little bit more cloud to the south and the east. Highs tomorrow down towards the southwest and Wales, and as well as parts of western England at around 20 or 21 degrees. And the outlook is looking fine, with dry weather dominating, at least for the vast majority. Back to you both.
Matt, thanks very much. See you later. 9 minutes to 9 is the time. If you think sitting down for charity sounds easy, try doing it nearly 40,000 times.
So let's explain. This is what 9-year-old Isaac will be doing today. It's a pretty special challenge. He is no stranger to fundraising events.
In 2021, when he was just 7, he walked from his home in St Helens to Manchester United's Old Trafford Stadium, around 25 miles. He then walked another 30 miles from Old Trafford to Alder Hey Children's Hospital in Liverpool. And now Isaac and a group of friends will spend the next 2 days trying to sit in every one of the 39,414 seats at Goodison Park, the home of Everton.
And there is a very good reason. He's doing it to raise money for the Oliver King Foundation, that of course provides heart defibrillators in schools and other public places. And Mark King from the foundation is here. Morning, Mark.
Good morning.
Lovely to see you all. Let's say hello to Chris and Isaac. How are you doing?
Great, thank you. Thanks for having us on.
Isaac, so you best explain to us, what are you going to do today?
I'm sitting on every seat in Goodison Park.
How many seats are there?
39,000.
Okay. Help us explain, how long is this going to take? What time are you starting?
We're starting at 12 o'clock today till 8 o'clock.
Okay, and you're just literally going to move one seat up, next seat up. Is that how it works?
Yes.
Is it just you?
No, it's a group of friends.
Okay.
I have a question. I need to see Isaac. So when you're sitting up and down, and I'm looking, have you noticed we've spelled your name here in the seats for
there we go. Yeah.
Have you got a technique?
And then I'm just going for it.
So how long do you have to stay in the seat? Is it just you just tap your bum down, jump up, move to the next one?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, Dad, how much practice has gone into this? And also, the seats are hard, so there needs to be some protection.
Yeah, it's getting a bit of a pro. We went up to Wembley a few weeks back in semi-finals of the Carabao Cup, and we went a bit early, we did a bit of practice there, and he had a little bit of a practice at Goodison the other day, and he's an actual.
Who's counting?
Well, we're just going to make sure we do every single seat.
So you've got a strategy?
Yeah, he's got to make sure that he does the manager's seats as well.
Of course.
Of course.
They're comfy seats. The comfy seats. So, Isaac, do you want this for a very important reason? Can you explain to us why you're doing it? What are you raising money for?
I'm raising money for defibrillators.
And what do you know about that? Why is it so important?
Because everyone should live a life without having to cut their life short from a heart attack.
Yeah, because things that have happened in the past and there haven't been equipment there. Isaac is what you always wanted, is more people to know why it's important.
Of course. Getting the awareness out there is massive, to let people know what the defibrillators do. Take the fear factor out of using them and letting people know exactly what they do.
Because with the Oliver King Foundation, Oliver being your son, obviously, who died and there wasn't a defibrillator available, with that, you've managed to campaign to get them into schools.
We have, yeah. It took us 11 years.
Yeah, but you did it.
Every school across the country will receive a defibrillator by the end of the academic year this year.
And what Isaac's doing is making sure that actually where he lives in his community, you want to get 1,000, don't you?
Yeah, well, we want to raise £100,000, which is about 100 defibrillators.
100 defibrillators. Because the wider this is, it's not just schools, is it?
No, it's public places. We want to see defibrillators as common as fire extinguishers. Say in a fire, get out, don't go back in, don't use a fire extinguisher, get to the assembly point. This is different because if someone goes into cardiac arrest, it's a different shout. It's get in, because if there's a defib there and enough people with the knowledge to use it, then they will be the first chain of survival for that casualty.
Do you know, I'm thinking, Chris, we've spoken to Mark many times, and it's amazing what you've achieved, by the way. I mean, it's terrific. But one of the things Mark has always said to us is that even when defibrillators are there, people are a bit scared of using them and worried about it. I mean, do you share those thoughts? It's something everyone's trying to make people more aware. So if something happens, the awful event, something happens, you, maybe as someone who's in the ground, in a place, would know or not fear doing the right thing.
Well, that's the end of the game, isn't it? To make it really sort of everywhere, basically. And I guess it's just a personal confidence thing. I'd have the personal confidence to do it.
You would?
I would, yeah.
Is that because you made it your business to find out?
Yeah, well, we've researched it completely, yeah. And, you've got to, if that thing happens, you've just got to be straight in there and, just got to do the best that you possibly can do.
One of the things people might be wondering, Isaac, is why? Why do you care about defibrillators? And you saw Christian Eriksen collapse on the pitch during the Euros. When you saw that, what did you think?
I was really shocked that he had a heart attack mid playing in a game, and it just made me feel, how can I raise money for them?
Just to make that awareness, because we all started just kind of thinking, if it wasn't for the quick actions of paramedics on the pitch, and he's doing much better now. Obviously, he's back playing. Everton's pretty important to you, and it was to Oliver, wasn't it, as well?
Yeah. I mean, I always was a man Evertonian, and for this.
And was that all right in the family?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. I never quite know which teams you're allowed to.
Teams to support on there.
Okay, other teams are available.
And it's just weird the way Everton have embraced this, and I've said, look, let's start here for this challenge, and they've took it on board.
So let's talk about some basics, Isaac, and maybe Dad can help out here. You've got a long day ahead. What about sustenance? What's the food plan? How are you going to keep him supplied while the day's going on? Have we got a plan?
We're going to go to a well-known cafe by our house and have a nice breakfast.
So you get set up with a good breakfast?
Yeah, good breakfast there. His mum Kaylee's going to be making some sandwiches.
Sandwiches? Do I know what the sandwiches are? I like
roast
these.
chicken.
Oh, nice. Roast chicken sandwich? We're approving that?
Sandwich.
Sounds good.
Yep.
Plenty of protein. Keep you going.
Plenty of water.
And are you confident, Isaac, you can get it done?
Yes, very.
Dad?
Absolutely, 100%.
So how many friends are with you today?
I think 12.
12 of you. And have you got an idea? Maybe Chris, you can space. Are they all kind of in a row and moving along, or are they taking different rows?
We're going to do different stands at a time.
Right.
But the end of the game is for everyone to do all the seats, basically.
Look, I don't doubt. You seem like a pretty determined young fella, so I think it'll happen. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Good luck.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Lovely to see you, as always.
Listen, see this little fella here? His heart's right, his mindset, his confidence. We're going to smash it out, mate.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
There you go. That's what you need.
Exactly. And enjoy the Isaac. Here. We'll make sure we get a picture for you.
That's brilliant. Thank you very much.
We will be back with plenty more shortly.
Oh my god, he's going to survive though. He's been struck by a car.
It's more of a nudge.
Is that a unicycle?
Yeah.
How long have you been single?
A while.
I think you should marry her. You should probably want to say yes, mate.
Brand new comedy. Colin from Accounts. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
You've put me in an impossible position, Nicky.
No, it's that I'm going to start.
What parent does? We cannot risk going into special measures. The last thing she needs is you breaking her heart. This is Andrew Trinnaman.
Waterloo Road. Watch now on BBC iPlayer.
Good morning, welcome to breakfast with Notamon Chetty and Charlie State.
Our headlines today. Ukraine's President Zelensky arrives at the G7 summit in Japan after the US backs supplying fighter jets to Kyiv in its war against Russia.
He says the announcement will bring peace closer. It's been welcomed by international leaders, including Prime Minister Rishi Sunak.
Good morning in sport. Dreading the drop. It's a crucial weekend in the Premier League with 4 teams battling to avoid the final 2 relegation places.
He's back. But does Harrison Ford's new Indiana Jones film crack the whip? We'll get the critics' view after the premiere at the Cannes Film Festival.
And in weather, whilst there'll be plenty of strong sunshine for England and Wales this weekend, Scotland, Northern Ireland always will be a bit cloudy with some rain at times. I'll have your full forecast though right here on Breakfast.
Good morning. Saturday, the 20th of May. Our main story this morning, Ukraine's President Zelensky has landed in Japan to meet world leaders at the G7 summit.
His arrival comes after a decision by the United States to allow Western allies to provide F-16 fighter jets to Ukraine. Prime Minister Rishi Sunak has given his backing to the announcement. Our diplomatic correspondent James Landale has more from Kyiv.
This is a war of attrition, one where soldiers like these Ukrainian servicemen in Bakhmut sit in their trenches and fire mortars at Russian positions along front lines that often do not move for months. President Zelensky, who's visited a summit of Arab leaders in Saudi Arabia, knows what he thinks could help end the relative stalemate, and he doesn't have enough of it.
We do not have missiles as our enemy has. We have less air power.
For months, he's toured world capitals with a simple request. Here he was at Westminster in February, giving the speaker a pilot's helmet.
On the helmet reads, "We have freedom. Give us wings to protect it."
This is what he wants. F-16 fighter jets like these flown by the Polish Air Force. modern warplanes that can give Ukraine greater control of the skies. Some European countries are ready to give some of theirs to Ukraine, but they're all made by the United States. And that means that President Biden, who's at the G7 summit in Japan, needs to give his permission first. He's been reluctant, fearing it could escalate the war, but now his officials say the US will help train Ukrainian pilots and will not stop European countries donating some F-16s. This comes after concerted pressure from European leaders, including Rishi Sunak, who earlier this week promised President Zelensky to gather international support for getting Ukraine the air power it needed. But training pilots and delivering planes will take many, many months, so they're unlikely to play any role in Ukraine's coming counteroffensive. But this decision does send a strong signal to Moscow that Western allies are determined to support this country militarily for a long time to come. For now, though, in places like Bakhmut, the fighting continues as both sides wait for Ukrainian commanders to decide when to launch their long-expected assault. James Landell, BBC News, Kyiv.
Our political editor, Chris Mason, is in Hiroshima for us. Chris, morning to you. I suppose what's so interesting, isn't it? G7 summit. Once upon a time, we would be looking at international policies, bigger thoughts, kind of not so many specific announcements. Ukraine's not even a member of the G7, but it's such the focus at this moment in time.
It really is, Naga. Yeah, that moment in the last hour or two of the plane arriving, carrying the Ukrainian president, a real sense of anticipation here of his arrival following that announcement a few hours before around the provision of F-16 fighter jets, and crucially in the first instance, the training of Ukrainian pilots on those jets, something that, as we saw there in James's report, the Ukrainian president has been calling on for months and months, and encountered some reticence from some in the West, fearing that it could escalate the conflict, could draw Russia into a more aggressive stance. And there was also a concern as well about the practicalities, the training of those pilots taking months, and there still is that expectation that that will be the case. But nonetheless, quite a moment, because this, as you say, is a diplomatic triumph for Ukraine, securing something it has been calling for, at least the next stage of that. And we can expect the Ukrainian president to tour the various leaders here. I think we can expect him to see the British Prime Minister whilst this summit is going on. They saw each other, of course, just the other day at Chequers in Buckinghamshire. And we got a sense of this coming choreography on the international stage, Naga. Just the other day in Iceland, the Council of Europe was meeting there. The Prime Minister was there. The Dutch Prime Minister Mark Rutte was there too. And they talked about assembling this coalition, trying to provide these F-16s and qualified pilots to fly them. So quite a moment for Ukraine, quite a moment for the G7 too.
Indeed, and let's not forget, this is a talking shop as well, isn't it, the G7 summit? It's a chance for leaders to come together. There has been some, perhaps not disquiet, but not entire unity in the EU when it comes to how to deal with Ukraine and what can be provided. I know Prime Minister Rishi Sunak has been talking to his French counterpart, President Macron.
That's right, that's happened in the last couple of hours. And yes, at these international summits, you do get differences of emphasis. Sometimes you get outright, but you can certainly get differences of emphasis when it comes to any of the big issues. And then they attempt in their conversations and then the readouts, as they're known, that we're given afterwards to give a sense of where they've managed to come together and agree. So a meeting in the last couple of hours involving President Macron and Rishi Sunak, a sense from Downing Street in the last 15 minutes or so about what came out of that, a sense, they say, of a G7 unity of purpose, as it was described, over Ukraine, talking about the military aid that the two countries have provided to Kyiv and the longer-term security assistance as well. As you say, a gathering like this, yes, is a talking shop, but senior leaders do need to gather at various points in the year to do just that, talk about a range of issues, not least China in this region, and artificial intelligence as well. That's been on the agenda and discussed. But I think we can expect in the final 24 hours of this summit this weekend for Ukraine to dominate, as we see President Zelensky touring the various leaders' delegations, and no doubt I suspect at some point appearing alongside all of them for what's known as the family photograph, where all of the leaders get there, because that's the image the G7 collectively wants to send to Moscow, one of resolve and determination, and a sense that Ukraine's allies are in this for the long haul, because bluntly, that's how long this conflict is expected to drag on for.
Chris, thanks very much. Chris Mason there, our political editor in Hiroshima.
Time now is 9:08. Voters in Northern Ireland's local elections are still being counted, with Sinn Féin making strong gains.
It's predicted that if this continues with the count, the party is on course to replace the Democratic Unionists as the largest force in local government.
Let's speak to our Ireland correspondent Chris Page, who's in Belfast City Hall, just outside. Chris, morning to you. So we're in that sort of pause moment when a picture is emerging, but it's not the complete picture.
Yeah, that's right, Charlie. 462 seats are being counted across Northern Ireland. About a third of them are yet to have the results officially declared, but the picture is becoming clear, and the story of this election is the surge of Sinn Féin, the Irish Republican Party, whose ultimate aim is to take Northern Ireland out of the United Kingdom and join it with the Republic of Ireland. So let me just give you an idea of what the morning newspapers here in Belfast are saying. The Irish News, Sinn Féin on course to be largest party in councils. The Belfast Telegraph, Sinn Féin in frame to top poll. And the headline on the Northern Ireland edition of the Daily Mirror is Win Féin. So the Democratic Unionist Party look as if they're going to be slipping from first place overall into second place. That said, the DUP's vote generally holding up. They're not suffering significant losses. What many people in Northern Ireland have been asking is what this local government election could mean for the future of the devolved government. The DUP has been vetoing the formation of a power-sharing executive at Stormont for about the last 15 months in protest against post-Brexit trading arrangements. The DUP leader, Sir Geoffrey Donaldson, has spoken over the last few weeks of how he's working with the British government to deal with unionist concerns. So it's thought that the fact there hasn't been a big breakthrough for more hardline unionists may have increased the possibility that Stormont may return over the coming months.
Chris, for the moment, thank you.
An HRT drug for women going through the menopause is being limited due to rising demand. Pharmacists are being told to dispense just 2 months' worth of utrostogen capsules. The order was issued by the Department of Health, which says it will ensure more women can continue to access the medication they need.
Protesters will take part in a mass paddle, 12 bathing spots across the UK today. They demonstrate against the discharge of sewage into the sea. It comes after water companies in England apologised for repeated sewage spills, which there were more than 300,000 last year.
Parts of Northern Ireland, Northern Italy, I should say, are on high alert for landslides after heavy rain and floods, which have already left 14 dead and thousands homeless. In more remote villages, some residents are running out of food and drinking water, with aid workers unable to reach them. The Italian government has called a crisis meeting, which will take place on Tuesday.
Now, thousands of people did not vote in England's local elections as they didn't have the correct ID. That is according to council data collected by the BBC.
Information from 160 of 230 councils where elections were held shows that more than 26,000 voters were denied ballot papers at polling stations. Now, of these, around 16,500 people came back later with an ID and could vote, but more than 9,500 didn't return. Our political correspondent Layla Nathu joins us now. Now, Layla, there was a lot of talk, wasn't there, before the local elections about whether voter ID was needed. What do these numbers now tell us?
Morning, Naga. Well, it's important to say that these figures are just the first indication, really, of the impact of this new policy. Remember, there is now a requirement for voters to produce photographic ID at elections, things like a passport, a driving licence, or a special voting certificate. Now, as you say, there was a lot of discussion about whether this policy was needed. The government said it was needed to prevent voter fraud, but a lot of critics said that wasn't really a big issue, and actually it would have the effect of excluding people and preventing people who didn't carry the right ID on the day from voting. So what we're getting now is starting to build a picture of what happened. Councils are publishing data about the numbers of people who were turned away from polling stations at the local elections, which took place across England a couple of weeks ago. Now, we've got a picture from about 2/3 of councils. Ultimately, they show around 10,000 people did not end up voting. More turned up without their ID, then went away. Some went away and got the right ID, came back, but about 10,000 ultimately didn't end up voting. Now, it's quite a small proportion of the total voter base, although there are thousands of people who did want to vote, did make the effort, and ultimately didn't get the chance to. But it's important to say again, it's not a complete picture. The Elections Watchdog is going to publish its own analysis next month, but really important to understand the impact of this new requirement, and really important for everyone to realise that this will be in place at the next general election. So remember to carry your voter ID when you go to the polls.
Indeed. Okay, Layla, thanks very much, Layla Nafi, there for us.
So it's 14 minutes past 9. Matt, we were just talking a moment ago about problems in Italy. We see the picture behind you there, and there are warnings today, aren't there, about potential landslides caused by that flooding. Real problems there.
Indeed, it's been such a torrid week for the country. Now, this picture, of course, was from the Emilia-Romagna region, where we saw the worst of the flooding earlier in the week. Here is where actually some of the lower rainfall totals will be, just around. This is the Emilia-Romagna region here, but you can see elsewhere the rainfall totals on this map for the week shows that it's other areas that could be hit by flash flooding. Red warnings at the moment, southwest Italy, also in towards Sicily, but it's parts of eastern Sardinia and to northwest of Italy where the greatest concerns are, as the rainfall totals will be totting up and that increasing risk of flash flooding. It's been a familiar pattern for the past week, which follows extreme droughts, all hallmarks of a changing climate. This air low pressure storm Nino is responsible. It stays away from us, but us, high pressure generally dominates, but not strong enough to keep these weather fronts at bay. And so for weather-wise, back here in the UK, it does mean a bit of a split this weekend. Sunniest weather for England and Wales, more cloud for Scotland and Northern Ireland, and here there will be a bit of rain at times. Wettest conditions generally, though, through tonight. Some rain and drizzle around at the moment, though, still from that cloud in northern east Scotland to east of Northern Ireland. That fizzles out. There'll be some heavier showers into the west later, but the cloud will be thinning off in places to allow some hazy sunshine. The clearest of the skies, strongest of the sunshine with high UV levels will be across England and Wales. Just a bit of patchy cloud drifting across the south. All that morning mist and fog some of you have seen is clearing away. And of course, when the sun shines out, we'll see some of the highest of the temperatures, especially in the west of England and Wales, sheltered from the breeze. Cool down some North Sea coasts, and Scotland and Northern Ireland cooler today compared with yesterday. And the cloud here actually thickens tonight. It said the wettest conditions will be overnight. You can see that here, the outbreaks of rain becoming heavy for a time, then fizzling into the morning. It will keep the temperatures up in Scotland and Northern Ireland in double figures for many, but with clearer skies, England and Wales tonight, rural parts into tomorrow morning could be down to between 3 and 5 degrees. 1 or 2 mist or fog patches, but for many, another sunny day. Bit more cloud though towards the southeast corner, and that will drift across southern counties through the day. Scotland, Northern Ireland starts off with cloud outbreaks of rain. Many places becoming dry though, and much sunnier to the far north and west compared with today. Temperatures like today though, in the low to mid-teens here, warmer towards western parts of England and Wales, temperatures around 20 to 22 degrees. And as we go through into next week, it looks like with high pressure staying in charge, most places away from the north of Scotland will be dry with plenty of sunshine. Great weather, of course, to generate solar power energy. And if I just return back to the Mediterranean and Spain, here through this past week on Tuesday, 100% of the entire electricity demand for the country was actually met from the combination of all those renewable energies, including solar. In fact, there's more generated than they needed, and that lasted for 9 hours. Naga and Charlie, our trend to renewable energy is in the right direction.
Yeah, at least in Spain. I mean, and it's so useful hearing that it can happen, because often, particularly in the UK, it can seem like an ambition that's so far away, you know, to achieve.
And they're getting there closer with each passing month.
Matt, thanks so much. We'll speak later.
Yes, just picking up some of those themes we were talking about there. Wind farms, you can see the images here. Everyone's familiar with what a wind turbine looks like. The idea was that if they're constructed, if they're in place, it can produce clean and cheap electricity.
Planning restrictions then were tightened, and the number of new schemes did fall significantly. But now the government has new plans to encourage communities to consider a wind turbine, including the promise of cuts in their bills. Paul Murphy has more.
High on the East Yorkshire wolds, the blades of Sancton Wind Farm are churning out enough green energy for more than 3,000 homes. But schemes like this one are no longer being built after the planning system was tightened in 2016 and continues to restrict development.
There are two restrictions. Firstly, an onshore wind farm has to be located in an area that's been identified as suitable for onshore wind in a local planning policy document. And even if you are able to do that, then there's also a second requirement of community backing, and the wording of that requirement is extremely difficult to achieve.
To encourage more land-based turbines, the government has some new ideas. Communities that host a turbine could get a share of its profits. There could be cut-price energy schemes in return for turbines being built, and new community facilities, such as sports clubs and electric car charging points.
And here in Sancton, the community is already benefiting from these incentives. Over the 25-year lifespan of this wind farm, special grants of more than £1 million will be paid out.
Derek shows me the village hall built with turbine money. In fact, the parish council is almost running out of ideas of how to spend it all.
There is some underspent money at the moment, and they are encouraging small groups to ask for money. I think they should grab it with both hands. I think eventually residents will benefit by the wind farm in as much as, you know, the energy groups will be giving local people discounts from their energy.
This, though, is in the same county where people have taken to the streets in protest over onshore wind. There has been deep opposition to the visual impact on landscapes like this one. But renewable energy campaigners believe the public mood is changing and want the planning system to change with it.
There's a lot of communities who are really keen to develop their own projects, and they're saying we want to do this, and at the moment they're just not able to.
And so there are apparent contradictions with the development of this form of renewable energy. Community incentives are being offered, but guidance on where turbines can be sited is so strict, we're unlikely to see many new ones being built at the moment. Paul Murphy, BBC News.
Joined now by James Rowbottom, her head of onshore wind at Renewable UK, which is the trade association for the renewable energy industry. Good morning to you. How many are being built at the moment? How many wind turbines on land?
So unfortunately in England, we've seen 2 installed last year, just 2 small wind turbines installed in England last year, thanks to these quite draconian planning restrictions that are in place.
And how many this year?
This year, currently, one that I'm aware of that is under construction in England. That is a community wind turbine project in Bristol that has taken, I think, 7 years to get through planning and is providing power to a local housing development.
So what's the problem?
So the problem is that in 2015, planning regulations were changed to essentially exempt onshore wind from being constructed in England. Now, this is one footnote within planning, which has basically said that have put such huge restrictions that effectively one person objecting can kill a project off in England.
So it didn't say no more onshore,
No,
onshore wind turbines. It just made it more difficult.
Exactly, and you can't really compare it to any other infrastructure that one person would be able to kill a project like that. And it is literally one small footnote in planning guidance on page 48.
The flip side of this argument is that, and you're here representing the industry, so you're on that side. You just said draconian planning restrictions. Now, planning restrictions exist because people, local authorities or whatever, put them in place because that's what people want. They want things restricted. So who are you to come in and say, just because you don't want them here, we think they should go there? Why should you be the people determining what goes up outside someone's window in their community? Well, why is that to you?
So this isn't planning. This is planning restrictions. This is onshore wind being singled out as a technology compared to others. We have a planning process in place that means that any kind of infrastructure gets built with proper consultation, with early engagement with communities. But this isn't just an industry trying to build wind farms. This is also communities trying to build those wind turbines. This community in Bristol, for example. We want to see communities benefiting from onshore wind, and I think there's a misconception that wind turbines are unpopular. All polling that has been done very recently suggests that we have around 75. Latest government polling says 79% of people support onshore wind, with only 4% oppose it.
Oh, hold on a minute. So you could say that, and I'm not disputing that statistic, but that might be the general thought, which is, do you like the idea of that happening? The next question would be, do you want it down there so you can see it when you come out of your house? Which is a very different question.
Yeah, and that is how a normal planning process works. We're not asking for special treatment. We're actually asking for not having special treatment. We're asking to be put through the planning procedure and the planning system as any other infrastructure would be, to remove this footnote which exempts onshore wind.
Is it like any other infrastructure though? Because this is the concern, isn't it? They do make noise, but they are big and they're seen, and they don't. There are very few things that kind of they look like, you know, to meld into the community and the look of the properties in an area, for example. So they are very different. So it's not really, it's like comparing oranges with apples, isn't it, a bit?
But if you look at what this infrastructure can offer, there's a report by Carbon Brief recently that suggests that the impact of this 8-year ban has had a £5.1 billion impact each year on British bill payers. That's £182 per household. We are missing out on community benefits. This is infrastructure that benefits communities, pays into community funding. This is also infrastructure that at a time of climate emergency and crisis, as well as spiralling energy costs, can help bring down those energy costs, and it can help local authorities who, many of them having declared climate emergencies, do not have one of the tools available to them to reduce their carbon.
I mean, no one's really going to deny the benefit of wind power. It's pretty difficult, but you can't account for people, can you? This is the problem. So what is the way forward? And what's the government proposing now to get this? There was a flurry of activity, I think, 2015, 2014, when there were more being built, and that slowed down. What's the government doing in order to kind of encourage that again?
So the government recently announced, and Rishi Sunak in December announced that onshore wind would be coming back. Unfortunately, that hasn't changed planning all that much. They've done a consultation which has tried to change some of the planning guidance that we have. And instead of removing this footnote and allowing it to go through the normal planning procedure, it's now added 2 footnotes. So we're now in a situation where there's even more uncertainty. It's very difficult to kickstart an industry again from a standing start, promote investment. It's to be honest, quite heartbreaking for me, because when that was announced, I've had farmers, I've had local businesses, local factories, local community groups get in touch with us and say, brilliant, can we have a wind farm? And I've had to go back and say, I'm sorry, it doesn't look like the planning changes are going to make any difference to being able to provide you with a wind turbine that will help you control your energy costs.
The numbers are interesting. We are done for time. Did you say that there is only currently one actively being built? There's only one
under construction in England.
Under construction this year.
Right now, there is one under construction in Bristol.
It's really interesting talking to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. Thanks, James. Wind farms, they're a divisive issue. That much is clear. And some people do see them as a blot on the landscape. However, Susan's emailed us this photo from the view from her caravan in Great Yarmouth and says they're beautiful structures.
That's a different thing. Obviously, you're going straight away. You can point out you can see that.
But we can come back to onshore. Come back to onshore because Millie in North Devon has sent this image of the turbines that she says her business relies upon. We've had several emails from people this morning saying they prefer wind turbines if they were painted green.
I mean, we could look into it.
Have you heard that before?
The only one I've heard of is, I believe there's a wind turbine in Wales that is by the Royal Mint that is painted like a daffodil.
But why are they white?
To be honest, I would have to ask someone the technical detail, but it's possible.
Interesting. Thank you.
Thank you. Breakfast, of course, we're here with you until 10 o'clock. That is when Matt Tebbutt is taking over in the Saturday Kitchen. Let's find out what's on the menu. Hello, morning. What's on your shirt? What's that pattern? Flamingos.
Oh, you as well. You know what? Literally, I just walked in the studio. Literally, the whole crew stopped and go, "What are you wearing?" Josie, bless her, just said, "Are you having a midlife crisis?" It's like, no, this is still my comfortable blue. I'm just kind of like edging slowly out.
It is in stark contrast to the usual dark blue, which I think you must have about 30 of them because you wear them every week. So you're moving out of your comfort zone. It's good to see that.
Well,
keep it standing.
Stepping out. I mean, after last week's episode, did you see that? Good Lord. The Eurovision one, that jacket. No, so anything's nice and tame, quite frankly. But thank you for noticing.
Always.
Makes me feel special. Anyway, away from my shirt, our special guest today is one of my absolute favourites, the multi-BAFTA award-winning Ben Elton. Ben, good morning.
In dark blue, I'm afraid. I'm kind of taking your thunder now. It wasn't a deliberate choice.
How are you, Ben? Well,
fantastic.
Good. Congratulations on the latest BAFTA.
Well, it was yes. I mean, I had one or two before, but that was back in the 80s. It was a long time between drinks, 30 years. So yeah, I was very pleased to get another one.
Excellent. Well, congratulations. We'll talk more about that later. For now, let's talk about your food heaven, your food hell. What's your idea of food heaven?
I always say I'm cutting down on red meat, but my sort of last meal would be roast beef, Yorkshire pudding, all the trimmings, etc. Yeah, okay. I love that meal. And I cook it very, very well.
Do you?
Say yes.
Okay. And what about your food?
Well, I had to dig deep because I like food, but I have a particular bugbear about the celeriac invasion. It started to replace potatoes, and because for me the potato is literally God's gift to the table, I'd rather have potatoes than any. I'd rather have that than meat, or if I could only have one thing to eat, it would be all types of potatoes.
Okay.
Now you go to someone's very pleased. Oh, I've made a shepherd's pie, but it's very special because the mash is celeriac mash. No, I want potato mash. So it's not so much I hate celeriac, although I don't really like it much.
Just when it's
because it's replacing. It's an imposter.
Right. Okay. Right. Let's see what else is on the menu today. Max and Manna, good to have you here. Max, what have you got for us?
Thanks for having me. I'm making celeriac mash. I'm only teasing. I'm making two dishes that are fighting food waste: a cauliflower ragu and an herb and stem pesto.
Very nice. Look forward to that. Sabrina, what you got?
I'm going to be making a spiced kefta with an aromatic tomato sauce, with fragrant bulgur wheat, crispy onions, and chickpeas.
Nice, and that is a big plate of food.
It is a big plate of food. It's designed for sharing, and it's really good value too.
Yeah, excellent. Right, kids.
Morning, I'm well. I love your shirt.
Do you like my shirt? I thought you would.
Want to steal it?
Yeah, well, you can't.
I shall.
I'm sitting with crispy onions.
I tell you what, yes, Sabrina's dish is absolutely amazing. I've got a huge sumptuous red wine to pair with that.
Yeah.
Gorgeous. For Max, thrifty theme there, I've got a sub £5 white wine that is delicious.
Very nice, very nice. There you go. We'll see you at 10.
So you're going to keep the shirt on, yeah?
Totally am, because it's upsetting everyone. So there's even more reason to keep it off.
Okay, I didn't say it was bad. It looks nice. See you later, man.
Wait for the twist. Okay, bye.
9:30 the time. Let's talk about unusual properties for sale. I'm calling it a property. It's not exactly a property, is it?
No.
Sort of.
No, but it is for sale.
This is a property that had people living in it 500,000 years ago.
Dwelling?
Yeah, that's better.
A network of caves is what we're talking about below Torquay, where Britain's first Stone Age residents lived, and going on the market for £2.5 million.
Sounds like a lot, doesn't it? It is also a major tourist attraction. That's why our South West England correspondent, Jenny Kumar, went to have a look around.
Torquay in South Devon. It's got a lot going for it. A stunning coastline, a pretty harbour, and plenty of places for entertainment. So is it any wonder that the first modern humans in Northwest Europe and the first settlers in Britain lived here? These unique caves they once called home have now come up for sale, and this is very unlike any other property on the market. Formed over 2 million years ago from Devon limestone deep under the sea, rainwater seeped into gaps in the rock, creating holes that got larger and larger to reveal this stunning interior.
Down here we're going to see the skull of a cave bear, which has been here for the last 420,000 years.
Owner Nick Powell is the 5th generation of his family to run this site, but mankind's connection to this space goes way back.
So we know that modern people were here a long time ago in the Stone Age, and I've got here a replica of a jawbone that was found in 1926. We now know that it's about 41,000 years old. So we've got evidence of human occupation in this one space for over the last 500,000 years. That's what makes Kent's Cavern special.
This is being dubbed as Britain's oldest home. There's evidence of humans having lived here more than 500,000 years ago. It's been in the ownership of the same family for over a century, but now it's up for sale and it could be entering a new stage in its history. Nick's great-great-grandfather, George Smearden, was a foreman on a pioneering excavation in the 1800s. It unveiled bones from extinct animals and ancient tools, some from over 500,000 years ago. And this is Nick's great-grandfather, Francis Powell. He bought the caves in 1903 and opened them up for the public to visit.
It's a very difficult decision, but there's no doubt that my great-grandfather created something amazing. My grandfather continued that. My father brought it forward, and we've taken it to another level. And it will be nice to see somebody else doing it. It just won't be a member of our family.
Plenty of period features, minimalist space, plenty of history, nice constant temperature, 14 degrees.
Estate agent Matt Bettersworth has the job of selling the caves.
We obviously sell commercial and residential property, but we certainly haven't sold any caves before. It's very unusual.
It's a challenging time for tourism and hospitality. How difficult will it be to sell something like this?
Yes, there are some short-term challenges in the hospitality industry, but anyone looking at this business, it's year-round, it's weather independent. That anyone looking at the caves will be taking a longer-term view.
So is anyone on today's tour tempted to put an offer in? £2.5 million?
Sounds quite cheap for it, but I think if I had £2.5 million, I'd spend it on something else.
Yeah, well, I'm an ex-estate agent, so I could tell you, I think we'd struggle to sell this one. Yeah.
But hasn't it got like original features?
Yeah, original features.
minimalist?
Yeah, minimalist, definitely. So yeah, I'm sure you'd find about the right price, everything sells. So yeah.
If prospective buyers aren't sold on the history and heritage of the site, the estate agent is keen to point out that Kent's Cavern is in a desirable suburb of Torquay, within walking distance of local beaches and the town centre. Jenny Kumar, BBC News.
Beautiful views, as always.
Absolutely stunning. So, Mike, at 9:35 on a Saturday morning.
Morning.
In all sorts of sports, there are big things going on and decisive moments.
It's that time of the year, isn't it? You have finals, you have weekends when destinies are decided, and that's certainly the case in the Premier League, because Southampton, we know, have already been relegated by the end of the weekend, or Monday night. We could have lost Leeds and Leicester potentially from the Premier League, depending on how they get on and how other results go as well.
There's lots at stake, isn't there? There's kind of pride, which is, and then there's the money relative to going from one league to another.
It's a massive impact, and clubs have to be prepared indeed. We're talking first of all about Sean Dyche and Everton, because they're just outside the relegation zone at the moment, and they have the first go, if you like, on this crucial weekend, looking to land the first blow in the battle for survival in the Premier League as we look to the next few days, because they're first up. They go to Molineux to play Wolves this afternoon before their three relegation rivals flow throughout the weekend. And it could be one when one or even two teams are officially sent down to the Championship by Monday night, but expect plenty more twists and turns. We know that before Leicester go to Newcastle on Monday night, as Jones reports.
There are 2 games left to play, and for 4 teams at the bottom, it's football on a tightrope. 2 of them will join Southampton and fall down to the second tier. It's tense and it's tight. Right now, Everton are just above the dotted line. They play first this weekend at Wolves. By Monday, Everton could be safe or could be sinking, but their coach won't look at permutations.
I don't stare at the league. I stare at the performances, I stare at the group, I stare at the prep, I stare at the strategy, I stare at all these things. It's not about the league table at this stage. Of course, we all debate it, we all look at it during the season. Of course we do. But the one at the end of the season, that's the most important. That's the one we're looking to be over the line on.
This year, Leeds have lurched through 3 different managers. For Sam Allardyce now, it's game 3 of his rescue project. Last week, they drew with Newcastle, but Leeds missed a penalty. Now they may see opportunity. They go to West Ham on Sunday, who've just reached a European final. After their big night, they'll run in to Big Sam.
I'd have said we were probably 60%, 65% sure we'd stay up if we'd have won that game, and now we've got to go and win at West Ham. Time is running out, and errors will be punished in the Premier League, and we have to limit those errors. So what we have to do is test West Ham to see where they are, see whether there's any legacy from the game on Thursday night, and try and take advantage of that.
Leicester City go to Newcastle on Monday. Tough games at this stage can change with noise. Today, Nottingham Forest welcome Arsenal. It could mark the end of the Gunners' title charge. Should Forest take 3 points, Arsenal can't win the league, and Steve Cooper's side have their own motivation.
When you're playing for something, you always want it to be in your hands, and we've managed to create that for now, and that's what we've got to try and capitalise on. If we're thinking about what ifs and other things beyond being at our best on Saturday, then we won't be at our best, and obviously that's not something that can happen.
The race to stay up is captivating and excruciating. Watching from the top are Manchester City. Even if Arsenal win, they still need just 3 points, and they host Chelsea on Sunday. This is the Premier League's home straight, and at both ends of the table, it will soon be settled. Joe Linsky, BBC News.
Now, away from the football, onto the golf. It's all to play for at the USPGA Championship. Scotty Scheffler, Victor Hovland and Corey Connors share the lead at 5 under par in Rochester, upstate New York at the halfway stage. But what about Callum Tarrant as well in his third ever major? The man from Darlington is tied 6, just 3 shots off the lead. He is the highest British player on the leaderboard heading into the third round. It says he's playing stress-free, which is important, isn't it? Rory McIlroy, he could do with that. He had another mixed round, still struggling to find his best form, but he turned it around on the night, hitting the first of his 3 birdies in the round at that point. And then, actually, from then on, no more bogeys, and so he's level par, so he recovered somewhat. Now, still good news for Britain's Geraint Thomas, who's 2 seconds clear still in the overall lead. That's 13 stages now of the Giro d'Italia. Yesterday was a bit weird, bad weather. Basically saw the stage cut from 123 miles to just 46, with the riders indeed spending more time on their team buses than their bikes because of the weather. Colombia's Aina Rubio claimed the first stage victory of his career, and crucially Thomas finished 9th, so just ahead of his race rival Primož Roglič. Now it's boxer Katie Taylor's long-awaited homecoming fight in Ireland tonight when she takes on Chantal Cameron in Dublin. It's the first major boxing event to be held in the Republic for more than a decade. And this will be the first time in boxing history that 2 undisputed champions have met, with Taylor stepping up from lightweight to challenge Cameron for her super lightweight titles. And should Taylor win, she would have the unique distinction of being the first undisputed female champion in 2 different weight divisions. And finally, we've heard of rain or bad light stopping play during a cricket match. But how about a hot air balloon? Yeah, this really did happen.
I think he's landing on the cricket field.
Yeah, it happened actually during an under-10s match in Chichester in West Sussex. Spectator Jim Staither captured the moment as the balloon came to rest towards the mid-off position. A very controlled landing, I have to say. Beautifully done, and the players just standing in awe.
Yeah, so just like they were waiting then to carry on afterwards, presumably.
Oh, I think they did once the balloon was cleared away. But yeah, the only time I've been on a hot air balloon, actually, we did crash land a bit into allotments on our side. No one was hurt or anything. It was quite a soft landing, but yeah, into the allotments.
Were you steering it?
No. I was an innocent bystander filming, actually. So yeah, but then we took off again. Sometimes, if you land on your side, you bounce back up. But it's an incredible experience, and that, as I say, that would have been a majestic landing to be part of.
Oh, beautiful.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, Mike. Now, to a man who was abandoned at birth by his parents because of a facial deformity. Well, he's written a book now to help other people with visible differences.
John Lancaster, who was born with Treacher-Collins syndrome, was later adopted and found happiness, but it wasn't always easy. He's been telling us his story.
So I sat down and read these notes, and the language was horrible. You know, it goes on to state that my birth parents were horrified by my my appearance. It says that my birth parents, left 36 hours after I was born. That was hard. So my name's John Lancaster, born and bred in West Yorkshire. I was born with a condition called Treacher-Collins, which affects my appearance. I don't have any cheekbones, so my eyes appear the way they are. I call them my little Bart Simpson ears. So I met Jean, who fostered me at 2 weeks old, and she adopted me when I was 5. And throughout that entire process, she fostered other children, all with different disabilities. Looking back at high school, I have so many amazing memories, but behind those moments, there was me trying my best to fit in. The older kids would pull their eyes down. They would sing or make chants up about myself. As I got older and people started getting into relationships, that kind of didn't really happen for me. And that's when I developed so much hate on my face. I wanted to hurt them as much as I was hurting. I was in a really, really dark, angry place when I thought about my parents. I wanted to reach out to them to let them know that I was okay and I was happy. So we wrote a letter, and then a couple of weeks later, we got a letter back, and it simply said, "We do not wish any contact. Further attempts will be ignored," and both of them had signed it. Being rejected by those two people again, it hurts. Years ago, I was asked to do a school talk, and I'm stood in the playground, and a couple of kids came running over, and they're like, Jono, can you show us your hearing aid? And they're like, Jono, I live with my grandparents. Jono, I don't know my mum and dad. Jono, I get bullied because of X, Y, Z. Right there in that playground, I was like, I need to do more of this. Over the last 2 years, I've been working on my very first book, Not All Heroes Wear Capes. And it's about the heroes that I met in my life. And ultimately, I became my own biggest hero. Truth is, my life has been full of a lot of love and a lot of adventure.
It is an amazing story, John. Very candid about difficult times and how he came out of it. So, John, thank you for telling us your story this morning.
It's 9:45. Good morning to you. Now, Matt is bringing us some sunshine today. Lots of information as well, but blue skies, I think it does feel like it is about time, Matt, that we have a week, at least a solid week of decent weather.
I think that's the thing. Most of this spring, there's been a lot of rain days, hasn't there? It's been fairly dull for some. It's been fairly wet, particularly across England and Wales. And for much of England and Wales, this is a welcome sight, and it'll be repeated through much of this weekend. Blue skies overhead, captured just a short while ago from one of our weather watchers in Dorset. It's only part of the story, though, across the UK today and this weekend. Let me take you to a weather watcher in Scotland, in Perth, in central Scotland, where skies are much greyer, and that cloud is going to sit in place for a good part of the weekend. So we are split in the UK in two almost as far as the weather is concerned. It shows up on the satellite imagery, as does this cloud. This is a cloud which will bring yet further flash flooding to Italy as we go through this weekend. But if you turn attention to us here, you can see this strip, well-defined strip of cloud, which extends across Ireland into Scotland. Clearer skies for England and Wales. And here where we saw mist and fog earlier, that's now clearing. There'll be a bit of cloud still drifting across some southern counties, but for most, a sunny day. Scotland, Northern Ireland, though, even though we've got the cloud, it will thin at times. So you could see some hazy sunshine, and then later some heavy showers arrive into the west of both. UV levels here, of course, for the cloud will be fairly down on what you'll see for England and Wales. Strong sunshine overhead. And it's here where in the west, sheltered from the breeze, we'll see the highest of the temperatures, up to around 20 Celsius through this afternoon, if not 21, maybe one or two spots closer to 22. Cooler with the breeze down some North Sea coast. Certainly Scotland, Northern Ireland with the cloud, cooler than yesterday. Now, tonight, Scotland, Northern Ireland, the cloud thickens up further outbreaks of rain, more extensive, heavier for a time, but the wettest conditions will be through the night. It will turn a little bit lighter as we go into the morning. And for Sunday, we'll see temperatures starting in the double digits, but for England and Wales, a fresh start, 3 to 5 degrees. So a cool start here. There could be some low cloud mist and fog to begin with, which will gradually shift. But another day of sunshine for many, even if there is a bit more cloud towards the south and east. Scotland, Northern Ireland, fairly cloudy start, outbreaks of rain or drizzle, gradually fizzling out for most, and much more sunshine across the north and the west of the country. Back today, temperatures in the mid-teens to maybe low teens, but across England and Wales, once again into the low 20s, more widely across some western areas. Take a look then into the start of next week. Monday brings us high pressure trying to nose its way in from the Azores. It's not strong enough to prevent some weather fronts pushing across Scotland, Northern Ireland. They'll bring a few showers around and cloud, but some sunnier breaks compared with this weekend. A little bit more cloud for England, Wales on Monday, but most will be dry. Still with some sunny spells and still warm in that sunshine. The further south and west you are, away from the breeze, up to around 22 degrees. And indeed, as we go through much of this coming week, like I said, we could do with something a bit drier. Well, other than some weather fronts getting very close to the north of Scotland, where actually it's been drier than normal this spring, most of us will have a dry week with some sunny spells and pleasant in the sunshine. No heat wave, despite what you may have heard in some of the papers and social media, but temperatures close to where we should be for the end of May. That's how it's looking. Naga, Charlie, enjoy Saturday.
Thank you for dispelling the myth. Enjoy the rest of your weekend as well, Matt.
I will do. Thank you.
See ya.
Take care.
Time now, 9:48. So 2 years after setting up, an outdoor adventure group for women now has 30,000 members.
It's called Outdoor Adventure Girls, and it helps women to make friends with hiking and camping trips. Take a look.
Good morning, I'm Sophie and I'm the founder of Outdoor Adventure Girls. The group's now been going for 2 years and we just have the most amazing community. We have over 30,000 women across the country and we just love bringing these women together.
Absolutely love the group. They are so down to earth and very, very like-minded.
There she is, looking beautiful with a confused face.
Going to meet a bunch of strangers that you've never met before is quite a scary thing to do, but once you're there and you realise that everyone's in the exact same boat, it just becomes so easy to make friends.
Being part of an all-female group, I feel quite safe. It's made me braver actually because they do lots of different activities, water sports. It's made me feel that maybe I could try something different.
We just got back from Snowdon this weekend and took 40 women up to the summit of Snowdon, which was just an amazing experience to do together.
Before, I don't think I really hiked very much, actually. I don't think I even owned a pair of hiking boots, which is bizarre because I'm from the countryside.
We really enjoyed the day. We even exchanged numbers afterwards, took loads of photos on the day as well. It was lovely.
You never feel like you're by yourself or that there's nobody that wants to share your interest. There is always somebody in the group that is 100% down for whatever you want to do.
We're really proud of what we do, bringing these incredible women together, and I hope you will be able to join us on a trip sometime soon.
Always lovely to get out, isn't it? And if you can make friends, like-minded friends, always helpful. It is 10 minutes to 10 now. If you don't want to get out, instead you want to sit in, watch a movie. Film fans will know it's nearly the summer blockbuster season. Next month, there's the chance to reacquaint fans with one of the greatest characters of all time and arguably one of the greatest theme tunes. Indiana Jones is back for a new adventure. It's called The Dial of Destiny.
It's one of those songs, isn't it? Straight away you're transported into a world of adventure. So, the new film, set in the 1960s, the daredevil archaeologist is in a race against time to retrieve a legendary device. Sure, I should be telling all this story.
Well,
That's
you're
why
not
people
telling
go-
the end.
No. Let's have a look.
You stole it. Then you stole it.
And then I stole it. It's called capitalism.
Careful with our seatbelts. There might be some turbulence.
You've taken your chances, made your mistakes. And now a final trend.
Indiana Jones. A few times in my life I've seen things. I've been tortured with voodoo. Been shot 9 times. Including once by your father. Sorry. But I've been looking for this all my life.
The film is going to be released in the UK next month, but it did have its premiere at the Cannes Film Festival this week. Critic Luke Hearfield has seen it. Hello, Luke. So, without no spoilers, absolutely no spoilers, because there are too many fans of Indiana Jones. Is it any good?
Well, the feeling at Cannes is that it's been a bit divisive. Some people seem to think it captures the spirit of adventure that the original Indiana Jones trilogy possessed, and some people found it to be a bit of a waste of time as well. The feeling is very split. I'm of the opinion that it's a fun movie, but it definitely does have a few flaws.
There was lots of talk about an Indiana Jones never being able to be done without Harrison Ford, and he is back. How, and this is likely, I understand, to be the last one in the franchise. How is his character developed? How does he keep the spirit of the Indiana Jones we knew from days of old?
He's absolutely magnificent in this. The best thing to take away from The Dial of Destiny is that it really is a celebration of Harrison Ford's tenure as Indiana Jones, and he really gives himself fully to this. He is 80 years old. His character is 70 in this, but he is 80 in real life, and he's still up for all the physical challenges of the role. But also, the film does provide some answers to some burning questions about his loved ones with Marion and his son from the previous one. And there are real genuine moments of pathos and sympathy for him, which Harrison Ford really takes advantage of, and really does give us a wonderful send-off for his character.
Morning to you, Lucas. Charlie here in the studio. Talk to us a bit about Harrison Ford at Cannes. I mean, he is an old school movie star, isn't he? He doesn't really do telly. He's the real deal, and Cannes loves those kind of moments, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, the Cannes premiere for was electric. There was an electricity in the air when Harrison Ford got to the red carpet. You could hear the screams from the press office. It was a rapturous delight to see him on the red carpet, genuinely moved by the love and adoration from the public. And yeah, he really is just one of the last few true stars. He's been on something of a decades-long victory lap with all his most iconic roles like Indiana Jones, Han Solo, and Rick Deckard. So yeah, it's wonderful to see him being celebrated here, and he seems to be really touched by it.
Yeah, Luke, while you were chatting there, we were just seeing some of the red carpet pictures. For those people who've never been to Cannes, you're there now, and we can only just behind you.
Yes.
I'm not sure what your backdrop is there, but give us a sense of what it's like at Cannes, big movie opening like that. Just the scale of the excitement. What's the feeling?
Yeah, I'm actually on the beach of the Crozet right now. It's very glamorous. There's always an electricity in the air whilst you're at Cannes. You never know who you're going to run into. You can just be walking down the path and run into a star. Like there's a real genuine sense of excitement here, and it's really fun to be here.
Can you show us around a little bit?
Yes, that is the beach. Yes, where all the pavilions are currently at the American Pavilion conducting an interview.
Fabulous. Phoebe Waller-Bridge is in this, of course, and that will bring a whole new audience, and also a very different dynamic in terms of what her previous programs and her previous work has been.
Oh, absolutely. Phoebe Waller-Bridge is definitely one of the highlights of this film. I think because it's such a big Hollywood movie, Phoebe Waller-Bridge is about to charm a lot of international audience members. I mean, we're all very familiar with her and her Fleabag quirky energy, and she brings a lot of that to the role of Helena Shaw, and she is a dynamic counterpart to Indiana Jones in this movie. She challenges him, she's resourceful, she's self-sufficient, and they have a very sparky chemistry, which really is one of the best attributes that this film has.
And not directed by Steven Spielberg this time around.
No, which was originally a red flag. I mean, you can't have an Indiana Jones movie without Harrison Ford, but most people say you can't have an Indiana Jones movie without Steven Spielberg. But I think fans were quite excited to hear James Mangold was taking over, because he did such a terrific job of giving Hugh Jackman such a fitting send-off for one of his most iconic characters, Wolverine. So many were hoping that James Mangold would be able to do the same for Indiana Jones.
Luke, with the greatest respect to you and your colleagues as film critics, sometimes you get things wrong, don't you, in terms of popular appeal? So the critics, you're saying, sort of have mixed opinions, some a bit underwhelmed. Some movies audiences love no matter what. Do you think this might be one of those ones?
Yeah, I do. I think that's the thing. When we come to Cannes, we come to watch a variety of cinema, and Indiana Jones fills the slot of the big popcorn movie summer blockbuster, and it's wonderful. It fills a much needed void at the festival, and I do think audiences will be more receptive to it. I think fans are probably a little bit split in it, but there's enough attributes of what people love about the indie movies in the film. Like, it's got globe-trotting, map-jumping locations. It's got booby-trap cave systems, lots of encounters with creepy crawlies, and plenty of dazzling action set pieces. So it does bring the fun, and I think audiences will probably appreciate it more than critics.
Luke, it's been nice chatting to you today. Thank you very much.
That's it from breakfast today. Of course, back tomorrow from 6. Now on BBC One, it's time for Saturday Kitchen with Matt.
Put me in an impossible position, Nicky.
How do you got to start?
What parent does? We cannot risk going into special measures.
The last thing she needs is you breaking her heart. This is actually trigger then.
Waterloo Road. Watch now on BBC iPlayer.
It's a bit overwhelming to us. Walk around the corner and go and kiss somebody that I've never met.
Radio 1's big weekend is coming to Dundee. Lewis Capaldi, Wet Leg, Arlo Parks, the Jonas Brothers, and many more. Let us take you closer to the music. Radio 1's big weekend starts Friday across the BBC.
Paradise chocolate cake. I've always loved Mary Berry. She's here at 11:30. Saturday morning, finally, BBC One live in your living room. And can you hear that? It's my stomach rumbling. Here's Matt.
Good morning. Are you ready for some delicious food, delicious drinks, and sparkling company, all served up with a side order of unpredictability? Well, you're in the right place. Anything can happen because this is Saturday Kitchen Live. Welcome to the show. We've got two talented recipe writers for you today, a low-waste chef who's famous for his simple, sustainable and satisfying dishes, and the queen of Persian plates who packs everything for the flavour, Max Lavana and Sabrina Gay. And on drinks duty, the dashing devil himself, Ollie Smith. I love alliteration, so does television. Our multi-talented special guest today is guaranteed to add entertainment to any table. He will rock you with tales of the young ones, Blackadder, and of course, the BAFTA award-winning Friday Night Live. Please welcome the writer, director, and comedy ledge, Benny Up. The multi-BAFTA. I mean, that's a nice gig, right?
Yeah, well,
and you're not unfamiliar with many awards.
Well, I had a very good 80s, but after that it was a long time between drinks, so it was incredibly surprising and wonderful to get nominated and to win a BAFTA in my dotage.
And this was last Sunday.
Yes. Yeah.
I was there, I was cheering you on. I was so pleased to see it. You made a lovely speech as well.
Yeah, I was able to tribute the late, great Rick Mail, which was very important to me, and also Jeffrey Perkins, another brilliant comic producer who we lost too young, so yeah.
Yeah, and you were actually wearing the same suit that you were wearing in the end?
Yes, I was. That was another part of my speech, and I was quite pleased to do it because I mentioned having had a good 80s, and actually I won 3 in the 80s, and went most years because it was our time, alternative comedy, young and black, and you should probably have to wear black tie in those days. I mean, these days it's a sort of choice, and I was hired because I was a young bloke, I just at university, who has black tie. Yeah. So I'm hired. By 89, I thought, well, this is all going very well. I'll buy a suit. And Hugh Laurie said to me, you've done it now. You'll never get asked again. And for 30 years, he was right. And I finally proved him wrong, and I was able to wear the same suit.
In your face,
yes,
Hugh Laurie.
absolutely.
Right, and you're going to tell us all about We Will Rock You.
Absolutely.
Back to London Roast 2, been around the world. Right, before that, let's see what's on the menu today. Max, welcome back to the show. What have you got for us, Max?
Matt, thank you. I'm making 2 dishes that fight food waste: a hearty, meat-free cauliflower bolognese and a herb stem pesto. Very vibrant, delicious.
Very nice. That's from your new book as well, isn't it?
You can cook this.
Is the title of the book.
You can't.
Oh, I can cook this.
You can.
Okay, well, you're going to cook
I will.
Sabrina, nice to have you here. What you got for us?
Thank you. I'm going to make some spiced kefta with a fragrant tomato sauce, aromatic bulgur wheat, crispy fried onions, and some delicious spiced chickpeas.
Excellent. Like the look of that. That looks absolutely great. Do you like the sound of those, Ben?
Oh, I do indeed. I love the sustainable thing, the idea that you use every part of the crop. And that's what anyone says crispy onions.
Yeah.
I'm in love.
You got me. What about you, kid? What you got?
I have got a lush red to pair with Sabrina's beautiful lamb dish. It's a stunning dish.
Right.
And for Max, going with the thrifty theme, I've got a sub £5 white wine from Italy that is delicious. Yes, I have £4.25. Max. What do you need?
A bargain.
I can always sniff out a bargain.
Because that's quite a hard price bracket to find something.
It's not easy. They are there, but you need to know what you're looking for, and I shall reveal all later on.
Excellent. Look forward to that. Now, Ben, at the end of the show, you know how this works. Food heaven, food heaven. What's your idea of food heaven?
Well, I think, it never changes for me. I try and eat less red meat these days, but still my
very trim.
Well, I try and keep fit. I like to drink. I do like to drink, so I exercise because of that. But yeah, my the final meal, if I had to find it, it would be roast beef, Yorkshire pudding, crispy roast potatoes,
right?
All that. I cook a very mean family roast.
Okay.
I love it. I can do the veggie version as well with my onion gravy, but yeah, it would be the full roast beef for the last meal.
Okay, and what about hell?
I used to be very picky. My mum used to call me gastronomically timid, and it was, I like bits and things and nuts and things. But now I pretty much enjoy most food.
Right.
But I've got a particular bugbear at the moment about celeriac, not so much because I don't like it, although I don't think it's particularly nice, but because it's been used to replace the mighty potato, which is God's gift to the table. Anything with potatoes is good news as far as I'm concerned. And people are thinking, I had a dinner party. They said, I've done a shepherd's pie, but it's very special because it's not mash. Normal, it's celeriac mash. I said, no, I want potato mash.
Right.
I don't like celeriacs replacing potatoes.
Okay, right, got that. So what I cook is completely down to you guys at home. As proved last week, because you overwhelmingly voted against everything I said and what I wanted to make, so thanks so much for that, because we weren't that prepared, quite frankly. Perhaps it was that awful sparkly suit I was wearing, but
I thought you looked lovely.
That's what I
It was
wear.
a shocker.
Oh, you did.
No, it would beat yours.
That was my trademark. Listen to me, ladies and gentlemen, a little bit of politics, Mrs. Thatcher.
This is a shocker. Anyway, so will you guys go Radio Gaga for Ben's Food Heaven? If so, I'm going to take your average Sunday roast. I'm going to freshen it up a little bit for summer with a green beans. You love green beans, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Green beans, al dente, shallots, tarragon, horseradish salad. They're going to throw some garlic, some roast thyme potatoes, and I'm going to thinly slice some char grilled top rump of beef on top of that. Or will you put him under pressure with his idea of food health? So I'm going to saute some celeriac and some garlic and onions, some cavolo nero. I'm going to make a rich Gruyere and Parmesan cream. I'm going to finish that by blending over some naturally smoked haddock. You don't like that either?
I look again. Smoke that yellow thing. Yeah. I find it a bit much, frankly. I wouldn't like the dish you got there.
Great, perfect. Fits the brief. Obviously, you're going to have to wait to the end of the show to see which one the viewers vote for. And I'm not going to tell you what I want you guys to cover this session. You clearly don't care what I think. So, to vote for Ben's Food Heaven and Hell, go log into the Hampton Kitchen website. You can view the terms and privacy notices. All of that still to come, plus next week is British Sandwich Week. Hooray! Very exciting. So to celebrate, we've hunted out one of the tastiest sarnies in Britain, and you certainly you'll certainly want to have a go at making this at home. It is delicious. Stay tuned. Right, enough words for now. Max, should we do some cooking?
Let's cook.
Okay, so 2 pasta dishes.
2 pasta dishes. Nothing's going to waste.
Fine. So first of all, this is one dish. So what?
This is one. We're doing a cauliflower bolognese first.
Okay.
Everything here with the cauliflower, the leaves, the core. And roughly give that a chop. Throw it into the food processor.
Okay.
Again, it's one of those ingredients that people are throwing away at home, especially the leaves.
So, and this is your thing, right? This is all the sustainability, the using everything. That's why you're doing this.
I love saving money and reducing time in the kitchen. I love cooking, but I don't want to spend hours in the kitchen. So I try to find ways to use up everything I have.
So tell us how this all came about. You come from You come from a catering background, do you?
Yeah, there we go. Thank you. I love food. I love cooking food. Started cooking when I was 15 and just worked in restaurants ever since. But my father had quick service fast food restaurants when I was 2 weeks old.
Oh, okay. But that was in the States.
That was in the States.
And yeah, give it a shake.
Sometimes you got to give it a shake.
So how did the sort of sustainability thing come around it? Because that's what's made you famous.
I think having worked in restaurants, there's so much food that is purchased and bought in the restaurant that food is then ending up going to waste. We overbuy a lot of food, and I know it's happening in our homes. But before I could start pointing my finger at anyone else, especially working in restaurants, I had to point that finger at myself,
right?
And start finding ways to reduce food waste.
Cauliflower, there's a great fact here. 46,000 tons of cauliflower are wasted every year in the UK, and that equates to 88 million quid. Well, it's ridiculous.
It is. I mean, there's starving children here in the UK. 800,000 children go to school hungry. So it makes no sense that, we're wasting precious food, untouched food in our own homes.
Sure.
So,
Max, what are the tips you can give us at home to preserve our food?
Great. What you can do right now, I think it's the easiest, start cook the food you already have. And that's the no-brainer, right? You bought the food, cook it. So tell people to cook food, find creativity, have fun in the kitchen. If you have a celeriac, give it to Ben Elton. He'll cook it.
I'd eat it. So look, you said you were using leaves. What's the typical stuff? For instance, I cook a lot of broccoli. I tend to cook it quite close to the floretti end, but I now know people are eating the stalks. I mean, what are the bits that we generally throw away that we shouldn't?
Everything.
Really? Like the leaves of the cauliflower?
The leaves of the cauliflower, the core. Yeah, people are just using the florets.
What about rhubarb?
Rhubarb? You don't want to eat the leafy part. That is.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so there are parts of food that are poisonous. You don't want to eat.
Other than the rhubarb leaves, I'm trying to think of another one, and there's not.
I think the stem of the pepper is another one.
I'd never eat one of those.
No. So I think.
But on the whole, you'd say eat the leaves off a cauliflower, off a.
Well, we want to eat the food that's edible. So that list could go on and on and on. So certain foods that are being thrown away at home: bread, potatoes.
That's what
potatoes, bananas.
And you've lived in the UK for a long time now, haven't you?
I have. I'm basically British now. I think last time I came on, I was making jokes, and you didn't get my sarcasm. I've worked on it. Watch a bit of Ben Elton's jokes. Get better at it.
Okay, so what's going on in this pan this one?
So, sauteed onion, garlic, rosemary, some thyme.
Okay.
I've added some butter in there, some vegan butter. And I'm going to add some red wine. And we've minced our cauliflower.
Okay.
And there's tomato puree. So this all gets cooked down. This will be nice, vibrant, and red, and slightly meaty.
Okay.
Meaty.
Sure. Well, it's got that texture, right?
It has that texture. And this is just a more affordable option if you have a cauliflower at the bottom of the fridge drawer.
Now, this is from both these recipes are from your new book. It's called You Can Cook This. Ollie, you got a copy there, haven't you?
I certainly have. I'm just flicking through, and I have found a rather appropriate recipe for Ben, which is a roast dinner tart. And I love that because it uses all the leftovers and everything else. And then it's National Donut Week. And coming up, we've got some savoury donuts.
Yes,
but
we
there's
have.
a lovely bit of a sweet donut there as well.
Okay. And it's all the ingredients are based on, you asked your social media followers, didn't you?
I asked everyone on social media which foods they're throwing away the most. And over 2 years, I collected all that information, tens of thousands of responses, figured out what they're throwing away. And then I just got creative in the kitchen to find good ideas or good ways to use up the food we already have. Because it's money that we're throwing away at the end of the day.
So, and when we talk about your social media followers, we're talking what, over a million?
Yeah, over a million. 1.2 million across all socials. Grateful for that. Thank you, everyone.
So let's just talk about this. So this is the other pasta dish. So in here we've got it's basically leftover greens, right? So there's a bit of spinach, there's a bit of cabbage in there. Where was it? A few herbs. It's essentially anything
you had fridge. And we looked in the center of the kitchen fridge and we found odd little ends that you guys had that I went in there and tried to make something out of it. So yeah, just whatever you have in the bottom of the fridge drawer that's green, use it up. And I'm just have some broccoli stems here. This is the ingredient that most people are throwing away. Don't know why, but it's happening. Broccoli stems and some garlic, that gets roasted. And here's one that I made earlier. So broccoli stems will go in there.
So that's going in there too, along with
our roasted garlic.
And there's still some other bits and pieces to go in there. So if you give me that.
Yeah.
So, okay, so broccoli, garlic, cheese going in here?
Yes. Today, you guys are doing a Parmesan. Parmesan.
We got sunflower seeds.
Sunflower seeds. So pine nuts are another ingredient that is like a traditional pesto, but to reduce costs, using a sunflower seed. Yeah.
Do you know, fun fact, I've said this on the show before, you know jars of pesto?
Yeah.
Yes. It's actually made with cashew nuts.
Yes.
Not pine nuts. Just because of the cost, otherwise it's too expensive. Fish food is...
Fish food is nutritional yeast.
Okay.
It tastes quite cheesy. It's loaded with B12. I like the flavor of it. It's just for those who are lactose intolerant.
Give it a big boost, right?
Throw that in there, and then we're going even more indulgent with some Parmesan cheese.
Okay.
If you're plant-based, there are some incredible plant-based vegan cheeses out there.
Are there?
Yeah. If I close my eyes and really just
really concentrate hard,
and I could
I've tried some.
You tried some, and then how did it go?
I was kind of struggling a bit.
That's all right.
I mean, I'm sure there'll be a lot of people to tell me I'm wrong.
These things take time. I think the palate changes. So for me, my palate has changed.
How long have you been plant-based?
It's been a long. It's now consistently 6 years.
6 years.
6 years.
And what was the decision behind that?
It's for my health.
Right.
I come from a family who have heart conditions and high cholesterol, and for me, eating a plant-based diet was better for me. And I enjoy cooking with vegetables. It's more of a challenge, and I like a challenge in the kitchen. So it's a lot more. I have fun with the vegetables that I cook. So yeah, and I'm just stuck with it. So.
And so, if you find, I mean, I would imagine your sort of fan base is quite young on social media. Is that a generation that's looking for more sort of plant-based stuff? It's looking to sort of, reduce waste. I speak to my kids, and they look at the environment, and it's second nature. Yeah. Back in the day, it was something that people had to make a conscious effort to kind of consider.
I think everyone, from college students to adults and their family and their children, everyone slides into my DMs asking me what can I make. It's a whole wide range of people who are looking to reduce the meat consumption and also eat more plants.
Okay, that looks great. Is that all right?
Yeah, lovely.
I'm loving the sunflower seeds in there, as well as Big 50. It's also, if you've got an allergy, sorted.
Loving it. There's no doubt that the vegan thing is now so common, and younger people are introducing my son's girlfriend's vegan, so she comes round, we cook a vegan dish and you start getting used to it. I think the days of Piers Morgan presuming everybody hates the idea are definitely gone. I mean, it was stupid at the time, but it really would, he looked like such a granddad even now, and that's only a couple of years, railing against the Greggs vegan roll. I think everyone would go, well, what's the problem? Why would you care anyway?
It was interesting because it was vegetarianism used to be crank.
They called it crank.
Yes, exactly.
Vegetarian restaurant.
And now that is absolutely second nature.
Yeah.
To so many chefs, and veganism is going.
I still eat meat, but we definitely eat much more vegetable dishes now. Partly because young people are coming in the house. All the school kids are much more concerned for the environment. The main point.
Yeah.
I think the average population here in the UK is like roughly 20 to 25% who are reducing their meat consumption or totally plant-based. So
but it's good to dip in and out.
It's good to dip in and out.
I mean, I eat quite a lot of meat, but it's nice to sort of get more vegetables.
My recipes never say they're vegan. So it's anyone, if you're at home and you're plant-based or not.
Also, Max, you look pretty good on it because we realised yesterday you're 34.
Yeah, cannot be true.
12.
It cannot be true.
Quite frankly.
It's the leftover celeriac, and I just put it on my face. And
I don't hate
It's just-
celeriac. I just, you ask these questions, what do you hate?
You're forever associated with a
I
hatred
know.
of celeriac.
That's right. It should never replace a potato. That's fine.
I love the
I totally
defensive
agree.
spuds. I'm a big. I grow the spuds. They're all different as well. So many different types.
I could live off potatoes, baked
Love 'em.
today, Friday, now that's just
But you don't want the surprise in a dauphinoise.
Yes, no.
Like,
I don't
I'm
want
sorry, celeriac? No.
surprising you, Duffin-wise. I could make a double out of that, but I'm not going to.
Right, let's tidy that up. Fresh basil. Again,
Okay.
everything you have at the bottom of the fridge door makes this lovely, vibrant pesto.
Beautiful. Remind us what it's called.
Cauliflower ragu and a herb stem pesto.
Great. Nice. Okay. There you go, guys.
Well, it looks.
Suck into
I
that.
mean,
Proper Max.
it looks fantastic.
Oh,
we only get 2 plates, so we share.
No, that's yours.
Oh,
That's
right.
your. We had to rehearse it.
Yes, how nice it is. I'm like, no, I'm
Okay.
We've got a bargain, so I love the idea of being thrifty. And these days, sub £5 wines, they are available. Some of them are really good. You really do have to pick and choose carefully. This is Vista Castelli Trebbiano d'Abruzzo from Tesco, £4.25. I think it's great value because Trebbiano produces an awful lot of grapes. It's a high yielding crop. And where we are in Italy,
And that brings the price down.
brings the price down, lots of it, obviously lower price,
Right.
made by a big co-op called Citra, lots of kind of big company know-how, but small winemaking techniques, so you get some finesse there as well.
Yeah.
Bright, sexy, breezy, £4.25, bit of a no-brainer.
And lingers longer than you'd expect.
Yeah, so that's always the indication of a good quality wine, actually. The longer the flavours linger, the better the quality. And while this is quite a simple wine, those flavours do kick in. It's a nice, bright, citrusy drop.
That's really good.
£4.25, it's easy, yeah.
Nice bright citrusy drop is exactly what it is. This, on the other hand, is simply superb.
It's
wonderful.
Absolutely
so good.
so good. But I thought when you were going on about, well, that'll give you a sort of meat feel, grainy. I thought, come on, this is cauliflower. Don't it's got a little bit of crunch. Clearly, what you do is brilliant because you don't obviously you don't overcook. You're a cook, but the pasta is al dente. But this cauliflower base. It's got actual kind of almost a chewy crunch to it.
Yeah.
It's fantastic, and the tomato. I mean, it could be a bolognese sauce. I mean, it's absolutely. And the pesto. I've got to tell you, I think they're both
I think they're delicious.
absolutely delicious.
Team red, team green.
I actually really like this one. I think it's a textural thing when you eat meat
The
in your
cauliflower.
diet. Yeah, when you eat meat in your diet, it's almost like we still need a little something, and that texture. This I know is green. It's sensory, but this kind of doesn't miss meat,
Right.
because it's got everything, ticks the boxes, and the wine is a perfect pair, especially with the green one. It really cuts through the cheese. It's beautiful.
It's fabulous. But I'm not sure this adversarial thing you do on. I mean, they're both incredible.
yeah.
If I had to choose, because it's such.
You don't have to
You
choose.
don't
You don't have to
have to
choose.
Well,
You're the guest.
Prize, I call it.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
Remind us what you're doing the rest.
I'm going to make spiced kefta with an aromatic tomato sauce, fragrant bulgur wheat, crispy chickpeas with spices, and fried onions.
And there's a lot of it. Don't forget, you can join in the chit chat on social media using the hashtag Saturday Kitchen. And will you vote for Ben's Food Heaven char grilled beef top rub, green beans, shallot, and horseradish salad with crispy roast potatoes, or his idea of Food Hell sauteed celeriac with poached smoked haddock and a Mornay sauce. Currently going heaven. Log on to the Saturday Kitchen website now and have your say. Right, it's time for a trip to Norfolk with Rick now, and he's going wild in the woodlands for mushrooms. Take a look.
The first time I found a patch of chanterelle on the way to Bodmin from Padstow was of the same order of excitement as seeing my first kangaroo in the bush. It's that jolt of being there and seeing it with your own eyes. I'm in the secret wood in the middle of Norfolk with Clive Holder, a mushroom hunter extraordinaire, and he showed me a host of golden chanterelle, enough for 1,000 risottos. They're supposed to smell like apricots, these. Maybe it's just...
And they do.
And they do.
Yeah.
So fresh. They're quite peppery, aren't they, when they're raw?
A lot of chefs won't like a mushroom, for example, this large. They've got what I call supermarket syndrome. And everything's got to be small, baby vegetables, baby
absolutely.
baby mushrooms. And what they would like, they'd like something about this size.
It's a shame that they can present as a little pottinger roll on the side of a plate. These ones, unfortunately, would have to be, and that seems sacrilegious to do so, to be torn. But when you do, that white colour in the middle there denotes that this is a true chanterelle as opposed to the full chanterelle, which is yellow all the way through. I've been searching for mushrooms for more than 10 years now, but have never come across such a developed patch as that. That really knocked my eyes out. You live for something like that. It's like finding the first step of the season. It's so exciting. So what way do you like to cook chanterelles? I just like them plain fried with olive oil and butter. I love the names that mushrooms have been given over the centuries. Look at these amethyst deceivers. They, like all mushrooms, have to be cooked using a lot of heat and very quickly. Otherwise they stew, and as they're 90% water, they tend to turn sloppy. So it's really not a good idea to wash them. Just give most of them a brush. Here I've sautéed them with kidneys, a great breakfast dish. So first of all, the kidneys. Take about 3 kidneys, cut them in half, and that gives you 3 halves per person. If you're fastidious, take out the sort of fatty bits in the middle. But, you don't need to. It's really quite nice, particularly in a lamb's kidney, which is quite delicate. I've tossed the kidneys in seasoned flour, and now I fry them in hot butter. Not long, because I like them rosy pink on the inside. I turn them over once. Halfway through, throw in the mushrooms and some salt. I've always been a bit cautious with wild mushrooms. It's great in France, where you can take them into a local chemist for identification. Just try taking them into Boots. Now I take the kidneys out of the pan to continue cooking the mushrooms. Add a little more butter, put the kidneys back in, and toss everything together and pour over some buttered toast. And that's all there is to it. Finally, sprinkle in a little bit of parsley and serve. So simple and so good. I mean, another great combination is mushrooms and garlic, but in this case it's mushrooms and kidneys. If you haven't tried it, you jolly well should. Oh yeah, that's those common earth balls I was talking about. Oh yeah, there's loads of them. I just want to. This is really interesting actually as a chef and restaurateur. But Clive was just saying that you look at these common earth balls, which are worthless. Look at the inside. What does that remind you of? Well, black truffle. And some unscrupulous chefs in London just take thin slices of this common earth ball, obviously take the outside off, and then just steep it in truffle oil. It's not very expensive, sort of olive oil flavoured with white truffle, and call it black truffle. These are worth nothing. And, 10 quid for that? Thank you very much. When I think of Lancashire, I think of hot pot, Yorkshire, puddings, Cornwall, pasties, and in Norfolk, a turkey. Not any old hybrid turkey, the ones that look as though, they've been blown up by a bicycle pump, bred for ever plumper breasts and meat at the expense of flavour. This is the home of the famous Norfolk Black. It's as near as you'll get to the wild turkey the Pilgrim Fathers found in the New World. Here in the village of Thuxton is the farm of James Graham, 4th generation turkey farmer.
With the Norfolk Black Turkey, this is a pure breed. It's just as you would find it out in South America, and therefore it still has all the characteristics of a breed of turkey that's outside. They're a slow-growing turkey, therefore they layer the meat on very slowly, and the texture of the meat is also a very fine grain of meat. You can carve it ever so finely and thinly, and that is a sign of a very slow-growing, textured bird. Therefore, it's got more moisture in the meat, therefore it holds the flavour.
The Norfolk Black would have died out 100 years ago had it not been for James's great-grandfather who started this farm.
I must say, after talking to James, I've got a bit of a problem. You see, 75% of the food that we buy in this country is sold through supermarkets. But they just can't deal with this sort of product. It's too small, it's too good. It doesn't fit in with their way of doing business any more than the fish from small boats does. Where can I buy in the UK fish from a small boat landed that morning and sold on the supermarket counter. Where can I buy in the UK the product of a small turkey farm where the turkeys are allowed to run free range? I can't. I mean, they're good at getting lots and lots of different varieties of food for us. But what about the special stuff? And it's only because they control so much of the market that I think they ought to be a bit more open-minded about what they sell.
Thanks for that, Rick. Now, later on, we're celebrating British Sandwich Week, boys. Hey! Yeah, so it's better everything. It's like a panther with Daisy from the Dusty Knuckle. But next week, however, is also National Donut Week. Yes. Well done, you. Easily pleased this up. So I've come up with some delicious. These are savoury donuts. No, it wasn't. No, it really isn't Panto.
Oh, yes, it is.
I promise. You will enjoy them. So savoury donuts, right? So these have got some pork mince in there. There's a bit of potato. There's cumin, garlic, ginger, chili, and shallots, some oyster sauce. So that's the mix. So we're going to make a little dip from more oyster sauce, a bit of tamarind, some sugar, and some soy sauce. First of all, I'm going to make the batter. Now, this is like a very sloppy bread batter. We're going to do it backwards. Max down there has got the finished balls. They get dipped into flour, dipped into the dough, shake it off, throw it in the fryer. Simple as that, and it just forms a very light sort of coating. So it's not a dense, rich, sort of heavy batter. So there's a bit of sugar going in there. That helps with the browning, and obviously gives it a little bit of sweetness. There's some baking powder, and this is yeast. So yeast in with some water, mix, and then you leave it for about an hour, and then it'll start to rise. It will start to sponge, as they say, and then you're good to go. So that goes in. Give it a mix. And then we'll get on with the rest. So while we do, Ben, let's talk about Rocky. Tell us, people who haven't seen it, tell us what was the premise? Because you wrote it at a time when these.
Yeah, it's quite prescient. I would take some pride in the fact that the musical, when it started, kind of got overtaken by events. Queen, I was, one of the best days of my life. Queen approached me and said, would you think about some sort of narrative for some of our music for the stage, because the Queen's music is so uniquely theatrical. And that was a brilliant day.
I'm busy.
Well, I didn't say no, but I did say, look, I'm super busy, things, but I did eventually find the time for Queen. It seems incredible to think of it now. But anyway, my pitch to them was that their original idea was that maybe do something about Freddie's, sad demise, etc., etc. And I said, no, Queen's music belongs to all of us, not even just to Freddie. And because all of you wrote the music, let's do something about the vibe of the band, which is legendary, which is kind of overblown and huge. You want something Arthurian, but obviously they were also super up to date and so I remember saying the words like it's kind of the Matrix meets King Arthur. What about a guitar buried in rock? That a world where there's no live music anymore because, and this is where the prescience bit came out, because music's trapped in corporate computers and directly streamed to the kids via handheld devices, and they can only get it via that, and it mesmerizes.
But let's point out, so these guys are. This was 3 or 4 years.
It was 5 years before the iPhone emerged.
But the iPod hadn't
even the iPod. Yeah, the iPod. There were no MP3s. I think it was 4 years before even the beginning of streaming happened. And And the idea was that if people are like getting their music directly from the corporation, inverted commas, the Disney sort of massive Apple thing, they won't necessarily go out and look at live music or even pick up a guitar and play it themselves. Clearly, that hasn't yet happened, but there is a problem with everybody staring at their phones. People go to gigs and look at and record it, and so there's something prescient in the show, which I'm quite proud of. It is supposed to be a sort of dystopian vision. Of course, I've adapted it over the 20 years or so. There's new jokes. We've even put in 2 new songs for the Coliseum. Don't Stop Me Now and. The Show Must Go On, right? Both in the show now, which is incredibly exciting for us. It's a whole new We Will Rock You. I mean, it's a Rock You for 2023, but it's as much fun. It's a joyful night out. It's the best music any music could possibly have, and there's quite a lot of laughs in it, though I say myself.
And when you were approached, I mean, were you always a Queen fan?
Of course, anyone of my generation or any generation. I always say it's the same as. Like people who say they don't like, I don't know, the Beatles. You might not like one or two, but come on, you can't say you don't like them. And the same for Queen. I mean, they're so eclectic, their style. You listen to one Queen album, it's like listening to every form of music, from jazz to opera to obviously rock. And the wit and the artistry of their creations. They're multifaceted songs. They're operas, they're mini musicals in themselves. So yeah, I was a huge Queen fan. I left home when I was 16 to go away and study sort of writing a drama for A-level.
Right.
I was living alone in a caravan. It was quite a grim baptism of fire for adult life. I was quite lonely. And Queen were number one for the whole first term I was away with Bohemian Rhapsody. And, you know, there was a sort of otherness about Queen. I mean, of course they're super cool because they're so talented, but they weren't sort of cool in a... They weren't cool in a way. They were sort of exuberantly, this is us, and we're kind of a bit mad and strange, but listen to what we do. And yeah, I found them quite an inspiration as a youngster, as a teenager, trying to find my way, particularly living on my own. So it was obviously kind of an unimaginable arc of my life to end up working with them. Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
From a very kind of young, impressionable age to what you're doing.
Absolutely. Now. And to be from, I mean, Brian and Roger are very, very hands-on with the show. They stay involved. The new production that I'm directing at the Coliseum, they're all over. They've worked with the band. They obviously were in on all the auditions with me, including my own.
Well, I'm going to ask you about it just a second.
We'll get on to that.
Let's just have it. So Max is frying those nicely. In here, we've got some mashed potato, pork mince, oyster sauce, some sweated shallots and cumin, about a sort of half a teaspoon of cumin. There's ginger, chili, and quite a lot of garlic. So put that together, mix that up, and that is it. Roll them into balls, put them in the and then they set very nicely. And then we got a little dipping sauce, which I went through just a bit earlier. So tell us, so first time around you're directing, now you're actually starring. Why the change?
Well, I mean, I've been working on this show, as I say, developing it. I always keep it up to date as writer, and I direct a lot of the big productions, as I am with this new one. But because we're going into the Coliseum, we haven't been in London for about 6 or 7 years. We did the 12 years at the Dominion, but now we're coming back. And there was this conversation, you know, we want to do something interesting and special. And there's this one character, Pop, the rebel guru, the wise old hippie man who sort of remembers rock and roll. And I don't know, before we knew it, I don't think it was my idea to begin with, but Brian and Roger loved the idea, and I auditioned for myself and passed. Right. I had to sing it for Brian and Roger, which obviously, because I get a song, I sing Days of Our Lives, that's the character, the part. He's this old, and mainly he's a comic role, mainly he's a sort of mad. If you think of Back to the Future, he's like Doc. He's the mad old guy that knows stuff but doesn't really know stuff. But there is a very reflective moment for him when he looks back on a life well lived, a rock and roll life, and he sings Days of Our Lives, which is, of course, a hugely poignant song. Poignant and beautiful. And, of course, it was the first number one that Queen had that Fred never knew was a number one, because it was number one after he died. And that means a lot to people culturally and Queen fans, of which there are so many. But so yeah, and of course he's alone on stage. Brenda Edwards, who's playing the Killer Queen, will have just delivered another one, Bites the Dust, with a full ensemble, all the bells and whistles, and then suddenly a spotlight alone, and Pop sings Days of Our Lives, and that would be me. So I don't normally get nervous getting
I
on
was going to
stage.
say, how is that the first time you sung? I mean, I've never heard you sing.
No. Well, you have to
first, I will. Don't worry about that. So the first time you sang in front of those guys.
Yeah, I mean, they
must have been.
They basically, Brian said, "Well, can you sing?" You know, when the question came out, clearly, I don't want to, but clearly, I can play pop with comedy, or at least I hope. Yeah. And I wrote the role. I directed a lot of people in it. I gave my Artful Dodger when I was 13 in the Godalming Theatre Group's production at Godalming.
I love how you go that far back.
And that's the last time I sang on stage in 1973. But the Surrey Advertiser were kind enough to say I showed great promise for the future. So here we are. 50 years
You've still got that in the back of the head.
Oh, God, last good review I
Taylor.
Yeah. And it was very, so I cannot, my wife's a musician, she's a bass player, and she said, yeah, you can hold a tune. And yeah, I sang it for them, and they said, hey, that's okay. I mean, you know, the thing about singing for musical theatre is you've got to give it a heart, you've got to believe the lyric. I always, when I'm directing, I say, play the lyric, find the meaning in the song. And anyway, I'm not saying I'm not aware of the challenge, but I feel Brian and Roger worked with me for an hour or two on the song, and you know, I feel I feel it'll be okay.
I think it sounds then. It's a limited run, isn't it? June through to August.
Yeah, we're 3 months at the London Coliseum, which is in its. I mean, Freddie, of course, sang with the opera at 97.
Yes.
You know, it's a Queen gig, really. And I'll be on the same stage Freddie sang on, which is
wow,
we all will.
2,600 seats.
It is. It's a big house. We love people to come along. It's a great night.
Sorry, Ollie. How have you know? Well, I mean, you know, I love the theatre. What can I say? I think it's going to be an amazing show, and I want to get there.
It's all new, all the bells and whistles. It's a big show.
Oh,
Yeah, but it's on this summer, June, July, and August at the Coliseum.
Congratulations. It's going to be very hot. Just try a little bit of that.
I love that I love a donut, and don't you find it disappointing when you get a donut and it's one of those cakey ones, which isn't proper, you know. You need a proper fried.
Yes.
Is it going to be? I can't wait for this.
I really like it. I'm okay.
I don't know what to say.
I'm gold, on and on and on. We'll take them to the crib, domestic boy. Easy, call them on the phone and platinum Chanel cologne and I stay dressed to impress, spark interest. Sex is all I expect as they watch TV and the Lex. They know, quarter past 4, left the club tipsy. Say no more, except how I'm getting home tomorrow. She'll drop it off when he see his D.O. Back in my mind, I hope she's spun out. Man, she spilled the drink on my cream wallows. Reach the gate, but we just ate. Riffin', she got to be to work by 8. This must mean she ain't trying to wait. Conversate, sex on the first date. I state, you know what you do to me. You start soft, but I don't usually. Then I whip it out, rubber no doubt. Step out, show me what you all about. Is in your mouth, open up your mouth. Pull your G-string down south. Pull that back out, in the parking lot. Ride Cherokee and a green drop top. And I don't stop until I'm out. Jeans, skirt, butt naked, it all work. Nasty girl. No, I never let him nasty girl. I let him nasty girl. On the ladies, he will be bringing back. I let him nasty girl. I'm a woman from around the world.
I like nasty girls. I need you to dance. I need you to strip. I need you to shake your little hips and hips. Let's go. I need you to grind like you're working for tips. And give me what I need while we listen to Prince. Cause bitch, you ain't seen the world yet. Rock the pearl yet. Rock the pearl sets. Flow on a pearl jet. My style make a low profile girl smile. Throw a chick back like I'm low through a try. And now you and me can drink some Hennessy. Then we get it on. Mad women wanting to Sean Connery and sipping on Patron. Speed and be leaning. Got a fiend. And when I get to you, throw it right back. And tell me, Diddy, yeah, I like it like that. Lift your shirt. You know how I flirt. Heels and skirts. Let's take it off. Now let's work. Let's work.
What? He's from Diddy. Women ain't looking no stress. Hands on the stairs in your best. Yes. Dress. So dress. She's interest. Jersey on the beat so sweet. Ladies know you feel me, baby. I'm B.I.G. BBC. Radio 1. Yeah. If I can't do well, me can't be done. I'ma let the champagne bottle pop. I'ma take you to the top. Show I'ma make it hot, baby. I'm not pushing the step now pop. Zip pumps. From shouldering, I got I'm the type of big lips. If I'm right behind the 50 cent, I write a little bit. Yeah, get the money right, cause I got mine. I'm a ram quick when you can't shine. You gon' get that next chunk, then up in the trunk at the beginning. Is that what you want? Be easy. Now, believe me. That's what I'm about. Gangsta, you can find it. It's sitting on the throne. Hit the clutch, hit the gear, hit the gas, and I'm gone. If I can't do well, homie, it can't be done. Now I'ma let the champagne bottle pop. I'ma take it to the top. Show I'ma make it hot, baby. I'm down for the action, smart as mouth to swag. Holy sh**, might come back to react to the gangsta, dollar the gangsta flag. Cause you be hitting homicide if you asking what happened. Oh no, look who cracked it with the 28 trips in the low, bro. East side, west side, yo. Even if I'm saying something really wrong with my brain, don't rob me, they know I'm down and down with my chain. G-Unit, we get it poppin' in the hood, G-Unit. What's good, I'm waiting on the act like they don't know how to act. I had to sip it to my jack, I'm thinking it's all rap. To that, and Doc said it's a rap, it's a rap. If I can't do my homie, it can't be done. Now I'ma let the champagne go, I'ma take it to the top. Show I'ma make it hot, baby.
BBC Radio 1.
Baby, now I got the flow, 'cause I know it from the start. Baby, when you broke my heart, that I held it down again. I'm sure you that I'm winning. Your love and mine. All those times I said that I love you. Your love and mine. Yes, I try. Yes, I try. Your love and mine. Even though you know I died for you. Your love and mine. Yes, I cry. Yes, I cry. Yes, come on. Oh my God. Here I am. Once again. Top of the world. Here I go. So I'm back up in the mix. Many times I get my smile. Letting all the people know that I'm back to run the show. 'Cause what they say you know before. And all the nasty things you done. So baby, there's I can't believe what I sing my comfort song. Your love and mine. She said she'd never turn on me. Your love and mine. But you did. But you did. Your love and mine. All this pain you said I'd never feel. Your love and mine. But I do.
Oh my goodness, these are so good. Producer Dom produces both me and Nat O'Leary on a Sunday, and in his words, he was an emo kid in the noughties, whereas me and Nat, we're a bit shabby. We're just going to throw it out there. So we weren't really listening to kind of like alternative indie music and stuff then, that was really our vibe. But we were absolutely on a hip hop and R&B, so we are both buzzing about this so much. Oh, they're just so good. I've just a little scroll down. Guess what we've got coming up? I've already told you about Obi Trice. got some teeth, have I? No, I think I saw Instagram about that. I'm telling you now. We've got ludicrous area codes coming up before the end of these anthems as well. Hello to Lucy in Leeds, who's getting ready for Claire and Richard's wedding today. What a glorious day for it. Isabel, age 6, and Dexter, age 3, are in the car heading to the beach. And Ava, Luke, Zoe, Chris, and Alice are all in the car on the way to the seaside in Ramsgate. Everyone's off to the beach. What a time to be alive.
You ready, mate? Party people in the place to be. It's about that time. Yeah, what you know about going out? Head west, red legs, TVs, all up in the headrest. Try and live it up, ride through a bigger truck, seats all split it up, stick a kid, what? Jig with a cut, shit Chris with it up. Walk right, get your until I can't get it up. I'm a big man, get this man room. I done hit everything from Cancun to Cancun. Why you stand on the wall, hand on your bow, lighting up drugs, always fighting in the club. I'm the reason they made the dress code. They figure out I wasn't wild when I'm in my fresh clothes. Dressed as I suppose, from my neck to my toes. Neck full of gold, baguettes in my rolls. Rec shows, collect those, extra O's. By the heat, get a key to the legs to hold. East, west, every state, come on, bury the hate. Millions, the only thing we in the heavy to make. Other from the X-Friend, intellect, soul bins. Let's begin, bring this BS to an end. Come on. Yeah. You make me feel so good. You make me feel so good. You make me feel so good. That's what we do. Come on.
I wouldn't change you if I could. I wouldn't change you if I could. I wouldn't change you if I could.
You can't understand, we be wild geeky, shipping DP to the TV, look pretty. Little kids see me way out in DC with a Z3 Chrome BB. They wanna be me. Talking, they ought to quit. Unfortunate, they don't see a fault what I get. And those be the same ones walking while with. Just started seeing cars cause they auction it. So while you daydream, I'm a city gleam. And I deal with the pose and Maybelline. One time you had it all. I ain't mad at y'all, nigga, be the catalog. I show y'all daddy ball. 6 cars of power to 5 big stars. Sit up CEO staff, smoking on cigars. It's like y'all be talking funny. I don't understand language and people with short money. That's what we do.
I wouldn't change you if I could. I wouldn't change you if I could. I wouldn't change you if I could.
BBC Radio 1. Just a lot of up here tonight, boy. I'm about to get drunk. Damn. See, what a bar. Okay, sit. No more focus on homes, got a career. And I like you to see it. It's a party in here, and I'm ready to talk naughty and Veronica's here. She erotic and it's hot, so I Heineken beer. Pull it to the side and invite her to cheers. Pull up a chair, swear no drama. Prepare for a flare, working with a monster. I ain't got time to waste, let's vacate the place that blinds the traits. Crime to your face in the grimy state, concentrate. You'll find that you found the cake. What we found was fake. You can watch two incredible mates. Why settle and wait? Let's escalate to the nearest super agency. Get rivers on the mirrors and this miracle we chase. Come on. This is my favorite song. Let's sing along with the DJ. Throws it on and if I leave here tonight. I fall asleep and wake up. Hopefully she got some teeth. This is my favorite song. Let's sing along with the DJ. Throws it on and if I leave here tonight, I fall asleep and wake up. Hopefully she got some teeth. Holy derriere. Look around the club, booty everywhere. She caught me staring and my homies daring me to approach Karen. She's model material. But she got a tons of baby fathers, baby bottles and cereal. She hollered us, I got a lot of denario. The DJ's playing, hope he's on the stereo. And she's impaired and she wants to be heading home. What's the real thing? Not the clone. And I know I don't want to be heading home. Some double D's full of silicone. 10 hood rat chicks around me outside. Found me outside, clown me outside. Till I flipped out and they found me outside. Cussing at the screaming all in their eyes. This is my favorite song. Let's sing along with the DJ. Throws it on and if I leave here tonight and I fall asleep and wake up, hopefully she got some teeth. This is my favorite song. Let's sing along with the DJ. Throws it on and if I leave here tonight and I fall asleep and wake up, hopefully she got some teeth.
BBC Radio 1.
I'm messy, Elliot, one time explosive.
Is it worth it? Let me work it. I put my thing down, flip it and reverse it. It's your primitive It's your primitive plan, yeah. If you got a big, let me search it to find out how hard I gotta work, yeah. It's your primitive plan, yeah. It's your primitive plan, yeah. I like to get to know ya so I can show ya. Put a hurting on ya like I told ya. Give me all your numbers so I can phone ya. If you're acting snake, then call me over. Knock on the bed, lay me on your sofa. Call before you come, I need to shave my. You do what you don't know, you wanna watch ya. Go downtown and eat it like a vulture. See my hips, big hips, don't try. See my butts and my lips, don't try. Lost a few pounds in my waist, oh yeah. It's the kind of beat that go ba-ta-ta. Ba-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Sets me so good, I say blah, blah, blah. Work it, I need a glass of water. Boy, it's good to know ya. Is it worth it? Let me work it. I put my thing down, flip it and reverse it. It's your primitive plan, yeah. It's your primitive plan, yeah. If you got a big, let me search it to find out how hard I gotta work, yeah. It's your primitive plan, yeah. It's your primitive plan, yeah. If you a fly, yeah, get your nails done, get a pedicure, get your hair did. Boy, lift it up, let's make a toaster. Let's get drunk, this gon' bring us closer. Don't I look like a Holly Berry poster? See the Belvedere playing tricks on ya. Girlfriend wanna be like me, never. You won't find a chick that's even better. I'll make you hot as Las Vegas weather. Listen up close while I take it backwards. Oh, I begins to gotta send me up with you. I'm not a prostitute, but I can give you what you want. I love your grace and your mouth full of phones. You love the way my butt boom, 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 boom. Keep your eyes on my boom, boom, boom. You think you can handle this? Don't. Take my thumb off and my tail go boom. Cut the lights on so you see what I can do. Is it worth it?
Missy Elliott and Work It. Lots of people loving Obi Trice, not just me and Nat O'Leary. I'm loving these tunes, taking me back to when I was 15, 16, says this message, having a great break in the car. Samantha says, oh my God, these are all absolute tunes, getting me through work. Tom from Swansea says, Obi Trice on Radio 1, that is amazing, getting me through working today. Vicky says, hopefully she's got some teeth. She's loving that tune. That song was literally about like him getting with a girl and her not having any real teeth. But it's a banger. It's a weird, but it's a banger. 03700 100 100. Keep your messages coming in. Oh my God, I'm so happy! This is the best same anthems ever. Ludacris and Area Codes on Radio 1.
I got pros in different area codes. Area codes. Pros in different area codes.
You alright? Our mum's asleep. How old is she? Oh, really? Oh, yeah. Yeah. What time did the carers come around last night? Have they? All right. Did they wake Mum up, or was Mum awake already? Yeah. All right. Huh? Second? Oh, yeah. What sheets and all that? Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Oh, she's in bed, yeah? That's good, then. Well, at least she's getting some sleep. I was watching telly just a minute ago, and I kept falling asleep. Oh, Andy. All right, then. All right, bye.
I handle my biz. Don't rush me, just relax and let me be free. Whenever I call, Sexy.
BBC Radio 1.
Okay, this is fair. I'm okay with you. Don't wanna sound full of myself a room, but you ain't looking at the world to do. Cause you love me. I'm sorry, baby. So you think about a chance. You find yourself trying to do my dance. Maybe because you love me. You do well. So then we try. And it's slow down because you want just to have fast. We touch. And fast we touch. Then we lock eyes. And I knew I wasn't that. And I was gonna tear your ass up. Yeah, I know that I'm carrying on. Never mind if I'm showing off. I was just front. You know I want you, babe. I'm ready to bet it on. Unless you don't care at all. You know I want you. You should stop front, babe. Trying to be the best girlfriend you could be. Till you sneak and look at me. And girl, I love it. Then you kick about the girl to show. Tell her you gon' come and ask how it was, and she's gon' love it. Whoa, whoa. Yeah, go. Then we try. And it's slow down because you want just to have fast. We touch. And fast we touch. Then we lock eyes. And I knew I wasn't that. And I was gonna tear your ass up. Yeah, I know that I'm carrying on. Never mind if I'm showing off. I was just front. You know I want you, babe. I'm ready to bet it on. Unless you don't care at all. You know I want you. You should stop front.
Radio 1. Yes, y'all, stay playing the war. Too young to sip alcohol at the bar. I'm ready to jet, girls acting football. You keep all, let me hold the keys to the car. I'm in front of the club trying to bag a chick. Trying to get 5 of them cause the bitch C6. Him and I, chrome looking real tight. Watch the moonlight bounce off the curb. Burn money, I earn money, just burn money. I'm trying to get the spell of reserve money. I'm tight to all this, experts and all. Experts always hit the market, they target. Foundation of established. Me and my team bubble like themselves a tablet. Don't sleep when it's time to creep. A little pimp like me, a crawl underneath. It takes a lot more than words to move, man. I don't give a BHUK what you say. Acting all wild, unprofessional. Who got beef and knock the teeth out your smack? I want the lubricant, keeps the crowd moving. You get moving, the stage show music proving. So if you wanna see A plus the artist, you gotta Western Union man, 3 grand deposit. Bad cats out there steady kicking garbage. Girl steady saying, look, I can see that the guard is. You can't harm me and stop me. Even on the poor quality, bootleg cassette copy. Come on. You know you gotta enjoy yourself, come on. You gotta enjoy yourself. You gotta enjoy yourself. Yeah. Come on, come on. Enjoy yourself.
Nancy and Mason say, oh my god, never heard the radio version of that Ludacris track, Area Codes. Was wondering if I needed to change the channel for my little one's ears when it came on. No, don't worry, we've got you back. However, it did have a little sort of sexy noise in it over a swear word. Remember when that used to happen all the time? Sort of seems like you're just replacing one problem with another, replacing a swear word with a little sexy noise. Jack says, I had to check that my Bluetooth wasn't connected to my music. I thought it was my playlist playing these legendary tunes. No, it's all me. Amy the Dog Room in Wigan says the tunes are banging today, each one taking me back to a time and place. Shout out the Cockapoo and Grooming as well. Joanna and Jim the Pooch are down in sunny Weymouth and say, Katie, you are killing it, blasting out these tunes. If you want to listen to anthems like this, just get to BBC Sounds and search for Radio 1 Anthems anytime.
This time tomorrow on Radio 1. It's Radio 1 Naughties.
With Nat O'Leary.
Nothing but the best naughties tunes.
But right now,
it's Katie Thistleton.
on
BBC Radio 1. use you. Oh Lord, don't you know? Sometimes I don't wanna use you. Oh Lord, don't you know? Sometimes I don't wanna use you. Sometimes I don't wanna use you. God, you made me crazy. Oh Lord, don't you know? Sometimes I don't wanna use you. Oh Lord, don't you know? Sometimes I don't wanna use you. Oh Lord, don't you know? Sometimes I don't wanna use you. Sometimes I don't wanna use you. God, you made me crazy. The little thing you do, 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 the little thing you do. Oh Lord, don't you know? Sometimes I don't wanna use you. Oh Lord, don't you know? Sometimes I don't wanna use you. Oh Lord, don't you know? Sometimes I don't wanna use you. Sometimes I don't wanna use you. God, you made me lazy. There ain't no power. There ain't no disguise. Chase the there ain't no good times. There ain't no sunshine to make it run away. The little thing you do, 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 the
BBC Radio 1.
always able to write my way out. Song always makes sense to me. I find that when I look down, every page is empty. There is nothing to describe except the moon sailing right against the warring sky. I pray the trees will get their leaves soon. So tell me where to put my love. Do I waste my time to do it? I don't know where to put my love. When it came in stranger than I ever imagined. No cracking open of heaven, but quiet and still. Tell me where to put my love. Do I waste my time to do it? I don't know where to put my love. So tell me where to put my love. Do I waste my time to do it? I don't know where to put my love. My arms empty, the sky's empty, the billboard's empty. My arms empty, the sky's empty, the building's empty. So tell me where to put my love. Do I waste my time to do it? I don't know where to put my love. So tell me where to put my love. Do I waste my time to do it? I don't know where to put my love. My arms empty, the sky's empty, the billboard's empty. My arms empty, the sky's empty, the building's empty.
BBC Radio 1. 16 and I still had a heartbreak. Found wild things, hard no worry. Little kiss didn't mean that much to me. I love me. 19 just trying to be older. Bad body trying to get a cold shoulder. Oh baby didn't mean that much to me. All that I know is you wanted it for me. And I didn't notice I lost part of me. Cause daydreams turn to nightmares, and I'm lonely in the hallways. Keep living in the moment with these tainted memories. No, silly me.
look in the mirror. Look hard, down hard, but it's serious. God lost our burn to a good degree. Turning crime life looking even clearer. Got a job trying to actually be serious. And after all, I found love inside of me. All that I know, you were for me. Now they know this. I lost my glory. The baby's for the night. The glory in the voice. Keep living in the moment with these days. And I know, say it's me. Oh, say it's me. They don't wanna be that girl. They don't wanna be that girl. They don't wanna be that girl.
Silly. Jeff Lynne and Silly Me on BBC Radio 1. Hello to Hey Deal, who is on the road to Edinburgh with her husband Ahmed going to see Beyonce. They're enjoying the tunes and it's her birthday. Oh, happy birthday. Have the best time at Beyonce. I'm going on Tuesday. It's AJ Tracy and Mabel. This is West 10.
Don't you know I'm walking away? Now I'm in my own space. Baby, you know I waited for you. And if you don't want me to stay, only wanted to say, baby, you know I waited for you. Want me to stay? No, I waited for you. Want me to stay? No, I waited for you.
Big beast when it comes to the lyrics. Me, I do this thing on the mic with no gimmicks. Came a long way, I was serving in those civics. And you were trying to keep me from winning, but I did it. Ask about me, I did it. Let man stay on my sofa, I did it. Ask him how much of my choker, I did it. I keep a straight face in his poker, I did it. Look. Rest assured, man's got you. If life's weighing you down, then I'll spot you. What are you? Show you, son, never block you. If no one's backing your beef, then I've got to. Yeah, back your beef, that's my job. Just write for me, don't write off. I got your black coat tight when you climb on. I've always been a real to rely on.
Don't you know I'm walking away? Now I'm in my own space. Baby, you know I waited for you. And if you don't want me to stay, only wanted to say, baby, you know I waited for you. Want me to stay? No, I waited for you. Want me to stay? No, I waited for you.
Life and direct don't mean that I'm live, but life and direct means I'm building a vibe. Touch on the mind on God, I'm a ride. I win and break bread for my fam, I provide. 8-piece, 8P, come and get me. Set piece, curl it in from a set piece. AJ makes the waves like a jet ski. Iced out, ice everywhere like a Gretzky.
Praying that I'm not love, but you don't know about me. And maybe if you took the time, then you would know what I need. Don't know what you came here for. Watch me walking out the door. It's open now, big buying girls ain't waiting for your love no more. Don't you know I'm walking away? Now I'm in my own space. Baby, you know I waited for you. And if you don't want me to stay, only wanted to say, baby, you know I waited for you. Want me to stay? No, I waited for you. Want me to stay? I ain't waiting for you. Want me to stay? No, I ain't waiting for you. Want me to stay? No, I ain't waiting for you.
AJ Tracy and Mabel, that is West 10 on BBC Radio 1. Hello to Olivia, Bonnie, Amelia, Sherry, Chloe, on the way to Sheffield for a baby shower. Shout out to Harry and Hayley, who are getting married today, and the bridesmaids want to shout out Leanne, Hayley and Lucy, and Harry and the groomsmen do too, Sam, James, George and Ben, the whole wedding party. Shout out to my wonderful girlfriend Emily on her birthday, says this message, we're going alpaca walking. Fox in Teesside says, I came out to look for a ring to ask my girlfriend to marry me. Radio 1's helping me burn time because the shop I drove to opens an hour later than the internet said, or it's a Saturday, isn't it, late opening. And Emma and Megan say, we are off orienteering today. Wish us luck in not getting lost. Guys, you're all doing really, really exciting things, which is not really what I expected from the text today, because by all accounts, this could be quite a boring Saturday for lots of people. We've had 4 Saturdays in May, right? And there's been some massive ones so far. The first one was the Coronation. That was a bank holiday weekend as well, massive. Eurovision was the one after that. Really, really big weekend. And then speaking of big weekend, next weekend is Radio 1's big weekend and another bank holiday. It's going to be massive. There's stuff going on everywhere. Everyone's got big plans. So this is the one Saturday in May where you can maybe just get a little bit of life admin done. Do you know what I mean? Just strip it back today, chill out, recharge your batteries, recharge that social battery. Maybe you're cleaning your house today. Maybe you're revising for your GCSEs. That's going on at the moment, innit? Maybe you're just doing some really dull life admin, paying bills, that kind of thing, getting through that pile of posts. Out you to me right now, 03700 100 100. What is the most boring thing you're doing today? Let us know. Here's Sam Fender.
I remember sickness was forever. I remember smoke videos. Cold Septembers, the distances we covered, the fist fights on the beach, the busies round us up. Do it all again next week. An embryonic love. The first time that it's scarred, embarrass yourself for someone, crying like a child. And the boy you kicked Tom's head in still bugs me now. That's the thing, it lingers because you when you're down. I was far too scared to hit him, but I would hit him in a heartbeat now. That's the thing with anger, it begs to stick around. So if it fleece you of your beauty, then you just spread one out to offer. Did you hurt the one to love you? You hurt the black I spent my teens in rage, spiraling in silence, and I armed myself with a grin, cause I was always the joker, buried in the humor. Looks away, noise and boys' worries, round the room talking lights, drenched in cheap drink and slide bags, a mirror picture of my old man. Oh God, the kids are down hard. Can each other but he looks sad. Got the kid looks so sad. So I thought about shipping here. And now she was wrapped in well.
cocaine and all on it. See my mother, didn't know you PC alone. She passed on the floor with comfort. 17 going under. 17 going
going under. Now, I like to call May Mad May because Radio 1's Big Weekend always happens, and also it's my birthday, and basically everybody else in my family's birthday in May, so it's always chaotic. And it's been so chaotic this month. We had the coronation, we've had Eurovision, we've got Big Weekend next weekend, but there's nothing massive going on today, really. So for a lot of people, it's a bit of a boring reset Saturday. So I'm asking you to let me know what you're doing if you are having one of those Saturdays. 03700 100 100. Let me know the most boring thing you're doing today. Becky in Evesham is bossing a door frame. Kelly's potting pots with her dad. Lizzie has an incredibly boring day ahead, essay writing. She's very much at my wit's end with it, but the end is in sight. Radio 1, please help me get through. We will. Mark from Birmingham says, I've just washed the car and now I'm going to jet wash the patio. Boring but very therapeutic. Emma in Newbury says, I'm cutting my other half's hair and he's fixing the burglar alarm. Emily in Devon is writing end of term school reports. A boring and long task, especially when the sun is shining outside. Craig off of Warrington says, I'm doing life admin and switching my energy provider. Lewis in Exeter is having a poo. And Carl in Manchester has just cleaned the oven extractor. Amazing. Keep these coming. Sorry, I just really like this tune. 03700 100 100. What's the most important thing you're doing today? I appreciate some people are actually doing fun stuff. I'll shout you guys out later. Here's Georgia.
It's euphoric when you're standing next to me. It's euphoric when you're standing next to me. It's euphoric when you're standing next to me. It's euphoric whenever you're next to me. Down at Regis Park, sweet stole my heart. I wasn't saying much, it was on the tip of my tongue. You don't have to say nothing when you start to feel something. It's euphoric. It's euphoric. It's euphoric. It's euphoric when you're standing next to me. It's euphoric whenever you're next to me. Do you remember that day when we learned the streets so fast? I wasn't saying much, it was on the tip of my tongue. You don't have to say nothing when you start to feel something. It's euphoric when you're standing next to me. It's euphoric whenever you're next to me. Back in the park, nothing keeping us apart. All the things I want to say, but I put the words away. And I feel you next to me. It's euphoric. iPlayer.
Buongiorno, boys!
The UK's first gay dating show. The Gay and the Bear. That all starts with a kiss.
I'm about to kiss a boy I've never met. No chat, no messages, just a kiss.
Because the path to love is never straight.
Anyone left unkissed will be leaving the nursery.
Where the years begin. I Kissed a Boy with Danny Minogue. Watch on BBC iPlayer. BBC Radio 1.
I feel myself falling. All the blood rush to my head. Leading into emotion, and you make me want to see to oblivion. I want your love to roll the dice. I put it all on you and I until the end of time. I want your love to start a fire and keep it burning through the night, baby, till the end of time, babe. We'll stay down insane. In a way, baby, we are. When you pull me close underneath that light from the moment I look into your eyes, all what I've been searching for all of this time. Oh, I want you to roll the dice. I put it all on you and I until the end of time. I want your love to start a fire and keep it burning through the night, baby, till the end of time. To the end, to the end, to the end of time. I want your love to redefine the very meaning of my life, undo the fabric of my mind. I want your love to start a fire and keep it burning through the night until the end, until the end of time.
Brand new from Sarah Larson, End of Time on Radio 1. I'm asking you to message in to 03700 100 100 and let me know the most boring thing you're doing today, because this is the only weekend there's not a massive thing like a coronation or a Eurovision or a big weekend. However, I must apologise for saying that there's nothing massive going on today when Queen Bee is in the vicinity. She's in the UK. She's performing in Edinburgh tonight. I'm very sorry that I said that something's happening.
Everybody's got problems. I got a way you can solve it, baby. And it's pretty straightforward. Keep it moving till it's sorted, baby. We all get a little crazy to get away from the daily. To get away from the daily. Oh, the dance floor's calling me. All my friends just follow me. If you wanna have a good time, say yeah. Tell the vibe, I don't wanna talk about it. I just wanna dance around it. I don't wanna talk about it. I just wanna dance around it. I don't wanna talk about it. I just wanna dance around it. I don't wanna talk about it. I just wanna dance around it. I don't wanna talk about it. I just wanna dance around it. I don't wanna talk about it. I just wanna dance around it. Just wanna dance around it. Okay. So just follow me, follow me. If you wanna have a good time, say yeah, yeah, yeah. Let's have the vibe, let's get I don't wanna talk about it. I just wanna dance around it. I don't wanna talk about it. I just wanna dance around it. I don't wanna talk about it. I just wanna dance around it. I don't wanna talk about it. I just wanna dance around it. I don't wanna talk about it. I just wanna dance around it. I don't wanna talk about it. I just wanna dance around it. Just wanna dance around it.
Massive tune that, isn't it? We knew that Joel Corry was working away on a summer banger, and he was, and there it is, Dance Around It with Katie Baser. Go do some more of your messages very soon after Newsbeat with Rebecca Swash.
Radio 1. An update on the war in Ukraine and something the country's president says will help them push back against Russia. It's after the US said Ukrainian pilots can now be trained to fly a type of American fighter jet. After worrying at first that would make the conflict worse. Yuri Sachs is an advisor to Ukraine's defense minister.
For Ukraine to be able to protect its skies better, having F-16s, which are the most versatile, is very, very important.
It means countries in Europe can now send their F-16 fighter jets to Ukraine, but Russia says if they do that, they'll be taking a huge risk. Fuse ODG's made a formal complaint against the Met Police in London after he was handcuffed by officers who said they smelled cannabis. The Afrobeats artist claims he was racially profiled and had to go to A&E because of how tight the handcuffs. Complaints now being looked at by the people in charge of how officers behave. We now know Adidas will start selling some of its Yeezys at the end of this month after cutting ties with Kanye West. That was over anti-Jewish comments he made last year. The company says it'll donate the money to organisations fighting discrimination. On to sport then, and in the Premier League, lots of goodbyes at Anfield today for Liverpool's game against Aston Villa. Right, sports reporter Sam Harris?
4 altogether, Rebecca, striker Roberto Firmino, and midfielders James Milner, navigator and Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain will all be leaving at the end of the season when their contracts end. The 4 won the Premier League, Champions League, FA Cup and League Cup in their time working with boss Jurgen Klopp.
Nothing is forever. Nothing is for eternity. That's how it is. And always a moment, and it's a good moment because one chapter will be closed, and we can start writing a new one.
Big game this evening as well. Nottingham Forest take on Arsenal. The Gunners need to win to stay in the title race, but leaders Man City will still be champions if they beat Chelsea tomorrow.
Thanks, Sam. This is Newsbeat back at 12:30.
Radio 1
on the BBC Sounds app, on the radio, and
on me, your smart speaker.
John, is that you?
I need something to do when I'm not on the radio.
This is I was looking for. Since we made a little space for you and I, oh baby, you keep on giving me mixed emotions. Oh, you're making fires in my heart. Oh, you keep on giving me mixed emotions. Hey, you're making fires in my heart. Because I kinda like the flame. It's good. Oh, baby, you keep on giving me mixed emotions. Oh, you're making fires in my heart. Oh, you keep on giving me mixed emotions.
Chasing Status, Mixed Emotions. Of course, there's nothing massive going on this weekend, although I know there is big stuff going on. Beyonce's playing Edinburgh. Yes, I appreciate the gravity of that. There's no Eurovision, Coronation, big weekend. I'm asking you to send in the most boring things you're doing. Keep them coming. I'm going to read some more out very soon. 03700 100 100. I'll do that after Cat Burns.
Since I've gotten older, I've realized we all care about things that don't really matter. We're just holding us, and now we're all trying to keep our heads above the top. But what if we don't wanna? If there's something you wanna do, just do it. Don't let your head stop your heart from moving. If there's someone you wanna talk to, who knows who we'd be if we just live more and love more. We all just need to live more and love more. When we're not here anymore, it all comes down to who we are and what we stood for, not what we had and not where we lived. So when we're told it does, maybe then we'll see. We don't just have to keep our heads above the water. Not if we don't wanna. If there's something you wanna do, just do it. Don't let your head stop your heart from moving. If there's someone you wanna talk to, who knows who we'd be if we just live more and love more. We all just need to live more and love more. So hug your kids, tell them you love them, have some heart, and make sure it's open, take that risk, cause time gets stolen, maybe speak, yes, and listen more, cause life's too short, only have one, it might sound cliche, but your life can start when you choose it to, when you choose it to, cause if there's something you wanna do, just do it, don't let your head stop your heart from moving. If there's someone you wanna talk to, who knows who we'd be if we just live more and love more. Who knows who we'd be if we just live more and love more. Who knows who we'd be if we just live more and love more. Who knows who we'd be if we just live more and love more.
She'll be showing us at Radio 1's Big Weekend next weekend. That is Cat Burns with Live More and Love More. But right now, it's not a big weekend. It's actually a bit of a small weekend, a bit of a reset Saturday, if you will, because there's no coronation, there's no Eurovision, there's no big weekend right now. Some people are just doing normal things, having a little catch-up admin Saturday. Chefy Chef Brad's doing his washing, folding his socks. Interesting that you fold bread and don't ball. I would, did I call you bread then as well? Freudian slip, must be getting ready for my sandwich. Chris is currently playing chess against himself. He from Bristol's going picking up a lawnmower with her dad. Lucy my boring day consists of waiting for my new fridge to be delivered. Wayne is currently painting a whole warehouse white. He says if only I could change it to a different colour, it might, just might, make the day a bit more exciting. Lily's stuck in traffic on the M40, says it'll be another 10 minutes. Sam from Dumfries is going to the dump today. How American of you to call it the dump. Poppy's revising for her GCSEs. Maisie's mopping and has sent a photo of the mop to prove it. And Tanya says, I'm going to clean the skirting boards. Thanks, guys. I will say lots of people are doing really exciting things today, but those exciting texts don't go with my plinky plonky music, do they? It never ends. Every time I'm waiting for it to like do a bit that's good to end on, but it just keeps plinky plonking on. Right, this might be this is it. It never ends. Forget it, let's just put Harry Styles on. Oh, I've got some rudimental vibe chemistry on the way for you as well. Here's Adore You on Radio 1.
In your rainbow paradise, strawberry lipstick state of mind. I get lost inside your eyes. Baby, you don't have to say you love me. You don't have to say nothing. You don't have to say you're mine, honey. Walk through fire for you. Just let me adore you, oh, honey. Walk through fire for you. Just let me adore you. It's the only thing I'll ever do. It's the only thing I'll ever do. on my mind. Honey, walk through fire for you. Just let me adore you. Oh, honey. Walk through fire for you. Just let me adore you. It's the only thing I'll ever do. It's the only thing I'll ever do. Walk through fire for you. Just let me adore you. Oh, honey. Walk through fire for you. Just let me adore you. It's the only thing I'll ever do. Walk through fire for you. Just let me adore you. Oh, honey. Walk through fire for you. Just let me adore you. Oh, honey. Just let me adore you. It's the only thing I'll ever do.
Radio 1 Breakfast
With Greg James.
Greg James, I have the final Radio 1's Big Weekend tickets and a surprise for you.
I think we're in for a fun week.
You'll find out on Monday at 8 a.m.
BBC.
Don't mind if you cry on my shoulder. Remember the things that I told you. Darling, don't you cry. You're gonna be alright. Leave it all behind. Take it off your mind. I know you've had to fight, but things are looking bright. I'll let it go tonight. I know you need it, but sin is healing. Love is the answer. Dancing is healing. Love is the answer. Yeah. I need sex anytime. I gets heavy on your mind. I need a sleep, but you hang in mind. I gets heavy. Dancing is healing. Love is the answer. Dancing is healing. Love is the answer. Dancing is healing. Love is the answer. Yeah. Breathe first anytime. I gets heavy on your mind. I need a sleep, but you hang in mind. I gets heavy. Dancing is healing. Love is the answer. Don't mind if you cry on my shoulder. Remember the things that I told you. Darling, don't you cry. You're gonna be alright. Leave it all behind. Take it off your mind. I know you've had to fight, but things are looking bright. I'll let it go tonight. I know you need it, dancing is here. Love is the answer. Dancing is here. Love is the answer. Yeah. I need sex anytime. I get heavy on your mind. I need a sleep, but you hang in mind. And it gets heavy. Dancing is here. Love is the answer. Dancing is here. Love is the answer. Dancing is here. Love is the answer. Yeah. I need sex anytime. I get heavy on your mind. I need a sleep, but you hang in mind. And it gets heavy. Dancing is here. Love is the answer.
Really mental vibe chemistry. That is Dancing is Healing.
This is Radio 1 Happy.
Okay, it's time to play you a few tunes from this week's Radio 1 Happy playlist. Usually a playlist curated by me, full of really happy tunes to soundtrack whatever you're doing. But in the lead up to Radio 1's Big Weekend, we have been getting Radio 1's Big Weekend artists to take it over. And this week, it was the job of Tom Grennan. So you can listen to Tom Grennan's Radio 1 Happy playlist anytime you want over on BBC Sounds. You can actually smart speakers play Radio 1 Happy. This is one of the tracks that he's gone for. And one excellent choice it is from Tom Grennan. Bit of Childish Gambino in 3005.
No matter what you say, what you do, when I'm alone, I'd rather be with you. Got these only done me, got me right by your side since 2005.
Okay, hold up, wait a minute. All good, just a week ago. Crew at my house, and we party every weekend. So on the radio, that's my favorite song. Make me bounce around like I don't know, like I won't be here long. Now the thrill is gone, got no patience, cause I'm not a doctor. Go, why is you lying? Go, why you move faster? Yeah, me casa su casa. Got it stripping like Gaza. Got so high off volcanoes. Now the flow is so lava. Yeah, we spit that saliva. iPhone got message from Viber. Either the head is so higher or we let bygones be bygones. My God, you pay for your friends. I'll take that as a compliment. Got a house full of homies. Why I feel so the opposite. Incompetent ain't the half of it. Saturdays with young lavish. Saturdays I'm bad as it. These they took from the cabinet. Sorry, I'm just scared of the future. Till 2005, I got your back, we can do this. Hold up.
No matter what you say, what you do, when I'm alone, I'd rather be with you. Got these somethings, I'll be right by your side till 2005. Hold up.
Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up.
No matter what you say, what you do, I'm alone, I'd rather be with you. Got these somethings, I'll be right by your side till 2005. Hold up.
Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. I used to care what people are, but now I care more. And nobody out here's got it figured out. So therefore, I've lost all hope of a happy day, depending on whether or not it's worth it. So insecure, no one's perfectly spend it. Wouldn't shame you blow that. Like Coltrane, we in here. Like Rogaine, or leave it. Like Cobain. And when I'm long gone, whole crew singing swan songs. Cause we all just ticking time bombs. Got a Lambo like LeBron's mine. And no matter where all of my friends go, Emily, Fam, and Lorenzo, all of them people my kinfolk. At least I think so. I can't tell. Cause when the chest clear, they're not here. So they don't care. It's kind of sad, but I'm laughing. Whatever happens, assassins are stabbed in the back of my cabin, Labrador yapping. I'm glad that it happened. I mean it. Between us, I think there's something special. And if I lose my mental, just hold my hand, even if you don't understand. Hold up.
No matter what you say, what you do, when I'm alone, I'd rather be with you. Yeah, these somethings, I'll be right by your side till 2005. Hold up.
Hold up. Hold up.
Radio 1
Happy.
Welcome to my island. See the palm trees in the wind. Welcome to my island. Hug it like me, you ain't leaving. Welcome to my island. See the
That's weird. That's weird.
Radio 1.
Radio 1.
I'm going in for it. I'm doing it for it. Hoping you'll understand.
Yeah, man, that was so hell. No privilege, but I had the option. Never be. More money, more problems. We don't get along like Arsenal, Tottenham. Everybody wanna hate now, but them gal from London, so I made it. Russia must come in function. Still like a rich man, have a rich. And shaving haters, they had stuff on my savings. I'm top down, now they can't face it. Chase it until I just made it. Remember when I couldn't buy food? When my guy looking at me, Lambo truck on the move. Should've rolled that in the all of these guys want to keep my life. All of these guys want to put it in. In my new end, set to the crime. Yeah, my mind, I was close to the night. All of these guys want to keep my life. All of these guys want to put it in. In my new end, set to the crime. Yeah, my mind, I was close to the night. Brother, who shoot me in my set, like Gianfranco Zola. In 10-9, see me, I'm like pep. Guardiola. Even on street, see me was a soldier. Said they wanna be like me when he's older. All this shit that my knees were weak. When I broke on my weight in a rover, they can never be like me. No, men call me last week shows. Because I'm gotta kill the right team. Close, why they wanna see me be like me? In the wire, far from a beast. I run everybody, run from police. All these brothers all talk in the streets. But they said it involved in the beat. Tom Ford suit now feeling all trendy. Remember when the wallet was empty? Money, copies, Bruce, Eduardo, Mendy, bro, Black Mother in Chelsea. No talk, I'll stay out for. I'm full more hungry, making a meal. I was so broke, couldn't pay for the bill. I'm so bad, straight for the all of these guys want to check my life. All of these guys want to put it in. In my new end, set to the crime. Yeah, my mind, I was close to the night. All of these guys want to check my life. All of these guys want to put it in. In my new end, set to the crime. Yeah, my mind, I was close to the night. All times in the ends, we were just riding on them. I'm the judge in the eye, and I just F my friend. I listen to these UK rappers, and they just lying again. Yeah, I'm not I got big haters, but I got we was young fellas, everybody was brothers. It was cool to hate it, and everybody got jealous. I didn't get down from the block, I made it like it or not.
I'm going in for it. I'm doing it for
This is BBC Radio 1. Wanted me, I wish I knew. I wish I knew you wanted me. I wish I knew. I wish I knew you wanted me. What you do, oh, what you do. Made a move, could've made a move. If I knew, I'd be with you. It's too late to pursue. I bite my tongue, it's a bad kinda mad that I didn't take a stab at it. Thought you were too good for me, my dear. Never gave me time to play, my dear. It's okay, things happen for reasons that I think are sure. Yeah, I wish I knew. I wish I knew you wanted me. I wish I knew. I wish I knew you wanted me. I wish I knew. Yeah, I wish I knew you wanted me. I wish I knew you wanted me. I wish you would play with me. I would love. Can I bite your tongue like my bad habit? Would you mind if I tried to make a pass at it? Now you're not too good for me, my dear. Honey, you come back to me, my dear. It's okay, things happen for reasons that I can't ignore. Yeah, I wish I knew you wanted me. I wish I knew you wanted me. You can't surprise tonight. I'm everywhere, I'm cross-sighted. Now that you're back, you can decide. And I decided you're invited. You always knew the way to wow me. Brown, get tongue-tied. I turn it on, I make it rowdy. Then carry on, but I'm not hiding. You grabbing me hard, 'cause you know what you found is biscuits, is gravy bag.
This time tomorrow on Radio 1. It's Radio 1 Naughties.
With Nat O'Leary.
Nothing but the best naughties tunes.
But right now,
it's Katie Kitten.
I've been thinking, I've been drinking, and it's in the mind toxic feeling. I ain't joking, I think I'm broken. Something triggers me at any given moment. Wasn't my plan, but it's the truth. And it ain't a phase that I'm going through. All that I am, all that I do, always seems to be revolving around you. 'Cause I could be alone or in the club, or someone else's bed. All I gotta do is think of us, and I get these side effects. Feeling like the more I'm holding on, the more I can't forget every time. I get these side effects. Every time. People talking, I've been talking. About you is so exhausting. I feel like sometimes I wonder where you are tonight, whose body you are under. Wasn't my plan, but it's the truth. No, it ain't a phase that I'm going through. All that I am, all that I do, always seems to be revolving around you. 'Cause I could be alone or in the club, or someone else's bed. All I gotta do is think of us, and I get these side effects. Feeling like the more I'm holding on, the more I can't forget every time. I get these side effects. Radio 1.
Get your head down. You're telling me I'm pretty, but it's obvious. I don't need a man to tell me what the ball is. Get your nose cut, get a pedicure, get your head down. You're telling me I'm pretty, but it's obvious. I don't need a man to tell me what the ball is. Checklist, take it up, what you got? Rice piece, so you better have a lot. Timepiece, send it on TikTok. If you can't afford my time, just watch it. Untouchable, pretty too, available. You too sexy, way too fly. You good, now I'm mine. I got kids tonight, you ain't part of them. 'Cause my girls are like, yeah, we all of them. No, it's ladies, night, shout to all of them. Put your arms up. Get your nose cut, get a pedicure, get your head down. You're telling me I'm pretty, but it's obvious. I don't need a man to tell me what the ball is. Get your nose cut, get a pedicure. You're telling me I'm pretty, but it's obvious. I don't need a man to tell me what the ball is. I live
wanna hold me down. I got nothing like you and all of them. Cause my cousin like you, we all attend. No, it's late, like shout to all of them. Put your words up in the sky and we'll fly. Yeah, get your nails done. Get a pedicure. Let your nails done. All my ladies gon' get out pretty and buy new lipstick. Back up on the market, better put in your big. Couple Mrs. Dope Party, you can follow what it's see. Booty everywhere. I make all the dudes throw their money in the air. Me and all my girls, yeah, we looking clever. Won't stop the track, strike a post up the stairs. We came to ride. We don't even need a guide unless we fly. I'm not trying to get it happen, you know we decide. Put your arms up in the sky. Let's go. Get your nose done, get your toes done, get your hair done. You tell me you're ready, but it's not me. I don't think I'm ready, tell me what to do. BBC Radio 1.
You've been gone for weeks. If I'm undecided, keep your side for me. Baby, I'll do anything that you wanna. I'll try anything that you wanna. I'll try. Cause you're on my mind. I wanna get like desire. So always on my mind. So it's not fun, getting on my nerves, but getting on my knees, getting up, but don't need it. The place I want to be, somewhere in your heart, somewhere guaranteed. Baby, I'll do anything that you wanna, I'll try anything that you wanna, I'll find myself in the moonlight. Cause baby, I want everything that you wanna, and I've tried to just be with me like a thousand, but you're on my mind. Like desire, so always on my mind. I can't lie. Just give me one more chance tonight, 'cause I don't wanna waste my life without you. Don't wanna waste my life without you. This time, always on my mind. I wanna get away, on my mind.
Cannot wait to see them at Radio 1's big weekend next Saturday, the 1975 Oh Caroline on BBC Radio 1. Oh yeah, these guys are going to be there as well. Hello to Phil from Warrington in work. I think it is. It's 7 o'clock. Yeah, not quite, Phil. Hannah, here in Birmingham, enjoying the tunes. Absolutely. It's Waffle House.
We never knew how to perfect. We always knew what would work, 'cause you're so gonna get better. Oh, the conversation, that's how I roll. Oh, that's why some nights we try to get each other, but you know it's all in love. I never knew how to fake it, but we always knew how to break. No fire, yeah. All the conversations I go out, hey, strong bones. These conversations I go out loud. Hey, strong bones. Oh, it's not so much we try to get each other. The boring Saturday revision. Next weekend it's big weekend, the bank holiday. All of your messages of the main things you've been up to. But it turns out actually a lot of you are doing pretty exciting stuff too, so I'm going to shout out some of you. Hello to Tony and Andrew travelling from Newcastle to Edinburgh to see Beyonce. Happy birthday to pick up a tortoise, so that is very exciting. I'm going to call it Charlie. And it was a great excuse to use the tortoise emoji on your message to me, which I appreciate. Hello to Emma and Michael, who say we're enjoying listening to these songs on the way back from our wedding last night. Congratulations. Milo says, please can you give my amazing girlfriend Elle a shout? She's driving us from Windsor to Cornwall for a little break. Nikki, me in Ibiza, listening to the tunes, very jealous. And Lauren says it's my birthday today, so it's a very exciting day actually. Yeah, you're right, that is really, really exciting. Maddie, Hannah and Abby are M6 bound Manchester to Bristol. They say, last squad member collected. Happy birthday at that barbecue blazing. And this text says, hi Katie, loving the tunes. On this gorgeous day, please give Darren, Hayley, Jimmy and Riley a shout out. We're on our way to Liverpool to watch the football. There's always Liverpool on. There's no football on in there. No, not always Liverpool, I think. Is that how it works, Don? Let's say they don't play every weekend, do they? Every team, do they? Up to. And in the meantime, let's get Danny Howard's hottest record on from last night.
This is Radio 1's hottest record.
Hey Katie, it's a pleasure to once again bring you my hottest record, and let me tell you, this one goes off. I mean, like, fully gracious. On drum bass show, and his live shows are known for being some of the maddest around, and I think that's the word for this track, mad. So get ready, let's get it on now. This hottest record from Dimension is called DJ Turn It Up.
Like it's hot. DJ turn it up from the bottom to the top. The party on lock. DJ turn it up like your body don't stop. Drop it like it's hot. DJ turn it up from the bottom to the top. With it, stop, with it, don't let me. DJ turn it up from the bottom to the top. When you see me in the club, yeah, yeah, did you turn it up? Everybody stop. We kick off an epic weekend of live music.
Radio 1.
Season 1975. Lewis Capaldi.
Niall Horan.
Wetlands. 30 Seconds
Seconds to Mars,
Marie,
and loads more. Hear the incredible performances on Radio 1 all weekend.
Radio 1,
Big Weekend.
Dundee,
It all starts next Friday night at 6.
Radio 1.
We're so texting then, don't certainly know your friend. I don't know where this began, but I know where it ends. What could it possibly be getting in? How it is spinning forward and things that you see. I know you won't be back, I know. But you can't say that, cause you get over my heart. My impatience makes me feel ready. So you careless with my head. No, I'm believing you. I'll be sure I didn't do the extra back in touch to be sure you couldn't see this. So she's just, and I can see it now. I see what it was all about, and it ain't me. My impatience makes me feel reckless. So having started and using both of them nicely. I hope one day I finally see. So I'm here on that. Get off about it. I wish you all the best. It was almost fun while it lasted. I say almost, I mean it. I say almost, I'm not. Makes me feel reckless. I cannot stress this enough. You'll never know how to love. To learn it like this was rough. It's not something I'm proud of. To even get near to me with some misery. I ignored the warnings, but from that I'm learning. I cannot stress this enough. You'll never know to love. To learn it like this rough. I'm proud.
12 and for Tune of the Weekend, but first out as they recover this morning in the Manchester sunshine after a big night out to celebrate her 21st birthday, banging heads after a big night out. Rachel says, I am carrying a birthday cake on my knee in the car. It's melting in the room. It gets her in one piece. Please can you wish us luck? This cake survives the journey. She's travelling to Stoke with the family. Yeah, Rachel, I've been that person so many times. For some reason, for a couple of years, I've made myself the person who makes the cake for every occasion. But what that meant was lots of journeys sort of dressed up with a dress on. Massive cake on my fake tanned legs, like out in high heels, trying to get into somebody's house, going over speed bumps with that cake on your lap. Oh, it's so much responsibility. And to add the sunshine as well, you're getting a bit clammy with sun shining in. I'm not helping, am I? Look, Rachel, do what I do. Probably won't, but if anything happens to that cake, you've got proof that there was, and it was lovely. Right, so I've read you the weekend, and it comes from Anne-Marie on stage at Radio 1's Big Weekend. Well, his dreams have been thrashed, I'm afraid, because Shania Twain's booked to play in California over the weekend, next weekend, so probs not going to happen. But that's all right, because we'll still see Anne-Marie, and hopefully she's going to sing this absolute.
Even if I had 20 in my hands, oh baby, a touch it hurts more than hangover. Well, that bottle don't know the same regret. And my mother says that you're better for me. Guess she never felt the high we're on right now. And my father says I should wait, but he don't know that I just don't know how. Well, if it's unhealthy, then I don't give a damn. Cause even if it kills me, I'll always take your hand. It's unhealthy, they just don't understand. And when they try to stop me, just don't nobody can. You're still gonna be my man. Yeah.
me sleepless nights. It's a million times when it's breaking. And I realize they almost twice as mine. It might look like pain, but to me it's bliss. All my friends say that you're right for me. This ain't never felt the hard way home right now. And my sister says I should run away. But she don't know that I just don't know how. Well, if it's unhealthy, I don't give a damn. Cause even if it kills me, I'll always take your hand. It's unhealthy, they just don't understand. And when they try to stop me, just know nobody can. You still don't come in. Hey, 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 still don't be my man. Hey, 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 don't be my man.
Anne-Marie and Sinead Twain, that is Unhealthy on BBC Radio 1. It is our tune of the weekend. I really enjoyed Greg James yesterday saying that if like a crowd of people go da, 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 that might just be like the thing that summons Shania Twain. Like that's how you do it. Like, you know, when you're in school and they said if you said like, what was it you have to say in the mirror, and it's Candyman or whatever, and it's summoned the Candyman from that horror film. Don't do it, kids. It's not real. Just people saying stupid things to you. I would like it if we could summon Shania Twain, though, by singing da, 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 da. Hello, Alden. It's his 30th birthday today. He's having a big party tonight. Sharon, Katie, Brad, Tasha, Sophie, Brad, Mason, Faith and Holly on their way to Drayton Manor as well. Ava, Andy, Sue and Benji heading home from Buckingham Palace Garden Party.
BBC. I feel like I'm balanced. Dressed up, high hopes. All that we need is the night to start again. Sound like the sun, sound like the star. Sound new living every friend. Sound new mix up, sound else for sure. Sound new taste and free again. Oh, be a part to late to feel good. Oh, we mix up the crowd. Dance around. All my friends, I wake up the neighbors. Words so we can make a stay. This is not right now. If you wait for it, wait for it. 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 So, where do we meet just to catch our breath again? Can't find my code. All that I need is the light to find my way. Sound of the sun, sound of the star. Sound of living everywhere. Sound of the sun. Sound of taste every second. Oh, can't put too late. Feel good, wow, we mix up with the crowd, but they are so around. All my friends, I wake up the neighbors, words so we can make a stay. This is not right now. If you wait for it, wait for it. If you wait for it, wait for it. If you wait for it, wait for it. If you wait for it, wait for it.
And wait for it on BBC Radio 1.
Type of American fighter jets in their war against Russia. It's something Vladimir Zelensky's described as historic, and defence and security expert Dr. Patrick Burry says it'll really help them.
Knowing you've got air support when you actually meet the enemy and engaging with them, that within a few minutes you're going to have an aircraft coming in to help you. It's a massive difference.
Counted after local elections there this week, Sinn Féin's on track to become the largest party in local government, overtaking the DUP. It's won in most areas. It's sunny for most of us today, so if you're thinking of getting an ice cream, this one's for you. Companies that make it say there won't be as many flavours available this year. It's being blamed on the rising price of ingredients and how much it costs to use it.
Brentford has just kicked off. It's Brentford's first game without striker Ivan Toney. He was banned from football for 8 months after breaking betting rules. He scored 20 goals for the Beat in the league this season. Spurs will be looking for all 3 points to have a taste of a Europa League spot next season. 0-0 so far. Big game this evening on Arsenal.
Katie Taylor is our home country for the first time tonight.
This is a nation who love their sport, who love their boxing, and we're a very, very small nation and we're very good at it as well. So it's amazing to be bringing big time boxing back to this nation again where it belongs.
She's taking on England's Chantal Cameron later this week. We'll be back at 1:30.
BBC Radio 1 on the BBC Sounds app on the radio.
And check this out. Play 1.
Playing great stuff.
BBC Radio.
Look at the hours on the gravel and all that's burning boxes and carry mansion. And you know, I just don't know what it's going to be. I just listen for inside you. So I make my way over as the white lightning zigzags. And you're with almond, bumper stacks and tequila straighter. And you laugh the same hand on mouth cause you hate your teeth. And I love your teeth and I'm scared to speak cause I catch a whiff of your rose tip tea. I just don't know what to do. Wanna be Hello, it's me, your ex. I called to say I'm sorry, but I said, we okay, we okay. Sometimes it works out, but sometimes it don't. Maybe we'll face this, but maybe we won't. Sometimes the heart can sink like a stone until you put home. This ain't a heartbreak anthem. I don't care what happened, but I ain't got no time to dwell on it. Don't attack your beauty when you have to. No, I ain't got no time to dwell on it. And I don't wanna feel hollow. Chasing you and me, chasing all the deep shadows. This ain't a heartbreak anthem. I don't care what happened,
to you, I'm wearing all this bulletproof vest. But I'll be okay, I'm okay. Sometimes it works out, but sometimes it don't. Maybe your business, or maybe you know. Sometimes I can't sing like a stone until you find home. This ain't a heartbreak anthem. I don't care what happened, but I ain't got no time to drown it. Don't wanna throw a tantrum, beauty while you're acting. No, I ain't got no time to drown it. And I don't wanna feel hollow. Chasing you and me, just another deep shadow. This ain't a heartbreak anthem. I don't care what happened, but I ain't got no time to dwell on it. This ain't a
This is David Guetta, a little mix, Heartbreak Anthem. Really good to hear that today. It's Katie Thistleton with you, and this week I've been broadcasting live from Dundee with Vic Hope. We do special live pack shows every single night, 8 till 10. Because it's Mental Health Awareness Week, so we talked about different mental health based topics every night. So if you feel like that's something you need to hear right now, get to BBC Sounds to listen back to the shows. We were also there, of course, because we could have done those shows. We could have done Mental Health Awareness Week from anywhere, but we wanted to do it from Dundee because we want every single day. So is Gregor Davidson, who's from not too far away. He's going to be doing early breakfast. And Ariel Free is going to be there too, but of course not doing early breakfast because Gregor's doing that. So what on earth is Ariel going to be doing? Well, she sent this message to Greg on Friday.
Hello, Greg James. I just wanted to let you know that I'm going to be on your show every single day next week. I'm not going to tell you what I'm doing or where I'm going to. You are going to just have to wait and find Monday morning. Although one thing, it might involve the very last tickets to Radio 1's Big Weekend. All will be revealed on Monday.
That sounded extra dramatic over this 30 seconds to Mars track, didn't it? Not gonna lie, that sounds like a classic Greg James style kidnapping's gonna happen, doesn't it? It's got that written all over it, that cheeky tone in Ariel Free's voice there. But I know nothing, nobody knows anything apart from Ariel. Show. I'm gonna tell you a little bit more about it, and I cannot wait to see them perform live next weekend. It's 30 Seconds to Mars with Stuck on Radio 1.
I've been lost in your eyes all afternoon. The more I drift, the closer I get to you. She's a ghost, and the truth it's impossible. But I love her lies. You make sure I find somebody new. It's the way you move. It's the way you move. I knew I'd stay with you after just one time. The way you move got me stuck. Got me stuck. I was lost and I found inside a dream. Running around in a circle trying to believe. She's a ghost, and the truth it's impossible. But I love her lies. You make sure I find somebody new. It's the way you move. It's the way you move. I know I'll stay with you after just one time. The way you move got me stuck. Got me stuck.
Oh, it's so good. 30 Seconds to Mars and Stuck. Nikki in Colchester says Stuck is such an amazing song. Honestly, cannot wait to see them do this live. George in Suffolk says, oh God, sounds like Paul Gregg's going to be locked in an escape room again or something. Yeah, also, it was scheduled for me to talk about Ariel and play her message into 30 Seconds to Mars and Stuck. Is there some relevance there? I don't know. I literally know anything, I promise you. Hopefully he's not going to be locked away again, and it's something else, something light-hearted. But you'll find out on Monday. As I say, Gregor Davidson's going to be doing early breakfast live from Dundee every day next week, and then Greg James is going to be doing the breakfast show from there, and Ariel Free is going to be on his show, and then we're all going to be there for Radio 1's Big Weekend, which kicks off with our massive dance night on Friday night. And as I say, myself and Vic Hope were there scoping the place out this week. We did our special mental health awareness week shows that you can listen back to on BBC Sounds. And we did really scope it out. In fact, we even learned some local lingo while we were there. As part of these shows, we went to universities and charities in the day, and we met up with young people who live in Dundee to talk to them about different topics to do with their mental health. And we learned loads from them, and we played clips of our chats with them on the shows in the evening. But on one of those days, we went to a secondary school called Harris Academy, and some of the girls there, some of the children there interviewed me and Vic, and they decided to test us on our knowledge of Dundee lingo. Turns out we knew nothing. Actually, I say that, the first one they tested us on was circle. They said, what is circle slang for in Dundee? And I got it right. It's roundabout, which makes a lot more sense. You know, it is a circle, isn't it? But some others included pear, which means pie. A kundi, which, don't worry, we were worried about that one. 12-year-old girl said it to us. Just means drain, kundi with a D. A chubby is a teckle, means superb. So you could say, 30 Seconds to Mars with teckle, weren't they? And our favourite was minter, which you kind of drop the T and you say minter. And our favourite thing about this was it means like embarrassed or cringy, but our favourite thing about it was you can apply it to a photo. So you can say, take that Instagram post down, that's a mint a photo of me. I mean, Vic were like, why is there not a word for that already? I need a word to use when my mates put a minging picture of me. Guys, that's minter, get it off the internet. So yeah, we learned loads of great stuff in Dundee. If you want to listen back to any of our shows, just get to the BBC Sounds app and make sure you're listening from early breakfast and to the breakfast show with Greg James as well from Monday. Going to get you a brand new now from somebody who's going to be in Dundee. She's going to be playing at Radio 1's Big Weekend. She's called Brooke Coombe, and she grew up on the outskirts of Edinburgh. She's been supported by BBC Introducing in Scotland with Phoebe Inglis Holmes, who I met in Dundee this week. This is her new tune. It's called Are You With Me? Plays for you now on Radio 1.
Black jeans, you look at me with that sparkle in your eye. I've got one chance to take you back, otherwise slow it down and die. According to you, I just lay down and die. That smoke upon your face showed you get what you want, but not in my house, honey. You won't get to push and shove me around. All I can do is show you I'm doing fine. Are you with me, honey? Are you with me, darling? Stay and take me alive. Feel the fire burning. Are you with me, honey? Are you with me, darling? Curled up in bed at night, with kryptonite on my mind. I can't help but shake the feeling that deep down he's got something to hide. That's just fine. He's sure down, not gonna be mine. Her dirty laundry ended up inside my house. I warned you about this, now go and take it round. And while you're out and leave your keys, don't you bother coming round to bother me. Are you with me? Are you with me, darling? Stand and take me right. Feel the fire burning. Are you with me? Are you with me, darling? Stand and take me close, but I can feel it coming. Getting caught up in the moment, hoping, showing all your doors are open. Caught up in the moment, hoping, showing all your doors are open. Are you with me? Are you with me, darling? One last result to try and clean up all this mess. Your energy to run around without happiness, it baffles me to an extent. Without these childish things gonna come to an end. wishing that my walls were up so much. I'm dodging bullets like you trying to toughen up. Swept it all under the rug. For so long I thought it must have been love. Are you with me, honey? Are you with me, darling? Scared to take me away. Feel the fire burning. Are you with me, honey? Are you with me, darling? Scared and difficult, but I can feel it coming. Getting caught up in the moment, hoping, showing up, and doors are opening. Caught up in the moment, hoping, showing up, and doors are opening. Caught up in the moment, hoping, showing up, and doors are opening. Caught up in the moment, caught up in the moment.
That is Brooke Coombe. Is it just me or does the Brooke Coombe song sound very much like Fleetwood Mac, says Chris and Darby? Yeah, we were getting Katie Tunstall vibes from her as well. She is going to be performing at Radio 1's Big Weekend next week. It's time for this now. Katie's Bottomless Brunch. It's brunch time and indulging in my bottomless bangers today. We have Bart. Hello, Bart. What are you up to today?
Oh, okay. So I'm just playing with the dog at the minute, getting ready for work.
Oh, what's the doggy?
His name's Tucker. The little shih tzu.
The little shih tzu called Tucker. Oh, lovely. What does he like to play with? Does he have toys or what does he just like to do zoomies?
Yeah, he loves his zoomies. He loves a bit of a rough play and stuff like that. And barking, as you can hear.
Cute. Oh, well, I'm so glad that Tucker's joined in. Oh, yeah, I can hear him barking. Love it. Brill. Well, you know how bottomless brunches usually work. Usually you've got a couple of hours to drink as many drinks as you want. Have you done any bottomless brunches in your time out?
I haven't actually, no.
And then they can be pretty lethal. But at my brunch, instead of serving up unlimited drinks, I've got bottomless bangers up for grabs. But there is a time limit like there is with the usual bottomless brunch. So you have to choose which banger you want before the 60 seconds on the clock runs out. So I just need you to shout stop when you hear the song you want. Or maybe we can get Tucker to bark. How does that sound?
I'll try and make him bark.
Yeah. We won't leave it to him because he might make the wrong choice. But I'll wait until you shout stop. All right, this is what's on the menu today. Outcast and Hey Ya is your first choice. Starting for the good one now. LMFAO and Party Rockers. The Streets, bit but you know it. Duke Jamon and I Got You is the next option. As long as I Savage from that. Bit of Calvin Harris and Slide. Lady Gaga, Just Dance. Yay! I was getting a little bit worried then. I was thinking this time's going to run out. We haven't found anything Bart likes. How come you've gone for Lady Gaga?
I just love Lady Gaga. I think she's amazing.
All right, let's get it on then. Thank you so much for choosing it, Bart. I'll let you get back to playing with Tucker. Do you think Bart chose the right song today? He went through quite a few massive bangers there that I reckon some of you are sort of wishing he stopped at. 03700 100 100. Let us know, did Bart make the right decision? This is Lady Gaga and Just Dance.
Oh, red wine. I've had a little bit too much. All of the people start to rush by. How does it twist to dance? Can't find a drink I'm in. Where all my keys, I left my phone. Go in all of the flow. I love this record, baby, but I can't see straight anymore. It calls the name of the club. I can't remember, but it's alright, just dance. You'll be okay. Just dance. You'll be okay. Just dance. Wish I could turn my Playboy mouth. How to turn my shirt inside out. Right. Control your poison, babe. Roses are those they say. And we're all getting home tonight. One, go in all of the flow. I love this record, baby, but I can't see straight anymore. It cool, what's the name of the club? I can't remember, but it's all
on the dance floor, checking out that catalog. Can't believe my song, let me remember how to fall. And I ain't gon' give it up, steady tryna pick it up like a car. I'm hitting the clocks until until tomorrow, yeah. I can see that you got so much energy. The way you're turning up the hips round and round. You say that over, you can't leave it with me. In the meantime, say, let me watch you break it down. Everything gonna be okay.
Lady Gaga, Just Dance, Spark's choice today. Yes, Spark, what a legend, the only song to play, says Emma in Colchester. Wrong decision, but should have played Calvin Harris, says this person. Laurie Lester says, absolutely the correct choice. Lady Gaga is amazing. Would have loved to hear the street, says Abby in Somerset. Well, that's the thing with Bottomless Brunch, isn't it? Well, we need somebody to play next week. So 03700 100 100. Get in touch right now if you want to be on and you want to indulge in my Bottomless Bangers. And let's get some brand new music on for you now from Hannah Lang. This is Good Love.
I got good loving for you, and I got nothing to prove. Give me permission to lose my head. Maybe the things I could do, you will learn something new. And for me, I can be cool. I am. And if you want it to be so easy, just let me be who I am. I got the love for you, and I got nothing to prove. Give me permission to lose my head. I got the love for you, and I got nothing to prove. Give me permission to lose my head. Baby, the things I could do, yeah, you will learn something new. And for me, I can be cool. I got the love for you, and I got nothing to prove. Give me permission to lose my head. Baby, the things I could do, yeah, you will learn something new. And for me, I can be cool. And if you want it to be so easy, just let me be who I am. I got the love for you, and I got nothing to prove. Give me permission to lose my head, 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 my I got good loving for you, and I got nothing to prove. Give me permission to lose my head. Baby, the things I could do, yeah, you will learn something new. And for me, I can be cool. I got good loving for you, and I got nothing to prove. Give me permission to lose my head. Baby, the things yeah, you will learn something new. And for me, I can be cool. So easy, so let me be who I am. I got the love for you, and I got nothing to prove. Give me permission to lose my head, my head, my head, my
That is Good Love, brand new from Hannah Lang. She is going to be headlining the dance stage at Radio 1's Big Weekend in her hometown of Dundee next weekend. So excited for that. Guys, if you want to play Bottomless Brunch, 03700 100 100. Matt and Molly up next.
give you all of this good, good. I give you all of this good, good. Fill it up, bottles up, quick, quick, drink it up. Fill it up, bottles up, drink it up. Yeah, I spill my juice for boys in the bar. Boys in the bar, boys in the bar. I got a lot of juice, so please bring them out. Please bring them out, please bring them out. Fill it up, bottles up, quick, quick, drink it up. Fill it up, bottles up, drink it up. Yeah, I spill my juice for boys in the bar. Boys in the bar, boys in the bar. Sip that juice, drink it all just like you should. Sip that juice, drink it all that sweet, that good. Sip that juice, drink it all just like you should. Boys in the bar. Please bring them out. Fill it up, bottles up, quick, quick, drink it up. Fill it up, bottles up, drink it up. Yeah, I spill my juice for boys in the bar. Boys in the bar, boys in the bar. Boys in the bar, boys in the bar. Please bring them out, please bring them out. Fill it up, bottles up, quick, quick, drink it up. Fill it up, bottles up, drink it up. Yeah, I spill my juice for boys in the bar.
Still to come on Radio 1. Radio 1 Sound System Party with Jeremiah Asayama.
At 4.
Radio 1's Dance Anthems.
Right now, this is
Matt Morley.
Radio 1.
Oh, when he's back, it's both of us. Matt Moore with you this afternoon, just gone 1 o'clock. Thank you so much for joining us.
I've dragged myself in on my hands and knees, and I'm here. Do you know what Mol asked me this morning? She went, "Were you actually ill yesterday?" She thought I pulled a sickie.
I thought you pulled a sickie, yeah.
Unbelievable.
I didn't even say how are you. I just said,
Were you actually ill?
Were you really ill?
So I said to her, "Wait till you see my pale, gaunt face." She said, "Yes, that's the same as everyone."
Well, it's good to have you back.
Please don't talk over Niall being a choir.
Talking to yourself in the bathroom, losing your mind in the mirror like you have to. Screaming in the car, in the driveway, spinning out, think your life's going sideways. One broken glass and two total collapse, just know this too shall pass. I'm telling you now, telling you now. When it all goes down, now we live. When it all goes down, now we live. I'm telling you now. Sleep so thin, out of habit, hard to tell the real from the dreams you imagine. Ooh. Nights when one broken glass and two total collapse, just know this too shall pass. I'm telling you now. When it all goes down, how we live. When it all goes down. Catching up fast, baby, don't you look back, don't you look back, I'm hitting the wall, never stop falls, don't you worry at all. When it all goes down, I'll be there. When it all goes down, when it all goes down. When it all goes down, I'll be there. I'm telling you now. Radio 1.
You're picture perfect girl, sunbathing on the moon. Star shine as you're going to leave me. First kiss just like a drug. the magic in my veins. This must be love. Sound in my heart, the beat goes on and on and on and on. You make me feel good. Come on to me, come on to me now. Sound in my heart, the beat goes on and on and on and on. You make me feel good. Come on to me now. No silver or no gold, you can dress me up so good. You're the glitter in the darkness of my world. Just tell me what to do. I'll fall right into you. We're going under 'cause the spell, just say the word. I feel your love. Boom, clap, sound in my heart. The beat goes on and on and on and on. And boom, clap, you make me feel good. Come on to me now. Boom, clap, sound in my heart. The beat goes on and on and on and on. And boom, clap, you make me feel good. Come on to me now. You are the light and I'm the follow. You let me lose my shadow. You are the sun, you glow with halo. And you keep burning me up with all your love. Sound in my heart, the beat goes on and on and on and on. And make me feel good. Come on to me now. Sound in my heart, the beat goes on and on and on and on. And make me feel good. Come on to me now. Sound in my heart, the beat goes on and on and on and on. And make me feel good. Come on to me now. Sound in my heart, the beat goes on and on and on and on. You make me feel good. Come on to me now.
Maybe no one. It's hard being Radio 1 DJ, and actually today more it is for you because you've worn earrings that are so big you can't wear headphones.
I can't get my headphones over them. It's a bit of a problem.
Yeah.
What am I going to do?
Well, what's more important to the show?
What, the headphones or the earrings? The earrings.
Can you feel it all over the world? We come together in this place, and we dance and we live and we learn. I'm just facing the darkest night. Hey, hey, say one more time. Find somebody make me come alive. Hey, hey, one more time. Hey, hey, say one more time. Hey, hey, say one more time. Hey, hey, say one more time. Hey, hey, one more time.
plane headed up to the sky. Spread wings and the clouds getting high. We ain't hit a rave in a while, so take me back to London.
Yo, I do deals but I never get twanged. Views that ain't never been planned. No views that were never in gangs. Where I'm from, chat. Then the 12 gauge drip, yes, sick how it fits in my hand. I don't mix with the glitz and the glam. We stupid on a gram. I don't do online beef for me to grab beef. I'm way too G'd up. Beef for grind me. I bought an AP to help me time keep up. A ride you can use when I speak up. Right. If you were like a stupid dive, more younger than I was unified. South London boys, get you crucified and gone.
It's that time, Big Mike can tell you your own grime. I wanna try new things, they want me to sing because nobody thinks I write rhymes. But now I'm back in the bits in my guy. Give me a packet of crisps and my pine. I hit my friends up, go straight to the pub cause I haven't been home in time. Yes, but that's my fault. Gross heart to Billy on the Divital. Yes, I ain't kidding, what was I lie for? But now I'm back on the track with Big Michael. He said
you never get off your high horse and never let him take your crown.
I've been away for a while, traveled a million miles, but I'm heading back to London town right now. Jet plane headed up to the sky. Spread wings and the clouds getting high. We ain't hit a rave in a while, so take me back to London. Face high, middle of the night, sitting low. Sweat brow, dripping down when in the room. No sound, is it quiet like my home? So take me back to London.
Yo, when I squeeze off this little pen on mine, on the remix, now I got head on grind.
And this ain't like any top 10 of mine. I arrived at Wembley ahead of time.
Yo, that's stadiums, man are aliens. I drink soup more and vibranium. I got RM and titanium.
I rock a 597 on daily, but I want flows. Don't need tags ripping off my clothes.
Bring up my phone, intensive.
That's just the way things go.
It's just the way things go, amazing flow. Brand new rap when I gave them both. This sound I was made in bone with global man, I'm a decent
2015 in the valley and Paul, I told so 2 years if we wrapping it up and you go through tears with the people you love, but when you get to the top, man, it's never enough. You can win Brits,
it don't stop,
and you can do black so
headline stop.
You're many miles away and you feel alone. Gotta remember that there ain't no place like home. Jet plane headed up to the sky. Spread wings and the clouds getting high. We ain't hit a rave in a while, so take me back to London. Face high, middle of the night, sitting low. Sweat brow, dripping down when in the room. No sound, is it quiet like my home? So take me back to London.
Ed Sheeran
So take me back to London.
and Stormzy.
I just watched the Ed Sheeran documentary.
Oh, how was it?
It's really good, and Stormzy's in it quite a lot, including getting sort of brought up at one of these massive stadium gigs to perform that track with Ed.
Ah,
and it just looks like the most fun thing ever.
Oh, was he coming out of one of those like stage lifts? The man?
Yeah. And you know, they put him onto stage inside a flight case. They're like real stuff, and Stormzy's a big guy. Famously Big Mike. They got him on in a little
Amazing. I need to watch this.
So good. If you're a fan of stiff chocolate, I'm telling you, it's the one. Right. So it was a sad day because I wasn't here.
Oh,
I don't know.
people were rejoicing. Actually, I wondered why they were so happy.
I was listening from my deathbed yesterday, and I very much enjoyed the show. And you played out Matt vs. Molly that we recorded earlier in the week, and it was a wild listen.
It was wild. It was wild at the time. It was wild listening back. I mean, the listeners, they were enjoying it. The chaos.
I would say, you know, when we say all the time, "Oh, go listen to Little BBC Sounds." If you ever liked this show, go and listen back to Matt vs. Molly yesterday. It was sort of a triumph of frontier. Maybe it was just in my delirium.
I don't know if we can say that ourselves.
Well, I just did.
You did.
Anyway, it was a weird one. So there was this question about how many people had attempted to beat the world record for smurfing, which we discovered is when you paint yourself blue and dress up like a smurf. And the game was closest answer wins. And I guess, I think 300-ish or something like that, 100-ish. You guessed 20,000.
Yeah, well, they're going for the world record, aren't they?
Yeah, but they failed the world record. These people, they're in Croatia. And, well, this is the reaction when we found out the actual answer.
Yeah, the answer is 395 Smurfs.
People together by yourself. 300.
We'll go for the record if you 396 more. 20,000 people painted blue. 395. That's good. That's just a couple of WhatsApp groups. Oh, I love it. I love it when you laugh. I love it.
Well, listen, I have had an idea.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it. Let's get more than 395 people to Smurf. We've got a big event coming up next weekend.
You're not wrong.
Big weekend. Let's do it.
There are thousands of people going to that.
All we need are 396 people
to commit to
Smurfing.
So
paint yourself blue.
Paint yourself blue and dress like a Smurf.
Yeah.
Okay, what's that? Like? Little hat, topless, shorts. Is that a Smurfing? That'd be it, wouldn't it?
Yeah. And I don't even know if you need to actually be dressing as a Smurf. I think you actually just be painting yourself blue. I think that's all you've got to do.
I'm just Googling someone dressed as a Smurf. If you go to Smurfette, you can wear a wig. Otherwise, we're talking topless, blue, blue face.
Fine. Can we do it? I think we can.
Well, hang on. If you're proposing this,
I am proposing this officially.
Okay. Are you going to get involved? Will you be part of the record?
I'm going to be the cheerleader for it. I'm the cheerleader.
No, you can't be that. You can't do that. If you're asking 396 people to Smurf, you've got to Smurf.
No, I don't. No.
Mom, you're literally asking other people to do it you won't do yourself.
No, but I will be there cheerleading it.
This is unbelievable. Do as I say, not as I do.
Yeah, that's me.
I'm meant to lead people by example.
Well, anybody out there do it? Anybody? 03700 100 100. Come on, let's get involved.
When she says let's, she means
I'll applaud you.
Let you get involved.
Summer's almost over now, and the rain begins to fall. But there's no use in sitting waiting alone. I've got my dancing shoes and I'll make it on my own.
BBC Sounds. Need more than 90 minutes? Hello and welcome to Football Daily. Can't get enough cricket chat.
Welcome to Tailenders.
Fascinated by sports dark side?
This is Sport Minutes.
We've got that with amazing sports pod, Football Daily, Tailenders, and Sports Strangest Friends. Listen on BBC Sounds. BBC Radio 1.
Damn, I ain't the go psycho. The mama bad at Michael. Can't really try you with all this jewelry on. You, my roof look like a no-show. Got diamonds by the bolo. Come with the Tony Homo for clowns and all the balls. Oh, I ain't the go psycho. The mama bad at Michael. Can't really trust nobody with all this jewelry on. You, my roof look like a no-show. Got diamonds by the bolo. Don't act like you my friend when I'm rolling through my hands. Oh, just stuck in the friend zone. I tell that 4, 5, 5. Hey, 100 bands inside my short to teen, all this shit. Hey, try to stuff it on him, but it don't even fit. Hey, know that I've been with this ever since a kid. Hey, I made my first million on that. This is it. Hey, 34 walked through, man, we had it. Hey, had so many bottles, gave ugly girl a sip. Out the window of the Benzo, we get sitting in the rent. And I'm like, whoa, man, my legs so damn cold. Diamonds when my teeth are sore. I can always let it go. My money, they will never fall. She said, get your ass on the hole. And I can never tell you no. Damn, I ain't the going psycho. The mama bad at Michael. Can't really trust nobody with all this jewelry on. You, my roof look like a no-show. Got diamonds by the bolo. Come with the Tony Homo for clowns and all the balls. Oh, I ain't the going psycho. The mama bad at Michael. Can't really trust nobody with all this jewelry on. You, my roof look like a no-show. Got diamonds by the bolo. Don't act like you my friend when I'm rolling through my hands. Oh.
Grace Malone and Ty Dolla $ign. I should never have mentioned the Smurfing thing, should I?
No, Molly, you do it. We do it, you do it. Plus, imagine if we all turn up and lose by you didn't do it.
That would be devastating.
That'd be terrible.
Hi, Matt and Mol. The Smurf record is actually 2,762 people. Yeah, we know that. So we think you'll be able to. So do you think you'll be able to get this many people? No, is the answer. I don't think we'll be able to break the world record, but we're not trying to beat that.
So what is the objective? I don't understand.
We're trying to beat the people in Croatia who did the three.
We're trying to beat a failed record.
Yeah, the people that did 395.
So not even a record.
Well, I mean, do you think that we could get together 2,000?
This isn't my idea.
And 62.
This is not my idea.
Why are you disconnecting yourself from the idea?
Well, it's very much your thing. You stood up and said, I think we should get people to Smurf.
Why do I feel like if we achieved this, though, it would suddenly become our thing?
Oh, definitely. Sorry, Molly, you've killed the vibe. Not willing to Smurf up yourself. You should be Papa Smurf, if anything. Yeah, I can make you like a little beard out of cotton wool balls.
Yeah, you're really selling this to me.
That'd be great.
Matt and Kat say only if Molly does it. That is how leadership is done. But I'm there, like, rounding everybody up.
No.
I'm encouraging it.
Rounding them up. Does that sound like a fun thing? Rounding them up?
Yeah.
Doesn't, does it?
Somebody needs to.
Sound like a shepherd.
Freya's made a good point. Why do we need to be topless?
You said it, Matt. Because I don't think the Smurfs wear tops today.
I think they just wear trousers.
I think Smurfette, who's weirdly the only female Smurf, I don't understand quite how that's working.
Smurfette.
I think, yeah, the Smurfs, they don't wear tops. They're all topless. They've just got hats and trousers. So if you come as Smurfette, you can wear a dress. That's fine.
Yeah, Smurfettes are wearing white dresses.
Yeah, a pantsuit. Whatever you're into. We would definitely Smurf up, but only if Molly is the 396th person to go blue. Says Andy and Hannah in Sheffield. I mean...
Okay, I'll think about it.
I've had lots of time to think about it. You've had lots of time to think about it.
Only since yesterday.
I have now. I was about to say something. I don't know if it's on the banned list of things I'm not allowed to mention. So I'm going to fade the microphone down. I'm going to ask Molly off air, and then we'll see. Hang on. Have I got permission? Molly is the only person in show business that I know.
I don't think this is true.
The only person I've ever seen who has makeup applied to her legs. And I'm not talking about false tan or anything like that. I'm talking about literally foundation.
It's if I don't have time
for her legs.
to have some lovely tan.
Her poor makeup artist, Selena, gets on her hands and knees. Literally paints makeup onto Molly. Now, why can't that be blue? That's all I'm asking. Why can't it be
Back when I was 15, I got in the wrong crowd. Got myself in trouble just to make a silly man proud. When I was 16, I almost died. Swear my mum watched my life flash behind her eyes. When I was 17, I relapsed like 10 times. And the last one led me on a downward spiral. 18, picking up the felt kinda nice, cause I didn't like the thing. 19, lockdown hit. Nothing in my bank, only left with a quid. Then I turned 20. When did I turn 20? How the hell am I 20? I should be dead. I've got a line out. Should be 6 feet under, don't know how it's working. I should be dead. I've got a line out. Should be 6 feet under, don't know how it's working. Now I'm 22, haven't got a clue. I've got a chip on my shoulder, I think that it's cool. No one's gonna mess with the girl that breaks all the rules. No one gives a damn cause we're all replaceable. I'm just such a hypocrite, don't know how I live with it. Told my brother give me hope, I'm just done with everything. Really, I'm just winging it, hoping I'll fall to bits. Hoping I can find a place where I fit. I should be dead and I got a line out. Should be 6 feet under, don't know how it's working. I should be dead and I got a line out. Should be 6 feet under, don't know how it's working.
One hand on the girl I'm dating, one hand on the cash I'm making. We come through like Funky Friday.